My old man had a Smith and Wesson 686, I want to say, or 690 something when I was a kid, and we used to go out there and target shoot out on our property, and he has quite a few revolvers, so that's pretty much my main EDC carry, my little Ruger LCR that I have. So, uh,
I'm the same way with that. I don't really prefer revolvers either. I think it's because I grew up shooting semi-auto, and that's just kind of what I'm used to or whatever. I mean, they're okay. Again, I like all guns. Just some of them I prefer more than others.
Right.
And maybe I just haven't found the right. I mean, I've shot revolvers before. Maybe I just haven't found the right one that's like, hey, this thing's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I did shoot the what's that? The Super Red Hawk and Super Black Hawk or whatever, the 41 and 44 mag. I forget which one's which. And that was pretty fun. Big ass, like, I don't know, it was like 6-inch barrel or some crap. Like it's a huge ass revolver. That was fun doing that, but I don't know if I'd want to own one of those because I probably wouldn't shoot it that often.
Well, I was about to say, what's the recoil? I've never shot a 44 mag yet. Is the recoil pretty nasty, or is it decent?
It's manageable. I mean, it kicks a little bit, but it doesn't like hurt your hand or anything. At least not the one I shot.
Oh, okay. That's awesome. What if you don't mind me asking, what do you use for your EDC?
I carry a CZ75 SP01.
Very nice. That's awesome.
So I mean, I know that smaller and lighter might be a little bit easier to carry, but I don't have a problem carrying a full size. So
yeah,
and that's what I have. So there you go. I've been considering getting something different for carry. I was looking at the Walther PPQ. I think that's a cool looking gun, and I mean it's still big, but it's lighter, so that might help out a little bit.
Yeah. I'm the weirdo who sometimes carries a 1911, so don't.
That's fine. Nothing weird about that.
I was reading a lot of info, and I have that basic government issue. From Springfield Armory, so it's nice. I enjoy it for, I guess, a first 1911.
Yeah, if you're gonna get one, get like an original one, right?
Right. Heck yeah.
How's it going, Dano? Well, maybe he's not here. At least I didn't hear him talking.
No, I haven't heard anyone besides you.
Sometimes it glitches a little bit where I don't know why, but like one person on the panel I won't be able to hear. There's a couple times like people were talking and it sounded like they were you probably was having problems. It sounded like they were like replying to someone, and then I'd say like I could hear the other like 9 people, and I'm like, what the hell are you guys talking about? And they're like, what Dano just said. I'm like, Dano hasn't said anything this whole time. And they're like, yeah, he did. He's been talking for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
So I just was curious. Sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah,
so,
well,
can you hear me?
Oh, we got you now, Dano.
Hello.
I can't believe it. I said something very profound.
I'm sure.
After I said my profound statement, there was dead silence. I thought I knocked it out of the park, and then found out nobody could fucking hear me.
Wow, man, they're in awe. They won't even reply to it. It's so amazing.
Well, yeah, I was about to say when y'all started.
They don't know what to say.
Yeah, if there's a lot of people that starts to get on here, I'm basically going to be silent so I can learn as much information as I can. Because, like I say, I'm a novice. I don't. I couldn't tell you. You know, I've seen these where y'all start getting into debates and stuff. I learn a lot, and then I'm like, wow. Sometimes they get pretty heated.
Yeah, but it tends to be in good spirit. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the thing. You can have disagreements with people and not hate the person or whatever. I
Right.
haven't met someone yet that it's like, oh man, I hate this guy or something.
But yeah, to
Yeah.
be said, well, I'm gonna be real about it. Like any group of guys that gets together, some guys you're gonna click with, some guys you're gonna be, friends with, and some hate them, but they just rub you the wrong way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Yeah.
and to say that it's all love and flowers. Is to not, it's not that there's all this animosity. No, there's not. Absolutely not. But because we all are driven by our passion for firearms of various types, and that's the thread that generally brings us all back to the table. What we may argue, we may bicker, but 99.9% of us all come back. And,
Yeah.
and that's
Except
really the
that
proof
Dano
in
guy.
the pudding. But yeah, exactly.
Have you
I
guys seen
mean,
that
but
Dano
there's
guy?
always going to be
He's so
somebody,
annoying.
Oh yeah, except, but yeah, the vast majority of people, I mean, 99 point something, I get along with just fine. But out of, I'm not sure what the total number of members are at, generally just point. Spiky, you got a ballpark idea?
Not really. I wouldn't
I'm
even
not
know
sure if
how to
there's a
guess.
quick way to tell. I mean, you could look up members, but that just tells you names, and you got to click more and more and more, and it doesn't really just give you a grand total. But anyway, I'm just gonna say, 99+%, I get along with fine. But there's always going to be, one or two, whatever, that you don't necessarily get along with fine. It's not necessarily that you hate them, but you don't click.
Yeah.
I mean, 99% of the guys I would love to buy a beer, sort of a thing. And that 1%, I like to drop it in their lap.
Yo, I just we're still busy at work. I can't wait until the mid fall and the winter. That's when we slow down. But on my one day off, and especially now since it's a holiday weekend, I got 2 days off. And usually on my time off, I watch y'all's your live streams and stuff, and I've just learned so much about firearms, and this is great.
Well, the one thing about firearms, at least, and Smeggy, you tell me whether you disagree or agree with this once I get it out there, is that at least I find myself that as long as I'm willing to learn, there's always things that I discover I did not know.
Right.
Oh yeah, definitely. You can always learn something.
So whether it's you hear G Webs or you hear somebody else, G Webs, he knows a lot, but he's not the master of all knowledge as much as he does know.
Well, and that's Lucky was talking about this earlier. He says he's a revolver guy and he's watched a lot of Yankee, and that's one of those things. If you want to know something about a revolver, Yankee probably knows. So everyone has their own specialties.
Right, and if I remember correctly, at least the last time I think the subject came up, Yankee has far more semi-automatics than he does revolvers.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that in his videos.
I mean, now his collection is constantly changing because he can afford to do that. Most people, at least myself, I cannot constantly be changing and upgrading my collection. I can make changes, but not on. Oh, I saw it last week and I got it.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I'm definitely in the same boat. If I'm fortunate enough to get, a firearm, like, pardon me, Smeggy
Yeah.
was talking about earlier, like purchasing one once a year. If I'm fortunate enough to do that, then it's been a great year.
Right. Because, like learning more about guns, for me, the joy is in the pursuit. There is a joy of acquisition, whether it's knowledge or the item. But, learning more about it, uh, looking on the internet to find out the specifications of something as compared to something else, another product, and do I get this one or that one, or some other one that I just heard of yesterday from some other guy, and now I got to compare and contrast them all. I mean, I enjoy that kind of part.
Right.
Because I'm learning more. Even though I may only buy one, I've learned about several. And now when whether it's I'm talking at the gun shop with somebody that looks like is not getting helped by the help, so to speak, and they're just being left out there in the wind to make a decision, I can ask them, so what you looking at today? And and if they say, well, I don't know, I'm just shopping. I mean, then I'll just say, okay, and I walk away.
Yeah.
But most of the time they say, what it is. It says, yeah, I had a firearm. When I lived at home when I was younger with my dad, we used to go shooting, and I haven't had one in since then, and I've been thinking about getting something. I don't know if I want a concealed carry or not, but I would like to get some sort of firearm for protection. Now he may not be able to define how far he wants to go down the protection road, but at least he's got a ballpark clue that
Right.
it's not target shooting, it's not hunting, it's protection, and that really narrows it down. Granted, there's other questions that are yet to come, but at least you've got a general ballpark. This rack versus the other rack of guns, so to speak.
Yeah.
And
well,
then,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, go. If we didn't interrupt each other, it wouldn't be normal, and you would never speak.
Oh, well, no, I was just saying I have a little horror story. When I turned 21, you can own a handgun in Mississippi at 21. And we went to a gun show, and my first well, it's in pieces now, but I still have my first handgun, and it was the worst mistake because I'm such a novice and I didn't know anything. I bought a Lorson 380, and that thing was a piece of crap.
Well, but I'll bet you that you may not word it as what I'm about to say, but you might agree with it, and you tell me, is that you learned the following lesson, is that I really need to since I do have limited amounts of money, I really need to do this little thing called research before I go out and make a instant gratification purchase.
Absolutely.
Because it looks cool on the shelf, and it reminds me of a certain movie. Therefore, I'll take it.
Right.
Are you saying my Benjamin wrapped High Point was not the best buying decision?
Now, don't get me wrong. It's not like we haven't all been there. And if somebody has the finances to make it so, and I'll just throw, not that he necessarily buys these kind of guns, but like Yankee, he can afford to do that. And if he makes a mistake, he can afford to make that mistake.
Yeah.
And so that's different. Or if you're buying it like G-Webs, he likes to buy little guns. That's one of his niches. He's got a lot of niches, but and little like Ring of Fire guns, which are the little 25 ACP.
Well, Like the Lorson. I mean, that was one of the factories that we stopped by.
Yep. Yeah, when you two guys got together around LA.
Yeah, that was really
But
cool, man. I like that, just that whole story of how the one guy started it, then his daughter and son-in-law started one, and then his business partner started one. Like they're all interconnected, and I forget which ones are which, but
Yeah, I brought it by my dad's, and I was like, hey, old man, is this supposed to do this? It would hang up like every other shot. He goes, no, son, it's not supposed to do that. I was like, I think I made a horrible purchase. He said, indeed, son, you did. But hey, you live and you learn.
but so is Luck? Is this your first time in an on-air chat sort of thing?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's yeah.
Okay, well,
Uh,
that's cool.
Mr. Smeggy taught me how to put my little icon on little picture thing because I don't like my live image or whatever.
Yeah, well, I was going to say congratulations that you figured out how to change from your real name that Google always insists that we put on there to an alternate username. So your first name or your real name doesn't necessarily show up when you speak.
Okay, good.
Now, it's not that that's an internet rule that you shouldn't do that. I mean, my username is just Dano. My name, shh, I'm sure no one else is listening. It's Dan.
Right. Right.
But some people are more sensitive about that sort of thing than others. So and especially to help people get over that, I want to maintain a little bit of anonymity, at least at first.
Right.
And some people let it go later, and some people don't. Smeggy.
well,
Yeah.
I'm sure no one's listening. My name
Mr.
is
Smeggy.
Smeggy.
My name is Mr.
My parents
Smeggy.
hate me. They named me Smeggy.
Yeah, I don't know if I should do that like the Mister or whatever. It's just a Southern thing. I don't know.
Well,
I'll just say the first names or whatever.
I mean, I would have gone to a shorter name. It just a lot of the shorter versions are taken. So
Yeah.
at the moment you're sitting there with your hands on the keyboard, it's like, well, that one's taken. Let me try something else. Well, that one's taken. Well, let me try something else. And after a while, you just say, screw it. Just give me something silly, made
Right.
up.
Yeah, well, I mean that's mine's just from my gaming name in college, and it just kind of became my nickname or whatever. And I
Yeah,
was like,
and
yeah,
the only
that
reason
Smeggy sounds pretty good, and it's never taken, so that works out good.
how I got mine there were two reasons. One is I hate usernames for myself that also have numbers after it because that's so we're not human sort of a thing. We have to have what's your number
Yeah,
sort of
Smeggy
a thing.
42, what a stupid name.
But what I did is there was a TV show, Will and Grace, on back in the 90s. And I realize that's before most of your times. Some of you weren't born yet, but that's okay. It was a comedy show, comedy drama show. And there were two gay guys who lived in an apartment, but not romantically involved. They just shared the apartment. And then there was a single girl across the hallway.
Yeah.
And anyway, one of the guys was very flamboyant. The other guy was not, very straight-laced. And in one of the episodes, he came up with this idea of getting a website, and he called it Just Jack. And he was really excited about it because he was really flamboyant. So he said, I got this, and it's called Just Jack. And so I thought, okay, nobody's going to quite catch the reference unless they were back in the 90s and watching TV. So I went with Just Dan. Well, the problem is somebody had Just Dan. So I figured, okay, I'll wrap in a second layer, Hawaii Five-0. Now we're going back further. Luckily, there was a retake on Hawaii Five-0, but there was a character in there, and they used a constant line in that show was, book 'em, Dano. when they would get the bad guy.
Right.
So now I got Just Dano from Just Dan from the one show and Bookem Dano from the other. So that's how I got my username.
So you're saying that your username is a gay Hawaii cop?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
When you put it like that, I guess that's the short story. Not that anybody wouldn't ask any follow-up questions, because that's a lot to put on the table and then say quiet, stay quiet.
Yeah, I just got mine after high school. I was in a college hand program working offshore. You could work on an oil rig over the summers and like holidays and things like that to earn money for college. So they just called me Lucky Dog because I got an incident out there and I made it out okay and everything worked out. So they're like, Christ, you know, my last name's Luckett, but they're like, man, you made it out of that one. You were one hell of a lucky dog. So just Lucky Dog just stuck. So I've been lucky ever since the first summer of high school.
So anything new in your guys as far as the gun world or something you learned in the past week or anything?
I'm just building a Palmetto State AR right now with my buddy who's a huge gun freak. So he and I just got my lower receiver yesterday. And
Is it a PSA lower?
yeah, I got it yesterday, and I had all the other parts shipped to his house. And then next weekend, he and I are going to work on it because, good God, that kid, he's built God knows how many ARs. He's younger than I am, but he's very, very well informed about firearms, and kid definitely knows his stuff. He's a huge hunting freak and everything like that.
Are you going to put together the upper as well? Like you got a stripped upper and barrel and all this, like you're going to put that all together separate?
Yeah. He's gonna show me the whole process.
I've built like 3 lowers so far. I've never put an upper together. I've always just like bought a complete upper. So that's one step I still need to kind of learn how to do. I mean, I've watched stuff on. It doesn't seem too complicated, and I'm sure if I started doing it, I could jump in a live chat with Dead Horse or something, and he could teach me.
One of the things that has always, there's a couple different attributes about firearms that, that turned me on to the thing. One of which is the mechanical mechanisms and how they work. And like a clock, where you can see all the gears and stuff working in it, to me is very fascinating to watch how it works. But of course, a clock or a watch, you can't really mess with the inside of it because you got to have the skill level, otherwise you'll break it, which I would. But I got after I got my first AK, and the fire control group was so simplistic in its design that after looking at one YouTube video, I was going to be able to completely disassemble it and reassemble it. And the reason I had to do that is because I wanted to change. There's a shepherd's hook, or sometimes called a paper clip, used to hold in the retaining pins for the trigger mechanism. And if that pin comes loose, your pins fall out, and your trigger doesn't work at all because there's nothing holding it in place. So there's a couple different solutions. One is to get a retainer plate, and another is to get what's called E-clips, which are these little special clips that go onto the pins. Well, anyway, once I did that upgrade, and I realized that on mine, for reasons I won't go into, I had to disassemble the fire control group and modify the safety to get it back in, because I had a full auto safety. And I didn't realize this at first. It's just that I was able to go step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, and just follow the bouncing ball and do it to completion from total disassembly, modification, reassembly. With the only special tool, if you want to call it a special tool, is my local mechanic. I'm friendly terms with him, allowed me to use his bench grinder for a more accurate grind on the safety to make the modification, and it worked out fine. But that's what turned me on to say, well, you know what? I hear these young guys now. Look, I'm 55 years old, so to me, the vast majority of guys on gun channels are young guys. And
Yeah, you got 20 on me. I'm
The
35.
damn whippersnappers.
Yep.
Yeah.
But it's like, I hear about them putting together ARs and stuff. It's like, I want to understand what's involved in this. First of all, I already had an AR, but I had purchased a lower for it. But I wanted to have an understanding that if something, came loose, broke, etc., I would be able to diagnose it, and if it was something that just came apart, I'd be able to put it back together again.
Right.
Maybe not instantly, quickly, but since if I'd done it before, I can do it again, sort of a thing. So just a few months ago, I had purchased an Anderson lower, and in an Anderson parts kit, and then of course some other obvious parts that go on there, and put together my first lower. And what I'm very proud of is I'm generally, when it comes to doing work, I try to be very slow, meticulous, and do any preventative action I can in regards to either over torquing, breaking something like that. So it is literally scratch and blemish free.
Awesome.
Which for a first time putting together a lower, as you will see, driving in certain pins, there are certain things like protective tape, painter's tape, that blue stuff.
Yeah.
You can put up there to reduce the likelihood of marring it.
No, when you did the bolt catch, did you have that like special punch that's like flat on one side? Did you use that?
I didn't have the right length punch. I have punches, but they were too short, so I had to buy some anyway. So I intentionally got the flat side punch.
Okay, because that's what I've always used. And you speak of the marring, that's the big one. Is when you're putting in the bolt catch pin, like because you're hammering like right next to the side of the receiver, and the punch is kind of at an angle, especially if you just have a regular type. You have to kind of angle it away, and it's easy to slip on that one.
Yeah, and there's two surfaces on the punch that can mar your lower. There's the shaft of it, and then there's the actual tip of the punch. That if you slip that tip and it contacts something else, and the hammer goes down, you're going to have it's going to leave a mark. Something other than the pin you're driving, I mean. So it's kind of like a pencil. The side of a pencil, as it's parallel to the to a flat surface. If it were made out of steel instead of being made out of wood, it could scratch the surface. And if the point, instead of being made out of lead or whatever they make them out of these days, was also made out of steel, and instead of contacting the pin, contacted something else made by steel that was coated, it would also leave a nice mark.
Yeah, I have a Easy Tool watch repair kit, and it's like the hammer that you would use to put the pins back in a watch band. It has like a plastic tip, and then you can switch it around, and it has a metal tip. So it's kind of like a small rubber hammer, if you will.
Right. Now, one thing I did as an experiment is, since I was building one new, and I had an existing one, and the one I had was actually one. It was brand new, but it was a M&P 15 lower, but it was mil spec. I decided when I was before I was done, I would go ahead and polish the trigger. Because on the internet you get all sorts of rumors about how you can do something for so little, and boy, it makes such a difference. Now, maybe my case is one of a kind, but I will just share my experiences. Is I watched multiple videos, probably 8 different videos, about which surfaces to polish, how to polish them, what type of wheels, what type of polish to use, what never to polish, what surface don't even to touch or get near. I mean, there's really not that much surfaces that you really need to polish to increase. The fancy word is lubricity, and think of that just means slipperiness.
Yeah.
Between the interlocking parts, that when you pull on that trigger, that it will let go of one part to allow the hammer to come forward. And I can tell you that in my experience, after having side by side, I have 2 lowers, one polished, one not polished. Excuse me, and the one that is not polished probably has about 1,500 rounds through it. So not a huge amount, but it's not brand new either. But it doesn't look like it's heavily used either. That I could not tell the difference. Would try firing them using the meat of my hand to catch the hammer. I would push the hammer back and then slowly pull the trigger. And when the hammer snapped, I'd have it hit the meat of my hand rather than smack the lower.
Right.
I could not tell the difference between the two, between a polished mil-spec lower and an unpolished mil-spec lower trigger. So, in my opinion, I don't see any advantage to wasting your time unless you've got casting issues with, that leave excess called flashing at the seam of the mold. So unless you've got quality problems with your mil-spec trigger, I don't see any purpose in polishing it at all.
That'll work.
I don't know about necessarily, the home polishing job or whatever, if it's effective or not. I guess I'll take your experience, for what it's worth. But there's definitely a difference if you get, an upgraded trigger versus the regular one. And the one I got was the ALG, what do they call it? Action Combat Trigger or something. It's only $60, and that thing is probably like 5 times better than my regular mil-spec.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned that because I was debating with myself. In fact, I even had briefly talked to G-Webs about, aftermarket triggers on ARs, and he's very much mil-spec or go home. As far as you don't need anything else, you're wasting your money, and that the mil-spec has proven itself as far as reliability and that sort of thing. But yet, if you've gone to either a gun store or a gun show where they have these mock-ups, let's say Timney triggers, just as an example, and they'll have like 5 different of their models in a pistol, where you can put your hand in there, you can pull the trigger to see how it feels, the difference, whether it's a 2-stage or a 1-stage. And they'll have different models, so you can actually try before you buy sort of a thing. There is a huge difference between a mil standard trigger and ones that are made to be high quality competition level type triggers.
Right.
And you don't have to be a competitor.
And I would say that the ALG is like a good middle ground. Again, because it's only $60 versus, some of those other ones you're talking about. That's actually how I got talked into it, is I was saying the same thing, going, I'm not spending $200 on a trigger, that's dumb, fuck that.
Right.
And then someone had mentioned, well, this is only $60 and it's way better. And it's like, it's 100% true. Like, you step way up to get even just to the ALG, and then you go above and beyond that. Yeah, those ones are also a lot nicer, but I'm happy with what I got.
Yeah.
Yeah, and mine's mainly going to be used for hunting, so a delicate trigger would definitely be an advantage.
Yeah. And you don't necessarily have to spend $300. And I'm just going to give obviously Smeggy gave one example. Now I don't know what the pull weight is on on the ALG? Do you know, Smeggy, what your pull weight is?
I don't remember. It actually comes with two different springs. The one of them is supposed to be like the same weight as the mil spec. It's just that it's so much smoother. And then the other
Okay.
spring is lighter, and I forget what number that's supposed to be.
Okay. Because commonly, what I've seen, because what I'm saying is that slowly leading up to, I've purchased a trigger assembly, and I'll tell you about that in just a moment. But when I was doing the research, it looked like the vast majority of triggers out there are roughly between 3 pounds, 3.5, and 4 to 4.5 pounds for ARs. That's the range they tend to run into as far as pull weight. Now, of course, there's two-stage and single-stage, and that's personal preference. There's nothing scientific about that. But as far as getting that single, highly accurate shot, and maybe I'm not thinking correctly, but I would think a single stage is what one would want at like a 3-pound level if you're looking at as a hunting as its primary purpose.
Yeah.
Because you want it light, very crisp, because you don't want to throw that, as you go to those crosshairs, you can see that even your heartbeat can actually move those crosshairs a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And that's why the lighter the trigger, the less. It's not that it won't move the crosshairs, because everything does, but it will move it less. And so I purchased a velocity trigger, and I paid the retail price is $169 or $160, something like that. And I scoured the net everywhere, and everybody was charging retail. And then I found a place that for some reason they were having a sale, and they were $130. So I bought it, and I got it and installed nicely into the lower assembly. They did, the reality, because I shouldn't say the reality, but in what do you say in honoring you that you're not withholding any information?
Oh, like full disclosure.
Full
Yeah.
disclosure, yes, that's the word I'm looking at. In full disclosure, they did forget to include 2 separate little set screws. I called them. I got it on a Saturday. Called them Monday morning, and by Monday afternoon, I had a tracking number. And I didn't have to explain it. I just said, "This is." I didn't have to give them the order number. The guy called. He says, "Now, which trigger did you get?" And I told him which trigger, as far as the make and model. He says, "And your address, and go ahead and hit me up with your address." So I gave it to him, and he said, "All right, we'll have it in the mail later today." Son of a bitch! I got a tracking number to my email later that day. I mean, so I have to give them a thumbs up for. Because a lot of companies, it's not just the product; it's the once they get your money, service after the sale.
Yeah, I had that actually with my lower parts kit. Somehow it came with, oh, what would that be? Like the spring that goes for the, oh fuck.
One of the
Like,
D10s.
well, yeah, but like in the trigger, the one that's kind of cone shaped,
Right.
it had 2 of those, and it's like, okay, the one obviously is for the trigger, no problem, but the other one was kind of the right size for the bolt catch, but obviously because of that cone, it wouldn't fit in there.
Right.
But same thing, I basically actually just emailed them. I didn't even call. I just emailed like, hey, this is kind of messed up, and they're like, okay, we'll send you a spring.
Yeah. And I'm assuming they got, like, if there's 20 parts, there's 20 people at a very long table going around, and everybody's putting their part in a bag. And then that bag goes to the next person, and then they put in their part, and that goes to the next person. By the time it gets to the 20th person, if there's 20 parts, then when that person's done, it goes into the shipping bag or shipping box. I mean, because it's got, and it's clearly a labor-intensive process, putting them all into a package like that.
Right. Yeah, and I'm sure that the springs just got like in the
Yeah.
wrong bin or whatever.
Yep.
But yeah, it wasn't that big of a deal. Just that I was like, oh man, I kind of wanted to like build it tonight because I already had the lower, and then I got the parts kit, and I was itching to put it together. Like I told myself when I was gonna build the AR, I said, okay, I'll get the lower, and then I'll take my time. Like every paycheck, I'll buy another piece, blah blah blah. Well, I ended up I was keeping up on sales or whatever, and I found an upper that I wanted that was on sale, and it actually it came with like a red dot and stuff. So I was like, oh, cool, because I mean the price for the upper was a good price. So I look at it as I just got like a red dot for free, and
Heck,
and then when I had that sitting there, I'm like, oh geez, I got to get all these other parts. So within like a week, I had everything for the gun. I'm like, it wasn't exactly how I planned it, but oh well. But and what's nice about the AR is you can update later down the line. Like since then, I've replaced my mag release and my safety, and actually I just replaced my pistol grip last week.
Yeah. Well, that's something that when I built my lower is most of the components I did not like top of the line, but I bumped up from mil spec. Like I got an improved grip that I really like. It's MOE grip rather than the standard mil spec grip. And I got the buffer tube assemblies. I got a heavy duty buffer tube assembly. And that increases the durability of if for some reason somebody butt slams your AR because there's a case stuck, they don't bend your tube, and then all of a sudden you have a non-functional rifle.
and that's what I noticed. What Matt ordered, all of the stuff that he ordered for the AR, it was MOE. And forgive me, like I said, I'm a novice. What is MOE? What is?
It's Magpul original equipment, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah, he swears by that stuff. So
No. And they do have some good like butt stocks, and I have the 4-inch handguards on mine are MOE or Magpul,
Okay.
and they have the M-Lock retention system for putting on accessories. Of course, the only thing I put on mine is the light.
Yeah, I went old school. I have the quad rail.
Yeah,
People
well,
give me shit about that. Like, what is this, 1999? Like, you have quad rail? But
there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, and you can for it's a little bit extra money, but get those plastic inserts so that it's still it's not going to be a cheese grater on your hand.
yeah, well, it's not that sharp as it is now. Like, I haven't noticed a problem. Like, it's machined pretty nice that it's like all the edges are rounded a little bit.
Yeah, if you're holding it, it's fine. But if you grab it hard and whether it's lifting it up or you're just running down the road and just the inertia of it is that with a bare hand, it can start to dig into your hand. But if that's not how you're going to use it, then it's not an issue. Like I don't see myself doing running and gunning. So for me, having a quad rail would be less of an issue. Now, I did sell, speaking of a quad rail, I sold the quad rail off my AK to get the money back because I didn't value the quad rail.
What do you have on your AK now, then?
Well, I put the standard Bulgarian handguards up front.
Okay, good. I like the AKs being, the old school style.
Yeah, I mean, I wish it would have been wood, but they switched over. I forget, not everybody at once, but some early 70s, some of them the late 70s, from wood to polymer. Like I have a Yugoslavian M70 underfolder. It has the original furniture on it, and it's all plastic because that's what they did to make them less expensive in Yugoslavia when it existed.
Now with AKs and ARs, or y'all have a favorite or anything like that in comparison? Compare and contrast, like, or what are the pros and cons?
Well, it's in regards to performance or just personal preference?
Personal preference.
I really love and it's the same reason, one of the reasons why I really love the Glock is the mechanical simplicity of an AK. Is I noticed a trend throughout my life that generally the less mechanically sophisticated something is, the less likely it is to break or malfunction. And the AK has a whole lot less parts than an AR. And it's very simple. Like I said, remember the first example? I was able, by watching one video, completely disassemble, make a modification, and reinstall the fire control group. Where to build that lower in the AR, I had to watch a number of videos because some things are more difficult to see. You're trying to look at a black pin in a black housing with a black trigger group, and it's different. Some things are difficult to see.
Right.
And I also liked that it kind of represented the gun from the other side. So that had a certain attractiveness to me. One thing that I was aware of is that just from the design and the round that it traditionally fired, the by 39 round, that you're not going to get the accuracy at 100 yards that you can get out of an AR, and the accuracy just opens up the further downrange you go as compared to an AR. Now, obviously, they both have their limits, but as far as, as an example, 500 yards, can you still be on paper, and can you still be accurate? And if so, how accurate?
Right.
And the AR is more accurate than the AK. That's not a question. But the AK is mechanically simpler, that's not a word. Well, you know what I mean.
Right.
And that by itself, I do see beauty in the simplicity of in the simplistic design that accomplishes many things with as few of parts as possible.
Well, and you could use the AK for when they're about to try to take our weapons.
And I view the AK as the Glock of the rifle world. It's not the most. It may not. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but as far as reliability, that's the category that it equals, in my mind, the Glock, except it's a rifle. That's what to me, that wraps up everything about an AK. Now, an AR is more like the Ferrari of the rifle world. It will do all sorts of things super fast, take the corners, go in the straight lines. It will do all sorts of things that the other cars can't do. But its weak spot, its Achilles heel, is it requires a pit crew to take fantastic maintenance procedures to keep this thing humming and finely tuned in regards to reliability. And I don't mean that it's the first flake of dust and it malfunctions. That's not what I mean. I'm just doing as compared to another standard, which we typically call the AK standard of reliability. Does it match that level of reliability? No, it does not. But that also doesn't mean it's totally unreliable either. because the
Yeah.
environment that you use it in makes a huge difference. I don't live in a desert. And you know, because we've been in desert wars for you know, short of 30 years, short of 20 years. I get my math right here.
Yeah, the early 90s, late 80s into 90s
Yeah,
for.
just short of you know, a few years short of 20 years. That I don't live in a desert and don't plan on going to live in one permanently, to the best of my knowledge, for a long time,
Yeah.
if ever. And even if I did, there are things you can do to increase the reliability in environments where there's a large particulate matter density in the local atmosphere, i.e., a lot of sand and shit flying around. Fancy words for lots of shit flying everywhere. So that's personal and I guess a little bit of technical. I mean, what about you, Smeggy? I guess I bored Smeggy asleep.
I don't know. I'm here. Sorry, I'm
Oh,
distracted. I said earlier I'd be in and out.
okay.
So,
Well, I didn't know you were ducking out at the moment, so sorry. Oh,
no,
by the
no
way, there
problem.
is a message in the side for you.
Oh,
I'm going to go top off my coffee. I'll be back. But I did ask you what were your thoughts, AR, AK, what you like, because you did ask personal.
you know, I don't know. I really don't. I mean,
Wait
that's
a minute. You can't get away that easy.
no. I was thinking about that because I did just get the AK in April, and I've only had a chance because of being out of town so much to shoot it like a couple times. So I don't know if I have enough like trigger time on it. I think I'm still kind of leaning AR just for the customization aspect of it, and the just replacing parts and stuff is kind of easy and fun. But I don't know. I
Well,
don't know which
what
one I have
drove
more
you?
fun shooting.
I mean, short of peer pressure and self pressure, what drove you to make that purchase ever? And I guess that's the well, I think what he's trying to comb out of you is what got you to say, okay, here's $600 or whatever it is you paid. I would like that AK.
It was 100% AK April.
Wow.
AK
Okay.
April's
Well,
coming up. We made
I,
the patches. I need to buy an AK. But no,
I give you 2 thumbs up for honesty, and that's something that I often tell my customers is if someone makes a mistake and I were in your position, I can much more easily deal with someone who's honest with me and says, oh, I screwed up. I did this instead of that. Let me fix this by doing this other thing and make things right. Than somebody who's going to try to bullshit their way out of around so they don't have to say, I screwed up.
Well, I definitely didn't screw up buying the AK because I do like it.
No, what I'm trying to focus on is that you have an honest answer.
Right. No, I know. But actually, what I like about the AK is like the foreign history. I mean, my ultimate like dream AK would just be 100% Russian made, like preferably an old one, like was actually made, a long time ago. I don't know, whenever. Somewhere around 47 would be cool, but I understand with political parts, we can't have that. Like there has to be U.S. parts, and currently we can't get anything from Russia because of fucking Putin invading Ukraine or whatever. So, but I like the aesthetics of it. Just mine's an old school looking. It's got just the wood stock and nothing fancy. So it just, if I can borrow a phrase, it's a different kind of cool.
Very nice. Well, then now I'll have to make it my mission to get me an AK after I get some trigger time with my AR.
Yeah, well, there's no shortage of, wish list guns. I mean, I go so far as to actually type up a thing on my computer that's got the guns I want, and then I put in like on the side like kind of an estimated price so I can, kind of budget for it or whatever.
Yeah.
But I'm also a nerd, so Excel spreadsheets are like fun to me. Jesus Christ.
I love that Ruger Super Alaskan, that 44 mag. That's my little goal for next year.
Yeah, my next year gun is either going to be a carry gun, like I was mentioning earlier. I don't know exactly what I want. Just maybe something a little bit lighter. I don't know if I'm going to go with something smaller. So that's why the Walther PPQ is on my list. Although, honestly, the Ruger LC9,
Yeah.
I used to have access to one of those, and it was pretty cool. And I could totally see that being a nice little carry gun.
Heck yeah.
So I'm either going to do that, but, I got no problem with my CZ. It works fine. Or I'm going to get a lever action rifle. Just for fun. I mean, there's not really necessarily a practical use to it. I may use it for hunting, but it won't be a primary. It's kind of a special circumstance thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, the thing I did to my Ruger LCR is I took the grip off, and I had to put the, I guess you'd call it a smooth, full-size Hogue grip on it, where my whole hand could, like, reach or, wrap around it, and that works out very well.
Yeah, I definitely need to use the magazines that were extended a little bit, because I hate when my pinky finger can't, like, wrap around.
Right, me too. I hate that.
So, Smeggy, you had mentioned about the lever action thing, and at this point, as far as the types of guns, not necessarily make and model, but the types of categories that I wanted a gun for, like do I have a shotgun? Do I have at least one pistol that I could conceal carry comfortably and that I like to shoot and then am accurate with? Another box checked. Do I have a mid-power range black gun? Yes, box is checked. Now, do I have a compact? What's that sound? Sounds like a fan or breathing, or I think it's coming from.
Could be my air conditioning kicking on.
I was gonna say I'm muted because there is noise around me. So.
Well, I know it's not you, Smeggy. It's like a fan that's turning. They're like every other second I can hear it. It's like voo, voo, voo. I mean, anyway. I forgot what I was talking about. What the hell? Oh, so I have all the categories kind of checked as far as, do I have something that fits this category? Yes. But what I don't have, but then this really opens up the door to all sorts of things, is guns that, because firearms are expensive. I mean, whether you're going, for even entry level on to mid grade on up to the top. I mean, they don't start like for $1.95. Is guns that have either are an actual functioning antique, whether it's an old pistol from the late 1800s that might still be able to fire, or a reproduction lever action that can use modern ammunition, but has that old Western look and feel about it, but it's not a traditionally practical firearm as we think of practical today. Even like, thinking back to the guys that they used to hunt buffalo, and they had the Sharps rifle that they say, I don't know how much of it was BS, but they could shoot 1,500 yards. Now, whether they really meant 1,000 and not 1,500, I have no idea. But sometimes it's hard to separate reality from the lore. I don't mean lower as in lower AR.
Right.
But but the fact that they had a long distance rifle, it was single shot. But back in the days of pre-Civil War, is amazing me, and that's part of what changed the face of the West, was the vast elimination of the millions of buffalo. No different than the movement and slaughter of the American Indian. That changed the face of the West. Now, so some of our history is not so pretty, but I think you have to acknowledge our, the aspects of our history that are memorable and fond. We at least need to be honest enough to make note of the things that weren't so great. Otherwise, we're not being honest about how we got here. Nobody realized it at first that North America was not just potentially the land of the free, but was a long-term gold mine for just the regular person to go out there and be successful on their own. Of course, they had to get the cooperation of Mother Nature many times and be able to defend themselves against whether it be the criminal in town that cheated them on their land deed, or the criminal outside of town that just robbed them. There was a route to be successful that they didn't have back from either the eastern cities of the Northeast or from their home countries of Europe and beyond. And with that, class is completed for today.
Yeah, well, honestly, that's part of the reason why I want the lever action, is because I've been watching The Rifleman like a hell of a lot recently.
Oh yeah.
So part of me is saying, well, I should just get 4570 because that's what he had, but I don't know. I'm kind of talked into a 357.
And I didn't know it when I watched that show as a kid, but they had to have changed the spring on that lever action. I mean, first of all,
I would think.
He normally wears a glove, and a lot of times when they go down to show him shooting, they take the camera off his face. And I've as an adult, not as a kid, I've wondered, well, I wonder who's really shooting, or is this a Hollywood thing?
Well, they probably just filmed like that rapid fire scene a million times, and then they just splice it into whatever.
Right, for the intro, but I have no idea if the actor had that sort of skill level, is what I'm saying. I mean, because he was paid to act and portray, not necessarily to perform. He was paid to look like he knew what he was doing. But when it came to the actual, the cutaway scenes is a very common way of doing it, where for that 3 seconds of gunfire, you go to a slightly different camera angle. You may see the back of the head, maybe a little bit of the side, but you don't see the face for just a couple of seconds, because the actor can't get off that many rounds. He can't draw that fast. But yeah, and
I don't know. I don't like all of this slanderous talk towards Chuck Connors that you're dealing out here.
Well, no,
I don't think I'll allow it in my chat.
Yeah. Well, Well, it's the question is we don't know, and that's my point. Is he may have been and may deserve all of that credit, but my point is not that he didn't. My point is we don't know.
Right. Well, and speaking of, you were saying like changing the springs and stuff. I know that his favorite thing to do was like, flip the rifle around as it, cocked the next
Oh yeah,
round or whatever.
shoot yourself
And
right in the armpit.
right, but I'm sure that's probably bad for that pivot point and everything with all that
Yeah,
extra weight on
yeah.
there.
You've
So,
now flagged everyone in front of you and behind you.
but you looked cool doing it, and you scared the bad guy. So,
Yeah. But the way he works the action, that's what I'm thinking as far as a lower spring weight.
Hey, so the gun used in that show had
Yeah.
a screw that was in the lever set so that every time the lever was closed, it would activate the trigger.
Okay. And that
yeah,
and
they mentioned that in the show before too. Like I
now
remember some guy was looking at his rifle and was like, "Hey, what'd you do here? This little modification." He's like, "Oh, that pulls the trigger every time I use the lever."
and that certainly explains why the firing action was so tight. As far as when you saw him working the action, as far as wow, I mean, why is it just like because there was no finger action, and until right now I didn't know that, and now that explains it.
Yep. I
Is
wonder that
just
would. I'm wondering like the legality of doing that because you're
well,
still doing a thing to pull the trigger, so it's not like you made it automatic or anything.
exactly. Now this is me, not the attorney. I would think because of what you just said, it would be legal, but because you couldn't, it'd be a safety issue for normal usage because you'd have to store it. Well,
You just have to you got to store it without empty in the chamber, so that way when you rack the first one in, it goes off.
so
You
how
can
do you
store it
get
loaded.
that last round out of the chamber without firing it? I.e., check the chamber. You normally open the chamber, peek inside, and then close it. Okay,
Right.
so
Well,
you open the chamber, and for some reason there's one that's in there. I'm just trying to think this through.
well, if when you open it, if there's one in there, um, yeah, I don't know why it went off. The other
Because
thing is,
it's tube fed, you have to keep firing.
right.
So if you're you verifying it when you're at home just before you clean it, you can't check it because you're at home, unless you can go step outside your backyard and do it. Because if you left 3 rounds in there, you got to
Right.
finish it
Well,
off every time.
the thing is, you can back out that screw so that it doesn't hit the trigger. But I'm agreeing with you is that it's probably best to just shoot all of them.
Now I
If you
would think
didn't back it out enough, it might go off when, just like you said. So I see what you mean. If there's a couple left in there, you open it, well then when you close it, it's gonna like fire that other one that was still in there.
now if they had set it up that okay, you put the screw in and it fires upon cocking, but if you remove the screw and put in a plug, then it acts normally. And the
Well, you wouldn't even need to plug it. It's just
the
it's
purpose of
just
the
threaded
plug
through
is
the
so that
lever.
dirt and debris does not get inside the action or inside the fire control group. I mean
It
that's
had
why there's
nothing
a
to do with the fire control group. It's literally just a screw inside a piece of metal.
Yeah, it's on the trigger guard.
okay.
Yeah. It's so like when you're holding the lever, it'd be like kind of by like your one finger or whatever that just sticks up that would grab the trigger.
Okay, so you can simply say remove the screw when you're done, and then you can operate as any other lever action.
Exactly.
Put the screw all the way in, and now you've got one action. For every action, one bullet launches. One pull, one fire. One pull, one fire.
Right. It's just the
not,
screw is hitting the trigger, not your finger.
yeah, because it's always been an auto, not an auto loader, but a manual loader. So you're still manually loading it, but it's just that loading process fires one bullet, not two, just one. So without going into the law, I would think it would be fine. But you know lawyers,
right?
And you know government bureaucrats.
And I would agree with you from the safety point of view, because, like, I don't know, is it possible for the trigger to drop before, like it's completely locked up? If that screw is too long, it might be pulling the trigger while you're still like cinching up the lever. And if that can still go off, I don't know exactly. Maybe the trigger won't fall until it's all the way locked. But either way, like, you might have an out of battery discharge, which would not be fun.
But yeah, that would be the what was the name of that show again?
The Rifleman.
So what you want is, you say, I want a Marlin with the Rifleman special modification, and then see if they catch on. In 4570.
Right. Yeah, and see, that's the thing. I don't know if I want to get that exact one.
Yeah.
I just kind of like the idea of a lever action.
Exactly. So that gets back into, well, do I want to get as close to the real thing, although you're using
right. That's my inspiration for the lever action, but I'm not trying to make like a TV prop and have it, because that's the other thing. He's got the big lever, like it goes way down, and I just think that looks stupid. So I would probably just get the regular type.
So you're talking about the round lever versus the oval lever?
Well, the one that's like, I don't know, whatever.
The loop?
Yeah, the loop is like huge.
But that's the one he used on the TV show.
That is the one he used on the TV show. See, I'm not trying. That's the thing. I'm not trying to copy the one he used. Otherwise, I know exactly what I need. It's a, 1895.
Well, in that case, I mean, you might as well get whatever costs the least to shoot. Why spend extra money? I mean, whatever cartridge, whether that's 38 special or something else.
Well, and that's why I was thinking 357.
I bought a Marlin 357 about 10 years ago, and it's great, like full house 357 rounds, barely recoil in the thing. I can get out to 100 yards on a pie plate. It's really handy. The action is a little bit rough, but I just worked through it with some snap caps, and it's fine. You can use snake shot. You can use 38 special, of course. You can use whatever you want in there.
Yeah, and that's what I'm leaning towards now. I mean, I do take a long time to actually ever pull the trigger, so I kind of talk about stuff for a long time and get lots of different input.
Kind of like April was almost over before.
That's because I was out of town, man. I was busy.
Now, I never would have given you the crap that I gave you if I had really known that someone else only had a lower.
Oh yeah, Night Strike, fucking cheater.
I do have to say, you kept his secret well.
Well, I mean, he's my co-host. I don't want to throw him under the bus too much. He's got a full one now.
Well, yeah, but it's not April, is it?
No, it is not. Trust me, I gave him shit for it. Oh, man.
I mean, because the way that you guys were promoting it, I thought, well, I again, you're not supposed to make assumptions. I thought, well, these guys, must definitely, know their stuff when it comes to AKs, and you were very front forward about, I don't have one yet. So I thought, oh, so April is kind of like, I'm going to use it very broadly, but help me discover which AK I should get month.
Exactly. Well,
That's
AK
how I was kind of looking
AK pool
at it.
can be celebrated by all.
But I had thought that your co-host, who shall remain nameless,
Night Strike.
already had a fully functional.
He doesn't need to remain nameless, screw him. Oh man. Yeah, he's got one now though, so he's okay. And he did give him credit, he did buy a lower in April with the intent of building an AK, which
Yep.
we all know that's a pretty labor intensive deal. It's not
Yeah.
like building an AR, so
Oh, well, the key word is build versus assemble. And now that I've done it, I'm completely on that train of you assemble an AR. You do not build an AR.
right. Yeah, the first one I ever did, um, me and the other person had never built one before, and like just between the two of us trying to figure stuff out, even that, it still only took us 40 minutes to put together the lower.
Yeah, now I did it over a series of days because I wanted to be slow and very meticulous because I was very much I didn't want to have and my very first one it's got a scratch here, a scratch there, and but I did it in 39 minutes. And
Oh,
Nice.
so because it took me 40, you have to mention that it took you 39. I see how it is.
Hey, so yeah, my first lower took all day, but I was watching Such's video, and I blame it on him. So, do you guys know if G is still trying to sell some AK parts kits? Last time I checked, he had a couple up on Gunbroker, but I haven't looked in like a week or so.
have you looked on gun channels? Because I thought he may, and I could be wrong. I thought he had them listed there. Now, I know he recently put some magazines and something else up on the trading post on gun channels.
Okay, thanks. I'll check that out.
Yeah, my
If
answer
you
would
don't,
be I'm not sure, but I think so. And he might not have anything up, but maybe if you approach him, he
yeah.
might dig something out and say, "Yeah, I'll sell this."
Oh yeah. I mean, now I can tell you that he's definitely he's not having a fire sale. So I mean, and there's nothing wrong with looking for a deal. Don't catch me wrong. I got a deal on an AK, so it was 99% luck, 1% just being at the right place at the right time and
Yeah,
having the money.
yeah, I don't care. It's like his kits look pretty good, and
Hmm.
I trust him, and I think it would be fun to go to a class and build one. And I realized he was trying to raise some money for the Gun Show Loophole tour, but that seems to have fallen by the wayside. So we just, it just kind of sparked my interest. I've got, an AR and several uppers, and I'm going to try and mill out an 80% some point in the near future. But yeah, the whole thing with the rivets and the press, I'd love to go to a class and check that out.
Just for clarity, when you say the loophole had fallen by the wayside, what exactly do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I just last thing I heard, it sounded like he was going to fly to the gun rights policy conference,
Hmm.
and the van is just like not able to. It's not roadworthy, and so yeah, I just hadn't heard much about it.
I mean, I can add some clarity if you want to that situation.
Oh yeah, I was out for a week, so bring me up to speed.
Okay. And of course, this is all subject, to change as finances and things do. But it looks like he will most likely fly to the gun policy rights and convention in Florida, and then fly back. Is that's the most cost-effective way to get to the thing that he needs to do the most to get the various projects moving forward. As we all know, a lot of times in life, it's not necessarily what you know, it's who you know. And this has been a real avenue for him to make those high-level contacts with people in the industry to push the various projects forward, like Every Second Matters. And as far as the Gun Show Loophole Tour, that has not stopped. What it has done, it is like this second leg, because the first one was going out to California and doing some of that stuff, which Smeggy was able to meet up with him on. So that leg is complete. The timing of the going down to Florida one was not able to happen due to mechanical issues on the van. But there are other legs going to different locations that are still planning on occurring.
Right,
No.
so I'm pretty sure he's still planning on meeting up with Bob. Like, as Bob comes down, he'll go up, and then they'll do like kind of a loop back around.
Yeah, and that's at the end of this calendar year. But there are other trips. He just didn't carte blanche say, "Oh, it's all canceled." No, that's not true. Just this particular one has been changed, and there's I forget if it's one or two afterwards, and then the one that Smeggy's talking about, which is at the end of the calendar year, where he meets Bob somewhere north, and then they kind of work their way back down. So I just want to let you, as well as other people who are listening, that no, it is not canceled.
It has just changed.
Yeah, due to the time, because he can't push this conference further out in time. It occurs when it occurs. And so in order to be there, since that's a very high priority, he's got to fly there. That's what's changed.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. And again, I'm not the official spokesman of gun websites.
Yeah, no, that's cool. But I got back from a little vacation and saw a chat about Death Race, and I started watching that, and I'm just like, wait a second, what happened to the Gun Show Loophole? It's not 2017 yet. So yeah, I mean, it was cool seeing the gun shops that him and Bob went to in New Mexico, and you guys out Smeggy in California, and the Ring of Fire factories, and that was kind of cool. But I don't know if I would have wanted to see like every other gun shop in the Midwest through the Northeast or whatever. As one of the guys was saying on Every Second Matters, once you've been into a few gun shops, they all start to seem alike.
Well, I think it's nice to hit them up just because the people like on gun channels are from all over the place, and so it might be one of those things like, holy crap, that's right down the road for me. I never even knew it existed. So there could be some gems out there that just not many people know about.
Just speaking for myself, I can tell you that if I go to a town or a city that I've never been before, and I go to the local gun shop, the chances are very good that I'm going to meet at least one person that a stranger, at least initially, that I'm going to have a whole lot in common with, just from walking into that store. Versus just going there and going to the local diner, which is fine. You can get a sense of the local town like that. But if you want to meet and find out, put your finger on the pulse of how is it in that city, state, county area on if they're fighting various gunfights in regards to political changes and what's the direction of the wind in that area. Because there may be similar questions for every single gun store, but there's also going to be some questions that only apply to certain gun stores. Like the gun stores in California, you're going to ask slightly different questions than gun stores in Arizona. Or
yeah, I'll tell you. I'll tell you my latest experience of going into a new gun shop I didn't even know existed, but it was one of the places where they had the petitions for Veto Gunmageddon. So I went there and walked in, and nice little shop, huge selection. I was in Castro Valley, California, and I discovered something new, a new loophole that I wasn't aware of. That you, in order to buy a revolver that's not on the roster, such as a Chiappa Rhino, they will sell it to you as a single action revolver, and then you can take it back to them, and they'll put the sear back in it, and it'll be a double action, and then you have a custom firearm. So this place had a whole bunch of Chiappa Rhinos that I'd never seen in any shop before, but they had they had to do this like single action exemption or single shot exemption.
I've talking to some people that are from California in these chats. I've discovered that there are various, and they're not loopholes because the representatives, they wrote the law, and unless they're stupid, they should know what they wrote. And there are ways to get guns that legally that are not necessarily on that special list.
Yeah.
And for that particular revolver, that is correct. So it's not like you're getting away with something, skirting a law. No, you're following the law. And so you either have to believe one of two things. Either the people that wrote it, reviewed it, edited it, gave it its final inspection are all stupid, or they actually wrote it that way to allow you to follow it as it was written. And that's not a loophole, following as it was written.
Right. Well, the thing is, from their point of view, they'll consider it a loophole.
Yeah.
Because
but they wrote the law.
But here's the thing. They wrote the law trying to ban all guns. So anytime you can still get one, they feel like they failed. It's the same thing with it's a loophole if you cut off your bayonet lug and now doesn't fall under an assault weapon. It's like, no, you told me bayonet lugs were evil. I got rid of it. Now I'm allowed to sell this gun. And they go, oh, crap, we didn't think of that. We were trying to get rid of all of them, but we can't say that we want to get rid of all of them, so we have to pretend like it's a safety thing because that's what the roster's for, right?
Yeah.
They say the handguns have to be safety tested in order to be allowed to be sold in California because they don't want, unsafe guns in California. Well, the thing is, it costs the company so much money to get the safety testing that a lot of companies just don't do it, and then their new guns don't get added to the list.
I mean, they look at the potential of profit for that particular make and model in the California market, and then they look at what's the cost, and it's not just testing. There's attorneys, there's all sorts of other things involved of getting a gun through the process and approved. And of course, all law enforcement is exempt from that list, so they can still sell that gun to California, just only as in the Glock world is called blue label guns. That means somebody's getting a discount because they're traditionally law enforcement, retired law enforcement.
The store I was in, they had one shelf on the bottom that had blue price tags on them, and that was the law enforcement only shelf, and it included revolvers such as Chiappa Rhino, the white rhinos, and stainless steel. And it just seemed so ironic because no cop is going to carry a Chiappa Rhino on duty or for a backup, and it was simply just to offer that product as a single action only, and then get the exemption, which is fine, I think, because revolvers aren't typically the crime guns.
Right.
And they don't necessarily relate to the micro stamping requirements that are now in place for semi-autos. So I think revolvers should be allowed. Right. But if the companies that had been on the roster failed to submit their 3 semi-automatic pistols every year, as part of the testing protocols. Then they drop off that roster and they'll never get back on because they don't have the micro stamping.
But that's another example of there are law enforcement people out there that are also gun guys and gun women. And so those revolvers, they're not selling them for use on duty. They know that they like to take them, enjoy them, take them to the range. They're an interesting flashback to a technology of, back in the Western that has evolved to kind of a new thing. And they can still make money on those unapproved to the general public guns. But again, it comes back to a business decision of how much money does it take to get in? How much money do we forecast we would make? Now, is it worth it, looking at those two numbers like a teeter-totter? And make the decision based off of that. And it becomes a very simple decision for the gun companies to decide. Now, it's a very big market out there. But just because there's a large number of potential buyers does not mean that there's a large number of buyers this year. Now, of course, this is an election year. I'm just saying generically, if this was not an election year. But if somebody wanted to get their gun on the list today, it'd be too late. Because by the time they got approval, we'd already have a new president, and we'd be in the next year sometime.
Well, and like he was saying, if someone wants to get on the list now, it has to have micro-stamping.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, doesn't exist. They might as well say all new guns in California have to be plasma rifles. Well, those don't exist, so you're pretty
and that
much
makes
screwed.
me wonder, other than grandfathering in, how they have any approved guns on that list, since there is no, and if there is, I would like to learn about it, true micro-stamping at this point.
Yeah, I don't know of any company that is producing micro stamping or even has the technology to produce such product. But there are just, every month, every 6 months, every 12 months, there are firearms that drop off that list. Like a couple of years ago, I could get a Colt government model 1911 in blued or stainless. That gun is no longer on the roster. So every so many months, these guns are just dropping off. What is still available are all the Glocks and a bunch of SIGs and Kimbers and the big names that are Smith & Wesson. They're still putting through their flagship products. But you're right. You're absolutely right. The overall end goal is to eliminate these guns from the market.
I'll be back. I got to go do something.
And it just blows me away. Like I said, their quote-unquote reason is for, testing safety. But you just said that the 1911 fell off the list because obviously they probably didn't send in, Colt didn't send in a sample or whatever. So you telling me the gun that's been around for over 100 years might still have some bugs that need to be worked out?
Yeah, right.
I mean, I think they're pretty safe and reliable.
Well, they were designed to be carried by soldiers on horseback.
But it's just like, I guess, I don't know. Sometimes I think it's worth it to point out what they say the reason for the law is, and that's their idea is if you have a new gun, we don't know if it's safe yet. We need to test it. That almost sounds reasonable. Now, we all know it's not, but look at something else, right? Like cars go through crash testing. Because if you invent a new car and it's made out of aluminum foil, kind of like the smart cars were originally, those they had to redesign and make the frames out of titanium so they would still be light, but they actually are stronger now so that they don't crumple up and kill everyone. But okay, I get it if it's something super duper brand new and it might not be safe. That's what they say they want to do. In reality, what they do is, oh, you change the color of the grip. That's a new gun. It might not be safe anymore, which is ridiculous because it doesn't change anything else about it.
I was saying the Glocks are still available. Those are the made in Austria Glocks. We can't get the made in USA Glocks because that's not the one that's been approved for year after year after year since or before the micro stamping requirement came out. But yeah, I mean, we talk about what's really safe and how do we protect everybody, but we still allow motorcycles to be sold and ridden on the freeways, and there's at least 2 motorcycle accidents every morning on the weekdays at the freeways around the cities that I live in. So
Well,
some of those
didn't
are
I?
fatalities. They block traffic for 25 miles in some cases. And why don't we ban motorcycles if people are, drivers are so distracted now that they can't help but fucking crash into them every chance they get. It's clearly not a viable means of transportation in our urban areas anymore.
Well, and I thought I saw something. Maybe you'll have some clarity because I don't know 100%. But I think it is now legal to like split the lanes on a motorcycle. I saw that somewhere. Like in
Yeah,
California, they
it's
passed a
always been
thing.
that way. It's always been that way.
Oh, it's always been legal for motorcycles to do that?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if it's so much legal as it is allowed,
Well, I
and
think maybe now it's legal because there was definitely I saw the article and I kind of skimmed it, and that's why I don't know all the information. But it implied that it was now legal to split the lanes in a motorcycle, which I think is about the most dangerous thing you can do if you're driving a motorcycle, because people will
yeah,
not see you coming if you're in between two cars. They go to change lanes, and then boom, you're right there.
you can only go 5 miles an hour faster than the traffic in the vehicle traffic, the automobile traffic. So if you follow those rules and keep it within 5 miles an hour faster, it's really actually safer because there's less chance of a rear end accident, and um, you're basically utilizing the maneuverability of the motorcycle to like get through traffic and avoid accidents. I used to ride a motorcycle, and the only time that I was in an accident while lane splitting was when another motorcycle cut me off, and he was trying to get into that the line and through the to it seemed like stop and go traffic, and I was probably going 10 miles an hour, when the traffic was just at a standstill, and so he cut me off, and I think I think other the one hazard for a motorcyclist who's lane splitting on a freeway is other motorcyclists who are sharing that space, and it's really just like a couple feet of space.
Right. Well,
But
and also, I mean, it's assuming that all the cars are going to stay in their lane. And, someone glances down at their phone, they might drift over a tiny bit and not know that you're there or whatever. Like, I don't know. I've never ridden a motorcycle, so I don't know exactly, but to me it seems as if it's less safe than if you just stay in line with everyone else.
yeah, I think the bottom line is it's just unsafe to ride a motorcycle in today's day and age, with everybody being so distracted. Doesn't matter whether they swerve left or right, or don't let you on when you're um, coming onto an on ramp. I've had this problem driving a full size 6,000 pound truck. I'm on the freeway. I'm highly visible. Somebody pulls up on an on ramp and doesn't accelerate fast enough and just disregards the fact that I'm occupying that space, going at a cruise speed, and like, what the hell? You almost just wiped yourself out. Luckily, I put on the brakes and got the fuck out of your way. But people are just absent-minded on the highways, from what I can tell. And it doesn't matter whether you're driving a car or a motorcycle. You really need to have your head on a swivel and look out for that guy who's going to crash into you.
Yep, situational awareness. All right, guys. I'm gonna get going, but I'm gonna leave this running live. So just if someone could keep posting links every once in a while, and maybe some other people will join and stuff too. And I might jump in later tonight. I'm not sure what my plans are yet.
All right, good to talk to you.
Where'd everybody go? I left for 5 minutes and I come back and everybody's gone. Well,
Yeah, I'm still here, Dano. I've got some work to do.
oh, okay.
I'm working this weekend. I got a big project I'm trying to wrap up.
Oh, gotcha.
So yeah, I just came in to talk about the lever action for a few, and I think I'm gonna back out of this call. Smeggy just left, but yeah, I'll probably be listening.
Oh, okay. So he's just letting it run on automatic pilot?
Yeah, sounds that way. Hopefully someone else will jump in. It's going to be a slow weekend, I think. But,
all right. Well, Luck, you enjoy. Are you going to have to work tomorrow as well?
This is Clay. Yeah, I'm just working like nonstop. I've got a plan in motion, and probably going to be establishing residency in another state in October. So I need to get out of this state.
Well, congratulations. Good luck with that plan.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
Without revealing the state, can you give me...
See, that's the thing. I don't want everyone to follow me, although they probably will anyway.
Well, I was just going to ask as far as general location of the country.
See, I'm a vanguard. I'm a trendsetter. I'm a good 10 years ahead of everybody else, it seems. Yeah, I'm in the West. I'm going east.
Gotcha.
And I've talked about it before, although I don't think I've been in a chat with you discussing it. So
yeah. Nope.
It's interesting because I've heard you in these chats for years, and you're not far from Chicago.
Right.
And I was in Chicago some 20 years ago, and I remember we just came in for a concert and to meet up with some friends, and it seemed like my recollection, it was on St. Patrick's Day, and it seemed like a really clean, really like well-run city. Maybe I was just in the downtown area, but we went to the big was it the John Hancock or no the Sears? We went to the Sears Tower, and they dyed the rivers green, and it was just like a really kind of clean, and it was in the spring, and it was sunny and cool, and I kind of thought I had a good impression of the city. See, I don't know what it was like 20 years ago in terms of crime, but it seems like it's pretty crazy right now, and
oh yeah,
I wouldn't go anywhere near there.
Yeah, I mean, 20 years ago, I would not have suggested moving there.
Okay.
And it's only gotten worse. And yeah, there are, like St. Patrick's Day, it's traditional Chicago thing. Even if you're not Irish, we call it you're Irish for a day. So it doesn't matter if you're African American or Polish, it just doesn't matter. Everybody's welcome to come and celebrate. But the city rolls out the carpets, and I mean literally, they have extra trash collection, the week leading up to, they make the parks perfect, the policing is heavy duty to try to get a temporary reduction in crimes. Now, there's nothing they can do about gang crimes, but where gang crimes are happening are not where tourists are likely to go. So that's probably why you had the impression you did. You came on a weekend that they really roll out the red carpets as far as trash collection, extra policing. Everybody puts out their best foot forward. And where all those events occur, there is minimal gang activity.
Yeah, I found a website just stumbling through the internet that has all of the crime statistics in Chicago in graphic form, and they have a very detailed breakdowns of like the number of this crime and that crime, and I'm basically talking about violent crime, in this neighborhood or that neighborhood, and they have it showed with like a bunch of little dots. And you look at the map with all these dots, and you're like, holy cow, that's the whole city covered in dots. But maybe not as many, like right where all the skyscrapers are, I guess.
Right. And for those listening, the site he's referring to is heyjackass.com. And you know, regardless of the name, it's the point of it is it's illustrating Chicago values. And all sorts of statistically, but not just in numbers, also graphically. And you know, because we all hear the headlines, but you know, when you see, you know, whether it's different people learn in different ways. Whether it's you understand pie charts, you understand bar charts, you understand basic statistics, and the difference between shot versus killed. You know. All that, as well as a graphical layout of the city itself and where are these things occurring. So if you want to look that up just for your own education, it's heyjackass.com. Yeah, that's one of the sites I have bookmarked whenever either the question of violence over time comes up. It's a great site to go to because it's all right there at your fingertips. And and the one thing that they can't do there, because they don't make up the stats, they collect the stats. They're an aggregator of statistics. But if the FBI, as an example, does not separate suicides from homicides, obviously gun deaths is going to be tilted in a certain direction as far as the statistics of how many people die from gun deaths. It's not that the number's not true. It's just it's leading people to the impression that it was all by criminal violence, where in fact it was self-inflicted. Some of it.
I thought the site was very well done, despite its juvenile name. If that is in fact the site I went to, it was like one of the most professionally set up sites I've ever been to, and you just kind of start to go numb as you read through all this data and the way they portray it as like, this is tragic, but they're kind of putting a little twist on it with their graphics, and I don't know. It's almost the kind of thing you've just got to separate yourself from emotionally, because I mean the numbers really are astounding, and this is the kind of shit that goes on in war in the Middle East, not in America, but this is just one city.
Well, that's what many people like to think, and I agree with you about the name of the website. Is the reason I think it's wrong is because we need as many people we can logically bring to our side as possible. And although the name is kind of immature and childish, but it turns some people off enough that they won't even look at the website. And that's why I don't like the name of the website, is because then we're not getting our message out there. Because it's turning some people off before they even look at it. For those sensitive people. Or they may think it's something that it isn't, because of the name of the website.
So remind me, Dano, with your permit, your newly acquired permit, can you walk anywhere? I mean, anywhere in the public Chicago metro area with a gun, your permit legally, other than the courts and such?
Well, I can go anywhere in the state of Illinois, with the exception of exempt locations. And there's a list of, last I looked, it was 33 types of places.
Right. But basically, just walking down the street in Chicago, you're okay.
Yes.
And somebody who has an address, a domicile in Chicago, they can get that same carry permit with their FOID card or whatever it is, like just as easily as you. I mean, I say easily, just the same that you did. Is that correct?
As long as they don't live in publicly subsidized housing, yes.
So is yours like an enhanced carry, or?
Well, it's a shall issue. It is shall issue. and that's a big plus. But because one of the no carry zones is public housing. So, and if you're unfortunate enough to be, because no one wants to live in public housing, but if that's where you are forced to live because you don't have enough financial success going on in your life, chances are you might have a higher chance to need protection than you or I. Yet you are denied that. If I'm on the sidewalk, yes, I can walk up and down the sidewalk to my apartment or to my home, but if there's an event going on in the park, I cannot transverse the park. I have to walk around the park with my concealed firearm. I cannot go on city buses to get to and from work or shopping or anything.
See, that's ridiculous.
I cannot
so
get on the train.
Y'all don't have enhanced carry then?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by enhanced carry.
Well, in Mississippi, like I have a regular gun permit, but you take a class and it's enhanced carry. Basically, you can carry any place at any time, whether they have postings on public buildings or not. You can even carry it in a courtroom with a judge's permission, but you can't carry it on any federal property and any police station. Anywhere else, even if they have it posted or not, I'm still allowed to carry inside.
Yeah. No, we do not have that sort of enhanced carry, and we do have last I checked, the highest training requirement in the nation. We have 20 hours of training, which includes a proficiency firing test.
Oh,
and of course, that's not free. You have to pay a private certified instructor to perform that. And your application to the state is also not free.
Yeah, I had to pay. I think it was $135 for the my permit, and then $85 for the enhancement class.
Okay.
And we just had back in January, the governor signed. Now, instead of retaking the enhancement class every 5 years, that would cost an additional $85 every 5 years. Now it's good for the rest of your life. I don't have to take and that endorsement's on my firearm card.
The whole thing about, especially training that they want to require for when your license expires is then the state has built up a training industry, and a training industry is going to want to protect itself. So most likely, not at the individuals, but the industry is not going to want to eliminate, let's say, follow-on training requirements, because that's how they make their money. Now, I'm not saying making money is a bad thing. No, that's fine. But we shouldn't do it at the expense of someone else's freedom. And I'm of the opinion that if there is any training, it should simply be the safety rules, and that's it.
Right.
Well, 20 hours is a lot. 20 hours, that's several days.
Yeah.
And, I mean, yeah, you're paying for every hour of that training. Now, the question I had for you, Dana, was, do you have to do that 20 hours every time you renew your permit, and how often do you have to renew your permit?
I renew it, I believe, every 5 years, and currently the requirement training for re-upping is a one-day class instead of a 2-day class.
Well, that's reasonable.
And now, when you say that's reasonable, do you think people during that 5 years may have forgotten the 4 safety rules?
No, I'm just going off of the last permit that I got that had to do 8 hours the first time and then 4 hours upon renewal. Mm-hmm. So that's like a 2-to-1 ratio, and so yours is like what, a
2-to-1.
2-to-1 also?
Yeah, there's still a proficiency test.
Yeah, you got to qualify, and I'm totally down with it. Like, if you can't shoot the target at 7 yards, then you got to start asking yourself, should you be carrying a gun? Because you're a liability to yourself and others. So I think these requirements are sensible. Would it be nice not to have any requirements?
I'm going to
Yeah,
challenge that,
but
and I'm going to challenge it using the analogy of driving. When Grandpa gets too old, we don't mandate him, you didn't do perfect on your driving test. We're immediately yanking your keys. Just because he doesn't drive as well as he used to. Now, there's still a standard, but there's a difference because driving is a privilege. It's not a right. We don't say, Grandpa, you can't talk about that because you've lost the ability to talk about that subject coherently. Therefore, you can't talk about it at all.
yeah, I mean, we can make all kinds of analogies, but what it comes down to is the fact that typically people are driving every day, and they may or may not be shooting their gun on a regular basis. And also, like shooting a gun isn't like riding a bike. It's something that can be traumatic
Well, I
to
didn't mention
people, and
riding
they
a
may
bike,
avoid it. And whereas
but you can kill just
driving,
as many or more people with a car.
right, but generally speaking, it's not its intent. It's to kill people.
Unless you're in France, and then it's a truck. I'm just saying these things happen. It's not all that uncommon. Every once in a while, it hits the news where somebody mistook, the gas for the brake pedal. Somebody who's up in years, and it's not like it's ever happened before. It's probably the first time, but they panicked, so they just hit that pedal even harder, thinking it was the brake.
I would have absolutely no problem if I had to go and take a driving test every 10 years, or hell, even every 5 years. If it didn't cost that much, I have absolutely no problem with that requirement. So bring it on.
Hey guys, I have a quick question for you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Does anybody know where to find Charles's Constitution song? I know G after the Every Second Matters event, he put together an awesome list of all the links, and I failed to bookmark it, so I'm an idiot.
Did you check Charles' website for Liberty Watch? Just Google it.
Liberty Watch Radio?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try that.
Now it'll start playing in the background. I know he's got it there, but he might have a downloadable link. If you like this song, click here to download, sort of a thing. If you don't, I would suggest just leave a message here on Gun Channels for G-Webs and ask, tell them you really like the song and where you can download a copy of it.
Right on. Yeah, I woke up with an itch today to hear it, so I was searching on YouTube and whatnot, and just couldn't come across it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. But getting back to what we were talking about, Clay, I guess I view rights as mutually exclusive of each other, and that a right is not even relative close to a privilege. And I think maybe that's where you and I diverge philosophies. And I'm not trying to convert you or anything like that. I'm just trying to see where it is that you and I kind of split thought patterns.
It would be great. It would be great if we could just carry guns in our pockets and not have to worry about the safety implications. But we're not getting the education as we grow up in schools in this country. We're not getting the training as part of any normal course of events. So I think it's really good. And one of the things that's surprised me about gun channels and YouTube personalities is that there really isn't this desire to go and get training every year. I mean, it's one thing with G-Webs, he put the caveat at the end of all his videos to go take a class every year, right?
Right.
stay fresh. And so I would just like to see more people. I know you took a Masad Ayub class recently.
Yes, just this
What?
March.
That was just like a classroom event, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I think we all need to get out there on the range with a qualified trainer and a group of random people next to us, and just go through the motions, squeeze off 1,000 rounds in a weekend,
Mm-hmm.
and do that every year, or every 2 years, so that we are comfortable, and it is just a routine reaction if we ever have to draw our firearm in self-defense.
And I'm not saying you're wrong. I believe training is great, and I know since just before the year before carry was a possibility, I started taking training classes. It's just that not everybody can afford to take a training class. So does that mean that if you are not financially able, you are by default denied that right? I mean, I'm lucky that once a year, most years, I can have enough left over that I can buy 1,000 rounds. I can take a few days off, and if need to be, travel, get a hotel, and blow off 800 to 1,000 rounds over a 2.5-day weekend. And I tried to do, and it's only been a few years, but I've since taken 3 classes in the last 3 years, because again, it is expensive, but I think I can have a good chance of keeping the once-a-year thing going. But I don't think someone should be punished because they can't. And I understand you feel different, and I'm not trying to convert you. I'm just trying to explain my position. Because we do want this to be an open and friendly environment. So it's not about, I'm going to keep beating on you until you change your mind. No, that's not what this is about.
So where y'all live, y'all have pretty strict gun laws then, huh?
Oh, I didn't realize I was muted. But yeah, I mean, since I took over 40 hours of live fire training, I feel like that knowledge was ingrained in me, and it's not going away. If I practice once a month, like I will maintain those abilities for the 5-step draw, and for shooting on the move, and for target acquisition, sight picture, sight alignment, all the things that you learn, and you run through the motions. But at the same time, I feel like it's been 2 years now since I've had any training, and I feel like I just want to get back into it and just learn maybe if there's anything new, or a different perspective. And I think it's, you don't have to do the 1,000-round weekend thing. You could take a 1-day class. The first class I took was a CCW class where I just sat there and listened to some law and some philosophy, and then I got 2 permits, with all the paperwork that went along with it. But yeah, that kind of just got me into it. And it's not even just firearms, it's anything that you choose as an endeavor in life. There's somebody who knows a lot more than you, who's out there and willing to transfer that knowledge and ability to you. So you should seek that out, and it'll make you a better person. And you'll find that you can do that with not just one thing or 2 things, but maybe a dozen things, and then just become that much better and more well-rounded.
I believe, the path to mastering anything is being the continuing student, knowing that you will never know it all, but always being open to new information. And there's no class that covers everything. So that almost by default requires one to re-educate with different teachers that have different knowledge bases because they have different experiences, things to teach you, and you have to go in regardless of your experience level with an open mind of there are things that I can learn here to incorporate that will make me better or will allow me to enjoy this sport that I enjoy, or allow me to be better at, if God help me, I ever need to defend myself, to do that. I am all for training. Absolutely. It's the required training that gives me heartburn. And again, I'm just using my state because it's what I know best. It's the low-income people are the one that have the highest barriers, because where they live, they can't carry. How they get transportation, they cannot carry. And then, you know, the cost by the time all is said and done, not including the cost of the firearm, is $600 to $700. Now, for some people, that may be no big deal, or they can save over 2-3 months and collect that up. But for some people, that's big time money. Now, not everybody. I'm not trying to make an excuse for everybody who lives in public housing, who might have, you know, some car with Hot Wheels on it, or all jacked up or something, because, you know, you spend your money according to your priorities. Now, is it the car, or is it your life and the safety of your life? That's up to each person to make that decision.
Yeah, but it just seems today like the political folks that are around in our country, they want to do anything and everything they can. It doesn't matter where you are, to ban anything firearm. I mean, firearms are the demon, you know, the devil, or some ridiculous thing like that. You know, whatever happened to, you know, the right for us to arm ourselves and protect ourselves?
Well, I think there'll always be a portion of, whether it's politics or just personal beliefs, that believe that the second applies only to the military, and, believe it or not, the hunters. And if that's their belief, it's like I'm going to use an analogy again. It's like a belief in God. I cannot convince you either there is or there is not a God just by discussion. You believe it or you don't. It's called faith. Well, they have this faith of what the Second Amendment means. And no discussion can change that belief system that they have. And there's a small group in the middle that is willing to have, like we're having a conversation here, where Clay and I have two different perspectives on the required training thing, yet we're still having a civil conversation. That I have not found that to be more than likely possible with people who are anti-gun.
Right.
I found it very difficult. I'm talking friends and family, I'm not talking strangers, to have a civil discussion like I'm having with Clay right now.
Yeah, because they'll go to a place like, well, you're going to need to register and get insurance, just like you do with a car.
Mm-hmm. Now, it's funny that you mentioned insurance, and again, I don't think it should be required, but I do have insurance through the Armed Citizens Defense Network, that if I am involved in an incident, they will they are the first call. It's 24/7 service. They will come up with bail as well as an attorney for me that will be prepaid.
Yeah, I'm going to get some of that insurance myself as soon as I get some cash.
Yeah. Now, not all those insurance programs are the same. So, and as well as some of them offer a basic plan, a silver plan, and a gold plan. So it's kind of up to you and your finances as to what you may think is good, what you can afford. If you can't afford the basic, I understand you can't afford the basic. But at least getting you out of jail the following night, no, the following day, excuse me, and putting you in contact with a lawyer that actually does these sorts of cases and wasn't doing real estate yesterday and today he's a criminal defense lawyer. That's not the guy you want. You know, they put you in touch with people that do this sort of thing for a living. Especially if you live in I live in a small town. We don't have any of those lawyers here because I live in a small town. We have the kind of lawyers that do real estate and, you know, what I'll call the more general purpose, generic type lawyering. But you know, they're not overly expensive. But you know, if so, I think that most people who've already gotten over their speed bump of being able to conceal carry in their state can probably get at least a basic sort of insurance plan. But it's a philosophy. If you don't believe in it, that's fine. So you have to live your own life, and I'm all about that. I'm not trying to tell people what to do. I'm just asking people to consider it.
Yeah, well, in the state that I live in, insurance is required for a vehicle. So the people who don't want guns around would tell you that you need to require it for a gun, whether it's just kept in your house or whether you are fortunate enough to be able to carry it in public. And I, you know, again, the more insurance you can secure for your belongings and your way of life, the better off you're going to be. So I'm all for it. In terms of registration, I've had registration for all the handguns I've purchased through the state. So I'm used to that. Okay. Now, do I believe in it? No. But in terms of like making people comfortable with the idea of everybody owning a gun and having it registered, then like, okay, fine. If it makes you feel comfortable about that. But it's never going to happen for every single firearm, whether you make it a law or not. There's always going to be somebody who does something criminal with a gun. So he's not going to register it. And I think it's just an idea. It just makes people feel good about themselves. And of course, the politicians and the bureaucrats are going to gain control of these laws. So, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't take much to cause trouble in America. And I don't know if you guys are watching me or not, but I have a view of a boys' home across the street that often has police activity at it, and it's probably just some kid who's you know, mad today or whatever.
Yeah, I was kind of watching your thumbnail there.
And you know, I've seen kids getting the shit kicked out of them on the sidewalk right in front of my house before, but today it just looks like somebody's having a bad day, and you know, the guns are the least of our issue in this area.
I do have a question for you. Do you remember or recall, not the exact year, but just generally, when did handgun registration take effect in California?
Well, it's before I got here.
I mean, is it like a 60s thing?
No, I don't think it's that far. I think it was back in '94, but I'm not sure. Maybe it was in the '60s. I don't know. I bet you DB knows.
Yeah.
Again, you know, it's always been a reality for me. So, but just recently, in the past, was it like 2 or 3 years ago, they started registering long guns, and so that raised my ire. And yeah, it's really been downhill the past few years with this crazy legislation they keep pushing through. And you know what? People. The funny thing is, people probably appreciate it. That's the
Hey,
funny
Moon, are you talking?
You can hear me? Handgun registration happened in California in '92, I think.
Oh, okay.
And then, like, the crime bill followed California's.
Gotcha. So it was registration in California and then the Clinton ban.
Yeah. Well, it was assault weapon ban in California, I think, first.
Well, I meant registration. I was just curious when the registration began in California of pistols.
At the same time their assault weapons ban did. That's what
Okay.
I'm saying. I don't know, though.
Yeah, I didn't know it was the same bill.
I'm just going off vague memory.
It's good enough for me. Yeah, I'm not writing this down as a pop quiz question. What year in California did registration begin for revolver pistols?
Nah, you wouldn't want to put a question in there that I might be able to answer.
And then put in, and then I want to know what year did they require registration for semi-automatic pistols?
Like the Top Gun question on Friday.
You know, like,
I had no idea. I
yeah,
just thought of like the first location in the movie I could think of and typed it.
yeah. Yeah, and that's where Z really helps me out with because I really suck at movies, and between the gun movie of the day, and then every couple of weeks I'll ask him to throw in a handful of gun movie questions, and just and he's good about he'll go back and not just go off his memory, but he's got some access to so many of them and verify what he remembers is actually what was said in the movie or what was done.
So we're looking at Top Gun, Big Trouble in Little China, and Iron Eagle questions. And Red Dawn, maybe a little Red Dawn.
Could be.
I'm gonna get inside C's brain. Watch all them movies.
Yeah. Yeah. If you know which, of course, he likes. I think he's kind of like Marco is with gym shoes. I think Z is like with movies.
Well,
maybe I'm wrong.
I don't know. Z likes all kinds of movies, but he likes cheesy movies more than most people.
Right, but he also likes mainstream movies as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the cheesy movies, I don't give them the time of day.
When I was a kid, or in my 20s, when I was in my teens and 20s, I was a huge movie buff, and I knew all the actors' names. I knew old movies, new movies, directors.
There was a period of time in the 80s and 90s where I did not see movies at all because I thought that they were way too expensive, and then when places like Blockbuster finally came around, I had a couple of kids. I was married. Money was tight. I was already working 6.5 days a week, and money was still tight. And the idea of just going out, spending $4 on a movie, if I could have doubled that, I could have gotten us all something to eat as a treat for the week. I mean, money was tight.
Yeah, I never really went to the theater a lot either. I depended on like West Coast Video and Blockbuster and all the video rental stores.
Yeah. The one concept that I think would work better if they improved it is the red box. Basically the soda can dispenser of DVDs. If somehow they were able to expand their selection, because like I do have a local red box in the small town I live in, and yet there's a lot of movies that have been out for 4, 5, 6 months and they don't have them, and it's not because they're checked out. There's one box and that's their maximum capacity.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if they can chain electronically, like chain those machines together, so like if you put two machines together you can double the capacity of how many movies you carry at that site, or if it's just one box, that's it.
They could do that. There's probably like a super red box somewhere that has like all the movies or whatever. But they could build it wider and taller. Because really the inventory of the DVDs could be on this like this oval-shaped wheel that looks like a tank tread.
Right.
So
Oh
that would
yeah.
be
I mean,
inside the tall part of the machine, and that would hold like thousands, thousands of movies.
oh yeah, and I mean I've already assumed that it's right now they're carrying thousands of movies. It's just that how many copies of the same movie are they carrying? So, I mean, you may have 5 copies of The Princess and the Bride, but how many copies of John Wick do you have?
Yeah.
Or do you have any? I mean,
Well,
my local Redbox doesn't have
Redbox
it.
typically new movies, right?
What's that?
Redbox is typically newer movies, like
Well,
new
exactly. But like I use John Wick as an example. It's not even offered at my local Redbox. It's not that it was checked out. So
I don't know if it's a deal with either studios or what, but sometimes other venues to get the media gets it before others. So
yeah.
Redbox might not have it because they just don't have the license to rent it out yet. But I don't know.
Yep.
You had a question the other night about the Terran Tactical base plates.
Oh, whether if there was a picture that you had, and I can't remember which firearm it was, but it was an extended uh, magazine plate, and whether it was the Terran Tactical or somebody else's.
Yeah, no, it was the Vickers +2. Yeah, for the Glock 43.
Um, so was that because Terran Tactical didn't offer one, or they were more expensive, or something else?
Terran Tactical has them at my, you go on their website, they're like $35.
Mm-hmm.
At my gun shop, you can get a +1 for 25, and then the +2 for 28, and it comes with a spring.
Mm-hmm.
And I went in there specifically to go grab one, and then I saw the Vickers right next to it, and it was polymer base pad, and it came with a spring, its own
Mm-hmm.
spring, and it was only $12. So I figured, fuck it, I'm gonna get the Vickers and try that out. And then I brought it to the Poconos with me and shot the shit out of it. I didn't have any malfunctions, so
Yeah.
I
Now,
figured I'd go with that before the Terran Tactical next time, just because of the price. And the drop and free part is, I don't know. I haven't really tried. I haven't really messed around with that. That was one good thing about the Terran Tactical.
I mean that's something you don't necessarily need to load it up because obviously the magazine's going to be empty when you really want it to drop free.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's and I'm assuming just because of the cost, it's got to be MIM. But not everything needs to be machined.
The Vickers one?
Yeah,
It's
due to cost.
polymer.
Oh, it's polymer. Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's like a Glock base plate, like
like
a Glock
the Pierce
+2.
extensions.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I figured that they knew what they were doing right off the bat, since the +2 came with a spring for the Vickers one. Because I knew a +2 you'd have to change a spring.
Now it's funny that you mentioned that because I got +2 Pierce extension for my Glock 26. I got 2 of them, and I have one mag that does not have the extension. And I use that for when I'm carrying. So that little heel there is reduced, and it conceals a little bit nicer. But then spare magazine, I usually go with the +2, or depending on what I'm wearing, I may carry a Glock 17 mag as my backup magazine. But
Yeah, since I can fit my whole hand on the flat base plate of the Glock 43 mag, or grip,
mhm.
with the mag inside it, That's how I carry it, and then the spare is the one with the +2.
Right. My finger curls up just nice and tight underneath the base plate.
Yeah.
On the 26. So it doesn't feel like it's hanging out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, that's what mine does for on the 26. For some reason, the Glock, I guess because it's the the thinness of it,
Mm-hmm.
I can get my full hand on the 43, but on the 26, my pinky is a no-go.
Yeah.
Weird.
But I still have the magazine with the Pierce +2. Oh, I know what I was going to say is, but they didn't send me a replacement spring. And I thought, well, let's see how this goes. So I used at the range just the two 10 rounders with the +2 extension with the standard spring in it, thinking, okay, at some point I'm going to get, those last couple rounds are not going to want to cycle properly. And I've had those extensions because I had the gun before we had concealed carry. So I want to say I've had them at least 3 years.
Yeah.
The extensions, and I have not yet had a problem with round 11 or 12.
Yeah,
Out
you
of it.
probably won't. The magazines, since they're double stacked, the spring is wider, so you're not really extending the mag as far as you would on the single stack. You know what I mean?
Right. It's only
Longer spring, and the OEM factory Glock +2 never came with an extra spring. You know what I mean?
right. Yeah, because it only needs to be the length of one round
Yeah.
deeper to fit two because they're side by side.
Yeah, that's why I trusted the +1 Terran Tacticals with no extra spring, because it was basically that it barely made it any bigger than the factory base plate, but it added an extra round.
Yeah. And it's funny because that conversation when you go to single stacks inevitably brings up the concept of well, why would one round matter? Well, you don't realize how much one round matters until you only have 6.
Yeah.
And then suddenly one more round sounds really nice
Yeah.
because
Sure.
you can't predict whether you'll need that round or not.
Why not have a 43 with 9 rounds in it, ready to go, if you want to carry it that way?
It's a really silly question. Why not have another round if you can carry it conveniently and if it doesn't bother you, why not have as many rounds as possible? What's the issue?
Well,
Yeah.
the issue is some people, because of the way they dress, the clothing they wear, they may not be able to, because of the length of the grip, will have either less difficult or more difficult time trying to conceal the heel of the grip as it pokes out.
But that +1 doesn't really add nothing.
Right. The one he's talking about.
The point is, what I'm trying to say is, it's not a question of if it matters or not. It's a matter if you can conceal it and carry it comfortably. If you can conceal it and carry it comfortably, why not have it? If you can't, then that's another issue. But as long as you can, why not have it? Why not have?
It's cool to be if you're fine with the regular mags and you don't think you really need another round. 6 + 1 is 7.
Sure.
I think that's fine. That's cool. But if you want it, I get what you're saying. If you want an extra round, why not?
Yeah,
There's people out there that'll complain either way or bust the other person's balls. To me, it's however you want to carry it.
Yeah, but there's a difference between if you're at 6 and adding 1 and you're at 17 adding 1.
Yeah, sure.
It's like, at 6, there's a lot more justification for possibly wanting that extra round. At 17, what are you really getting? You should be changing magazines.
Yeah, I basically carry as many rounds and magazines as I legally and physically can.
I mean, but yeah, I suppose if you can conceal in 20 rounds, why not? I mean, I don't disagree with that at all. It's just
I I concealed 28 in the spare mags, 14 and plus one, so 15 plus 28. I don't know. I can't do math, but and I conceal it just fine. Not a problem.
now how your 28 rounder. How many times, just as a guess, would you estimate that that's been cycled from empty to full capacity to empty again?
That's two
No, I don't.
14-round mags, then.
Two 14-round mags.
Oh, I thought you said a 28 round. I thought you were talking about
No,
a fun stick.
That'd be one hell of a print.
Yeah. At that point, I need a drum. No, I just have 3 regular mags for my CZ, and they're fine.
Okay,
I can conceal.
gotcha.
I can conceal them, and if I don't want to, like if I'm wearing something else, then I can always just put 1 spare mag in my pocket. I'm fine with 28. I don't think you need, like, the chance that you'll need 30 rounds of 9mm are pretty slim, but if I can, I have it. If I can't, I don't have it. It's actually a very simple question. Either you can or you can't.
Well, if you need that many, you better be running away because you're losing the fight.
Well, I don't know. I could be theoretically in Israel in a situation where there are 2 bad guys with submachine guns, and I'm the only armed person there at that point, and I need to protect a whole bunch of other people, and I'm gonna fight to the last bullet, and then I'm gonna fucking bite them. I'm not gonna run away. I don't run away.
And yes, you are correct. And so sometimes I say things, and I'm really all not that convicted towards them. And your situation is more intense than our situation, and so I would certainly agree with that.
Oh shit, the Hot Wheels Service Center on. Remember the 80s, or I love the 80s.
Well, I got to step out for a few, but I'm gonna just mute myself.
Have fun. Did anybody have this? Was this in Israel?
What, Hot Wheels?
Yeah, Hot Wheels Service Center. The thing that flipped
Uh,
open, and then it had like 2 levels. It had like a garage and a car wash.
I know what it is, but I'm a little bit too young to remember it because I was born like 1987. So
I remember that. A friend of mine had it.
That thing was the shit.
but I know what it is. That's cool. I used to, my equivalent of Hot Wheels was like toys called Micro Machines.
Yeah, I had those.
Those were awesome, man. There were so many tanks and planes.
They had
My-
micro machines where you could open the micro machine, and there was an even tinier one inside the micro machine.
There was so much stuff, man. My mom probably cursed the day that company started having business. I must have had hundreds of them. They were awesome. Especially the military ones. I like the military ones. I had cars too. But I had a bunch of tanks, planes, bases. My mom actually liked them because before they came to Israel with those, actually in the beginning she started bringing them from the US, and then they showed up in Israel as well, but they were horribly expensive here. But my mom's problem was that I had so many, green plastic soldiers, just the regular ones. I had so many of them. I had like 5 buckets of them. And my mom would come back from work, and she would have like the entire living room would be a battlefield. So she wanted to get me smaller ones, just so so the battlefield will be smaller. Because otherwise it would take like half of the house. That was good times. Yeah, I'm looking at pictures of the Hot Wheels. Oh, that's cool, man. I definitely want that as a kid. Was it affordable at the time, or was it like?
Yeah, I don't
horribly
remember.
expensive?
I remember having a couple of them. Like, a couple of them broke, and then they would go out and give me another one. But it's not like my parents. It's not like my mom was rich. My dad was probably gone by then. But yeah, I think they were like probably $30 or something.
Oh, $30 isn't that cheap for the 80s.
Eh, maybe they were 20. I don't know.
No, I'm saying.
I don't think they
I
were
just,
that expensive, to be
I
honest.
just, I just told my mom a couple of days ago. Like, I remember she was like my parents were divorced, and I don't ever remember wanting something. I told her I don't remember. Like, I'm very thankful to you that like I don't remember ever wanting something and not getting it. Sometimes she would tell me like, "Are you sure you want this? Wait 1 week. If in 1 week you still want it, because kids sometimes want something today, they don't want it the next day." So she would be like, if in 1 week you still want it, I'll get it for you. And then sometimes I'd forget about it. Sometimes, but she never said no. She would always get me. And I didn't want that much stuff. Like everything I wanted were toy guns and like toy soldiers. I didn't like most of it wasn't expensive or anything. I had like 20, 30 toy guns, something like that.
I had a lot of toy guns.
Had regular toy guns, and then you had probably Nerf guns, right?
No, I didn't have no Nerf guns.
No, we
No?
had the BB pistols, and my brother and I would play war out in the woods and shoot each other with our BB pistols.
Yeah, I had this one that came, it was a dart gun. It came with a dartboard, but you could also shoot pellets out of it. And it was real heavy. It was like metal. And you just
Heck
cut
yeah.
back the little slide in the back, like a Ruger, one of them Ruger 22s or whatever, but it looked like a full-size 9mm.
Yeah, that's what we had. It had the
Yeah.
action of the Mark II.
Yeah, they were cool.
I had something like a Nerf gun that was like a sort of like a pump action, but it had six, places for Nerf darts. Man, being a kid is fun. I'd totally agree to like be a kid for 1 year again.
I don't know about nowadays.
No, it's still fun, man. Because you don't have any worries. If you're a kid, I'm not.
Probably being a poor kid is fun. Being a
Well,
rich
no.
kid is like your face smashed into a tablet or a video game all day.
I don't know that being a poor kid
Phone.
is fun, man.
Maybe it's not fun when dinner time comes, but
Yeah,
when you're having dirt wars outside, like I used to have,
yeah, we had.
it's good times. I always see little poor kids smiling. Little
Did
rich
you
kids, I always see fucking whining and crying.
Did you have a bicycle?
Yeah,
Ah, man.
I had to build one at half a Schwinn and half a red line. Built my first BMX bike.
Sweet. Did you have the handlebars for the red line?
Yeah,
Nice.
yep. The frame was a Schwinn.
Awesome.
I had an actual BMX.
I was a Huffy guy myself. You could get them at Walmart for cheap.
Yeah, I had a few Huffies.
I don't think people would let like their kids do like ride their bicycle around like my mom let me back then. Like people are so fucking overprotective today.
I
We
had a
rode
Huffy.
miles out, and like nobody was worried because they knew that I'm not gonna be an idiot and kill myself.
I almost killed myself on my Huffy.
Oh, obviously I almost killed myself a couple times, but I didn't actually kill myself.
Yeah, it was just like bouncing off the ground a few times without a helmet. Hey, you get up, you wipe the dirt off, and you get right back at it.
I almost impaled myself with a bike. I hit a car and the handlebars turned sideways, and then right under my sternum, where there's no bones, the handlebar like went in and made a circular cut. Like shit,
Oh,
it hurt.
I had that. I got ran over by Bill Dance, the guy who had a fisherman show. He was a fisherman, like one of the well-known fishermen. And in our neighborhood,
This is a
he
very
had a buddy
random
that
story.
lived in the neighborhood, and I was coming right out of the woods, and he just, I mean, smacked right with a truck. And he stopped real quick. I'm like, oh, it's okay. Oh, are you Bill Dance? He's like, yeah, bud, you okay? I was like, yeah, hey, great. Thanks for hitting me.
That's very low standards for fame.
Indeed.
Oh, God.
Get his autograph.
Were you like all excited to tell the other kids you almost get killed by him?
Yeah, my brother saw what happened. He's like, oh man, that's Bill Dance. So they started talking. I was younger, but they started talking and stuff about the horse.
Yes, autograph.
No, I almost lost my life, but hey, it's cool.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah. You know, when Bob was a kid, he had one of those bicycles with the huge wheel on the front.
A penny farthing, it was called.
Yep.
Yeah, it's called a penny farthing, and they were a pig to ride. I actually had one in my backyard that was sitting there falling apart. It was somebody's bike from years before, and we used to try to ride it, and it was just a killer.
I think those have to be exactly to your size or something, so for it to be feasible.
You had to be able to reach the pedals, and they had, like, you know, because it was direct drive, you pedaled the front wheel. It was really stupid.
Well, you say that now, but was the peak of technology at the time, so.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, once they came out with a safety bike, oh man, that just turned things around. Because it was a lot nicer in cities to not have horses everywhere.
Yeah, now we just have jackasses everywhere.
Yeah, but if you think the cars pollute, you put a couple of 100,000 horses into a city. Like, you can't walk on the fucking roads. There's just shit everywhere.
So does anybody have any interesting firearms or goals or anything for the rest of the year, or any big project for the coming year?
Ammo. I just need
Well,
5.56.
there is the gun show loophole tour that's coming up right away. 2 months, I'll be back in the States, and we're gonna start hitting more gun shows and gun shops again. That's gonna be a hoot.
Very nice.
Still working on getting the brakes on my trailer so I can stop going down the mountains this time. Gets a little sporting otherwise. But I'm still trying to figure out what guns to bring down. I mean, of course, I can't bring my Norenkos, but you know, and I want to bring the SVT.
You called the ATF?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's
They
like
said no.
Oh no, I can bring about 1,000 rounds per gun. They said.
You're in Norenkos, though. They said you can bring them or no?
No, they said I can't bring the Norenkos.
Whack.
I know. It's not like I'm gonna sell them down there. But that's okay. I still got lots of shit to bring down. It was just cool because they're so cheap.
You still
they
have
are.
a VZ?
Eh?
You still have your VZ?
Oh yeah, that's coming. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, that's coming. All my pistols are coming. The SVT-40. A couple of shotguns. That'll be about it.
That is mind-blowing.
Hmm?
To me. To me, that is mind-blowing that you can cross that border with all those guns. That's fucking unbelievable.
No, I'm going down there to shoot, so.
No, it's great.
Permit, right?
I'm not against it. I'm not against it in any way. It's just I don't like. It's really really strange for someone, you know, out of that area to wrap their hand.
Oh yeah.
Around.
The whole Canadian-American border is weird. Like I say, I mean, they didn't even, when I went down last year, they didn't check me going in, they didn't check me going back. I mean, at least the American border crossing guard actually came out and talked to me. The Canadian guy never left his booth. You know. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting crossing the border. It'll be a little different going through with guns this time because I have to have all the paperwork and hand it to them, and that'll be interesting. But yeah, in Canada, all I need is my gun permit, and I can go to the border. It's fine. That's all I need to cross the border from Canada into the States. Is just my gun permits.
But then can you carry like a pistol on you in the U.S.?
I think where there's constitutional carry, as long as I have a reason to have a gun, according to the Arizona Citizens Defense League, because I was talking to them when I was down there, and they said as long as I have a reason to have a gun, and I have and I have the ability to own a gun, that yeah, with constitutional carry, because there is no carry law, there's no reason for me not to be able to carry it. So yeah, they got lawyers on their thing, so I'm pretty sure they're right. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna go to I think it's Utah, and I can get a concealed carry permit there, and then that gets me concealed carry in pretty much every other state, or a whole lot of other states. So that'll kind of cover that. Plus, I want to have a concealed carry because Arizona would only be open carry.
I've got a Utah permit.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the few states that you can actually go from out of the country and get a concealed carry permit.
They're pretty good about it. Just had to submit fingerprints, application, fee, take an 8-hour class, I had to hold the gun, demonstrate that I could pull the trigger. I also got my Florida permit that way.
So if I was to fly from Israel to Utah, I could get a concealed carry license in Utah, which is
good in
reciprocated by. Wow. All right.
And if you were coming to either take a shooting course or to go hunting, you can bring your handgun with the proper paperwork from ATF.
No, I could never get my handgun out of Israel, but
well,
the Israeli authorities would be like, no, what the fuck is wrong with you? Where do you think you're?
That's hilarious. Because, yeah, there's the problem. Like, when I was down there, the only gun I could legally buy without a green card was a black powder cap and ball pistol. But I could buy one of those and carry it, because they're not a gun.
What do you mean legally buy? Can't you buy it? You could buy it in a private transaction, no?
Technically, I could, but it would also technically be illegal. So it's like...
Oh, it would?
I'm pretty sure it would. I mean, it depends on how you read the law, but I would rather err on the side of safety.
Yeah, but then if I go to the U.S. and I have a concealed carry license and I can't buy a gun, but I'm with a friend that has a bunch of guns, can he loan me his gun?
I don't think so. Yeah, that's why you have only loaned me a taser.
It's too much freedom for me. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Probably though, what you can do is because it's not that hard to get a permit in Canada for a handgun. So you could come to Canada, get a permit there, and then you could buy a handgun in Canada and go to the States.
That's a lot of work.
It is, yeah, but it's one way to do it.
It'd be. It's easier for me to just go into Syria with a gun.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that the truth, hey? But
Yeah,
you
man.
you can get some really nice little black powder pistols that you could easily carry concealed. And, they worked in the 1880s just fine. That's what Hickok carried all the time. He carried black powder 32 Navy pistols.
Who carried?
Wild Bill.
Oh, yeah, okay.
He didn't trust cartridges.
I wouldn't feel very safe carrying that.
Well, if you
Oh,
carry
man.
mini balls, you're fine. But if you're using just regular round balls, I wouldn't do it.
You can't keep it cocked because
Yeah, well, they're single action. You wouldn't want to.
yeah,
But
They're
you can
single action.
pull that hammer back.
Single action revolvers that don't have a safety, obviously, because they're revolvers.
Yeah, but they're safe. You carry them on an empty chamber.
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
I never did it just because I didn't want to buy all the accoutrements to go with black powder. Because I have all that stuff already, just from when I used to shoot black powder. So it was like, I don't want to buy it again.
Yeah, I need to get a green card. Somebody sponsor me.
Yeah. Well, that's what I say. I'm really tempted to just go and get a green card when I come down, and just because that allows me to stay there. Basically, I don't have to come run back to Canada every 5 to 6 months.
Yes, and then you can adopt me.
Yeah. This is my Israeli son.
You'll be like, I know it seems like it's a little bit late in his life to adopt him, but
Well, and you'd be like one of the refugees, right?
oh yeah, I live in Syria now, so I can just show up, right?
Yeah, they'd set you up with a house and money and everything. You just have to say you're a refugee from the Middle East.
Oh dear Lord.
That would be funny just to see the look on their faces, though, right?
That's like that movie. In which was it? Was it in Lethal Weapon? In one of the Lethal Weapon movies, when the black dude comes into the South African embassy and says he wants to immigrate to South Africa.
Oh, yeah. And they're like,
You remember that?
yeah.
But sir, you're black.
Yeah, he's like, "Are you sure, sir?"
Well, it'd be like a Christian gay person wanting to immigrate to Syria, or, well, not Syria so much right now, but like Saudi Arabia or somewhere.
And they say, well, which building do you like? The taller one
Yeah.
or the even taller one?
Yeah, I'll take the really tall one because I want to make sure I don't bounce. Yeah, well, that's what always kills me when you see these LBGT groups protesting against Islamophobia. It's just like, are you people stupid? Like, you know, if you want to pick somebody who doesn't like gays and lesbians, well,
Well, it's definitely a group. It's a no-win ever position with that group.
no, yeah, you have to either be.
There's
with them,
some possibility of bargaining.
Yeah. Oh no, well, there's the possibility of completely just going over to their side, which, you know, I guess for gay men wouldn't be that bad because they tend to like little boys over there. Is that politically incorrect to say? I don't know. But they do have, you know, in Afghanistan. I read the books about the
Well,
kite runner and stuff.
Let's
And-
go with what we know for a fact, and that's that they like to throw people off of buildings.
Yeah,
Among other terrible ways to die,
yeah.
and that's what we know for a
That's in a
fact.
bad way. I think getting stoned to death is worse than getting thrown off a building.
Well, I would say there's about 4 seconds before it's splat that you might feel differently.
Bob, you mean you've never come this close to getting stoned to death?
Maybe once or twice when I was younger.
That
Well,
was
you know,
a pretty
that's
decent
the-
version of heaven.
That's those old Canadian laws, right, Bob?
Yeah, no. That was the old Canadian biker Bob.
Well, no, Bob. If that was the old Canadian biker laws, then wouldn't you gotten shanked or something by a knife or something?
I've been stabbed. Not a big deal. Just stitch it up. As long as they don't hit anything important.
Okay, Emmett, what is it? I'm not just going to click on it.
Oh no, that's it's that scene from Lethal
But
Weapon.
sir, he's black.
Dano, you're so untrusting.
Well, Gun Channels has done that to me.
You've got to be careful because sometimes Flippy just posts the weirdest shit, and you can't.
Well, you never click on anything Flippy posts.
You can't unsee that.
No, you can't. So that's why you don't do it.
No, it's just a scene from before. And that dude, what's his name?
Danny Glover?
Yeah, he carries a revolver in the cross draw, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And even as a kid, I remember wondering why. Why would you do that?
I like cross draw. I think it's cool.
Well,
yeah, it was cool in the 1930s, Bob.
No, it was cool in the 1830s.
It works, right? It works. That's all it is. That's all that counts, is it works.
It works
If
less
it worked,
well.
they would still fucking do it. Get back in reality, Bob.
Well, in reality.
Hey, it works for nothing fancy.
Hey, I'll probably carry my single action,
No, Bob. Real reality, not Canadian real reality.
Yeah, seriously, when I'm down there, I'm gonna carry my single action Colt Thunder because it's so pretty.
That's fine.
I'll carry high power as backup, but
If you carry for fashion and that's your thing and that's the way you swing, you do what you want.
Okay, now you made me sound like Yankee.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Well, it is a pretty gun. I like it.
Do as a Yank, crank as a Yank.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, Dano, did you just call Bob a Yankee?
I believe he defined himself that way in regards to preferences.
Oh, I can't associate with Bob anymore then.
He self-identifies as a cross draw.
Remember, I'm in South Carolina. I can't associate with Yankees.
Oh, there you go, man. Yeah, I kind of prefer the
Whether or not they took the flag down, there's a lot of people that have the flag running on their cars these days.
Yeah.
He's a cross draw dresser.
A lot of.
You know what I saw? I saw was the coolest thing down south? Was a Volkswagen Beetle painted like the General Lee.
Just the Volkswagen Beetle?
Yeah. Like the old Beetle painted up exactly like General Lee, eh?
I've seen Corvettes. I've seen limos. I have seen so many damn trucks. And not all good jobs. Some of them have been some stinkers. But I've seen them all over.
Painted with a brush, some of them.
How many clowns have you seen lately?
I don't live in that part of South Carolina, okay?
Give us an update on the clowns.
The clowns happen on the other side of South Carolina, near the Tennessee border. I live near the coast.
Don't trigger them. You'll get them going on clowns. You don't want to hear his thing about clowns.
The funniest part of this is
Wait, what's that, Bob? What's that? I hear that you're a big Trudeau fan? Tell us about it. Tell us about the great liberal savior known as Trudeau.
Oh, you don't want to hear about that.
Exactly my point.
Now, this is the first time I'm hearing, and I'm not digging at anybody. I just want to understand what's being said. So what's this clown thing about?
Night Strike's scared of clowns. A lot of people are.
No, Bob, shut up.
That's why Yankee makes him so nervous.
Well, let him explain it.
Okay, sorry.
Apparently, up in Greenville, there have been...
Apparently...
Moon, do you live in South Carolina?
Sorry, I just got back. What? No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, apparently in South Carolina, up in Greenville, which is closer towards the Tennessee border, there's been sightings in, I hate to use this word, but in project-type areas that there have been sightings of clowns trying to beckon small children into the woods.
Oh, you mean the ghetto?
Yeah.
I mean, call a spade a spade.
But in those areas, and people have seen sightings, they've seen pictures, they've even taken videos, and reported it to the police. It may just be some of those assholes that go and do all those pranks, and then post YouTube videos on it. You've seen those, right?
Yep.
Where people dress up as, freaky clowns and pull major pranks on people.
Yep.
Yeah. It could be some of those, or it could be actually just psychopaths. Don't know. Don't care. Fact is, the cops haven't found them. They haven't seen them, but they've been up there.
Well, as we all know, it only takes one jackass or one nutball to make a community look bad, whether it's from our community or from that community.
The clown community?
No.
Yeah, they're making the whole clown community look bad.
Yeah, they're making them look like clowns.
They just want the children to have a decent show.
Yeah, I'm not taking it anymore.
I mean, but if you want to do something far out, you go to a community that statistically is far less likely to want to call the police for anything because you're more likely to get away with it.
Or get shot.
Because as they come to help you at your door, they may see or smell something inside that might
Unfortunately, in Bob's defense, he is right. You're more likely to get shot, and not by a legal gun owner.
Well, that's one of the things is, like, there's these big shows that are really popular on TV in Canada, and they're prank shows, right? Where they play gags on people and stuff, and scare them or just, do something funny, right?
They do that because they know they won't get shot in Canada.
Exactly. I mean, it's like what was it? There was a prank cab show that they tried to run in New York City, and I think it was Cash Cab. And they were trying to run it in New York City, and the driver kept getting robbed. Because as soon as they realized, oh, it's a cash cab, they've got money, out would come the knife. Or whatever, and they would rob the guy. So it was like it never went over real well. And there's people wanting to beat him up because they didn't win, and just didn't work as well in that community. But prank shows, I know they've tried to do some of them in the States, and there's been, I think David Letterman was doing a prank thing, and one of his people they had out in the street, got a knife pulled off.
You have to wonder, how no one has shot any of these clowns yet.
Well, I was going to have a story about that exact same thing. I'm assuming most of you have seen the video, and it's not a new video, of where there's a camera. It's in Central Park at night, and there's one light, so you can kind of see people walking back and forth, and this clown is going up there and pulling out like a big, giant, pretend cartoon-size axe on people and scaring the hell out of them, kind of chasing them away. And then the very last one, he goes up to this guy walking through with a hoodie, just minding his own business, goes up on the guy, and the guy pulls out a gun. And that clown instantly changed 395 degrees. He almost spun himself into a circle with, it's a joke, I'm not real, I'm not really a clown, I'm not, subscribe, please don't shoot me, please don't shoot me.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I saw that. And honestly, that's the reason why you don't go around pranking people, because that shit's going to happen.
Was that the Central Park one?
Yes. At night, in a
you can
public
prank
place.
people, just don't prank them with a fucking fake axe. You can
especially
do other
somebody
pranks.
who's alone is going to feel vulnerable, male or female. Somebody who's in a dark place where there's a lot of places to hide is going to feel vulnerable. Okay, you're just asking.
The problem is they're taking these people are taking pranks way too far, because a prank used to be, something funny, a joke, like someone holding a bucket or putting a bucket above a door and having water in that bucket go right on their head.
Pig's blood?
Or pig's blood, water, whatever. That was a prank. Okay.
That, or they'd fuck it up and you'd get a concussion.
Yeah, fuck those clowns.
Going out and dressed up as a clown and making it look like you're killing people or, attacking people with any kind of fake weapon isn't a prank.
I
That's
agree.
just gonna
They're
get you
giving the
arrested.
rest of the clowns bad names, like John Wayne Casey.
Or the guy that dressed up, I'm going to say literally as a clown at the grand opening of the Batman movie and killed all those people in Colorado. He was dressed up as a clown.
Oh, I thought he was in tactical gear.
No.
Tactical clown gear.
He was in tactical gear. People just say he was dressed up like a clown because he dyed his hair orange.
Oh.
Yeah,
did you ever see the videos?
Clown to me.
You ever see the videos where there was these Arab guys?
Hair orange, and then he was wearing like a tack vest and like black clothes and a gas mask.
Yeah.
He wasn't dressed like a clown at all.
It's a big
You ever
clown.
you ever see the videos where the
Tactical.
Arab guy goes around and he takes a backpack and he throws it into a group of people and yells Allah Akbar and then
Yeah,
runs
that's
away?
not good.
Yeah, that's
You
fucking
see
hilarious.
His red hair that he dyed, orange hair that he dyed, and he had that white makeup on his face.
Which was under a gas mask.
The
Yeah,
thing
he was
about
just
that Arab guy,
clowning around.
That's dressing
what
up as a clown.
Clay got it. He was just clowning around.
yeah,
But he was
but that
still
Arab guy
acting.
throwing that package, that's not going to get make people laugh and think it's a prank. That's a good way to get yourself on one of those lists.
No, I
Well,
would shoot him.
they actually did somebody traced them down and like some law enforcement agency traced them down. But you know what they went after him for? I guess just somehow they were giving Arabs a bad name. It was discrimination against Arabs or something. And these guys were all
Really?
Arabs.
Islamophobia.
Yeah, Islamophobia.
I
They
don't
charged
care.
them for some kind of shit like that.
I don't
That's
care at that
fine.
point what they got them for.
It was bigotry.
Yeah,
Who cares?
Is that an actual crime?
they're
No,
trying to make it
it's
that.
not.
It's going that way in Canada. They're trying to make it a crime, but then they've made free speech a crime
You guys
here.
don't. Yeah, you don't have freedom of speech or nothing.
No.
Yeah,
they-
Canadians don't know freedom. That's why they come down here and try and become American, because
But you know
they
how
don't
we
know
got
freedom.
that law? You know how we got the law, that anti-free speech law, was there was a Holocaust denier who was going around and putting out pamphlets and doing all this shit. So they created the law to stop him.
David Irving.
Yeah, and then of course.
I don't know. You're just calling him a Holocaust denier, but do you know the whole story?
Well, there's a lot of
He
stuff.
doesn't deny it. He doesn't deny the Holocaust.
He denies how many people died.
He denies what happened at Auschwitz.
No, okay, but
It doesn't even fucking matter. It should be legal to say whatever the hell you want.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Even
that
if you're
too,
wrong.
but
And I agree completely, right? I think that you should have that right. Just because you say something that hurts someone's feelings or makes them feel bad, too bad. Suck it up, right?
yeah,
Like, this is a free
it's
country.
called tolerance. You have
Yeah.
to have tolerance.
It's happening in universities. It's gotten really bad. Like they don't have their safe spaces, and oh god, like they had to have counseling because they saw a Confederate flag somewhere. There's been people who, they go into their college dorm, they go to put up an American flag, and their roommate says, "Oh no, you can't do that. I find it offensive." I mean, it's bullshit.
Whoa! It's not offensive if it's the country flag that you live in, and if you find it offensive, leave the country.
Well, even if it's not the country you're from, it's a fucking flag. It's a piece of cloth, right? I'm sorry.
Yeah, but I'm telling you right now, Bob. If you live in the country that flag is from and represents, you have no right to go and say, "Take it down. I'm offended by it," because that's denying your actual citizenship. That's denying your country.
It's true, but these people want to say, "Oh, it offends me because the country's done such bad things," right? There's people trying to do that kind of crap.
We have in the United States freedom of expression.
Yeah, that's another reason I want to be there.
I'm not sure what's in Canada.
One of my
There's
buddies,
a lot of bear shit.
I don't know. One of my buddies almost got kicked out of college because while at lunch was joking around with a friend and called a friend a faggot. Some girl then ran and told the dean that he was spilling anti-fucking homophobe whatever shit.
Yeah, rhetoric or whatever.
Yeah, so he got called in, and they're like, "Yeah, you called someone a faggot?" He's like, "Yeah, I called my friend a faggot because he was being a faggot." And they're like, "Yeah, you need to stop that right now. You will get we will kick you out of college."
Well, you remember the Kids in the Hall, like that one gay character.
Well,
and
Flippy,
he's actually
your
gay.
generation is all wrong, then and there.
He used to come out and call himself gay and a faggot and everything. He said, "Yeah, what the hell? It's a word. We're taking the word back. Hey, we used to call them ass bandits and fudge packers and shit.
Yeah, isn't a faggot a bundle of sticks, anyways?
Yeah, well, or a cigarette in England.
A faggot has been a derogatory term of a lower class person since basically the beginning of time.
But it started out as a
Taking on-
bundle of twigs. A bundle
Before
of
it was a bundle of twigs, it was something else.
in
Basically,
in
the words.
England, it was a cigarette.
Now,
Right.
the word fags means cigarette.
Yeah.
Yeah, a faggot is someone who bundles twigs, and that was like one of the original meanings. The meaning of it has changed since the beginning, but it's always been the same thing. It's a derogatory insult of a lower class human being.
Yeah. So what's the deal? So what?
So the deal now is because it was addressed towards homos, it now means homos, and homos are all uppity over it.
I got a question, guys.
What?
When are we going to talk about guns?
All right.
Never. This isn't gun channels. This is faggot channels.
We
No,
were
no, no.
talking about guns.
This is gun channels, not flippy channels, okay?
We were talking about guns before. You
Flippy
weren't-
channels, we'd be talking about porn.
All right, let's talk about porn.
Oh, God
Okay.
damn it.
So yeah, there's that one
Oh.
actress who's really great, Annabelle.
No.
Even though she has some really weird, stupid tribal tattoo going down her side.
Chesty Morgan. There was a real porn star.
Chesty Morgan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Is she from Canada?
No, she was from the States.
I
She
do
was
not
from
know how to
somewhere-
pronounce his name, but he just said that they're talking about reintroducing gas on the battlefield.
Really?
Wait. Mustard
I mean-
gas?
I don't know what kind of gas. He didn't say.
Well,
Yeah,
I
Is
mean,
it the
it's all about
kind
music,
where I
right?
get to like cover, like pee in my shirt and then cover my face with it so I don't
Yeah.
breathe it in?
Gas.
Chlorine gas.
Gas is a very, very bad weapon. Not
Yes.
because it's inhumane. It's just a very shitty weapon. Because when you gas someone, if we're talking about actual combat, not about like bombing civilians, you gas them, then you have to take their position, which means you're gonna have to wear gas masks. Everyone's fucking wearing gas masks. It's fucking shit. You never
Technically,
know what
gas is illegal under the Geneva Convention.
you don't know. Never mind legal or not legal. I'm talking about practically. Practically, it's a bad weapon. That's why it's not used so much. Not because everyone's nice, because
Yes,
it's not very.
because
good.
of the wind.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah, you fire it at the enemy, and then the wind shifts into your direction. You're fucked.
Happened all the time in World War One.
That's the point.
Well, part of that was also they weren't allowed to shell people with gas. However, if they were to release gas and, throw it over there, wasn't illegal.
Well, technically, they weren't allowed to drop bombs from airplanes, according to the earlier. You weren't allowed to drop projectiles from any kind of balloon or aircraft. That was part of the original treaties, and that kind of went out the window once they figured out, hey, this works. Gas never worked that well. I agree with them. It just was never a really effective weapon because it degraded not only your enemy, but it degraded yourself when you did take their positions, or, just in general, it degrades because you have to wear that gas gear.
No, I guess it's shit. It really is.
I mean,
And
same
you
thing
don't-
with, dirty equipment in general. It's just, because then after you fucking deploy it and use it, you can't really take up that position anymore, easily.
No, you don't. The other problem is because it's so wind sensitive and it's sensitive to a whole bunch of other things like moisture. I mean, depending on the agent, moisture, rain coming down or not coming down, temperature, a whole bunch of things that are gonna screw up with your dispersal. Then it becomes a very unpredictable weapon to use on the offensive, and on the defensive, it's almost useless. So. Really, it's not this magic weapon that people think it is sometimes. It's not. It's really not. I'm sorry if that ruins someone's dreams of gassing all the arrows.
I don't think
But
no.
what am I going to do with all this gas that I bought?
Yeah.
But I've been using it in Battlefield 1 to great success.
Oh yeah, that's
Well,
fucking
Flippy?
great. However, firebombs is a lot better. Dude,
Flippy,
yeah.
we'll just start you a website. You can be the admin of it. We'll call it Gas Channels.
You can hit someone with a fucking firebomb and just watch them like Kentucky Fried Chicken. Dude, it makes me so happy.
Yeah. That's probably the best battlefield ever.
Yeah. Like what's great is when you get to a squad and everyone has gas, and then you go, yeah, we're the Saddam Hussein squad. Where are all the Kurds at?
Yeah. So instead of talking about guns, we talked about war crimes and gas yards. Awesome sauce.
Well, it wasn't a war crime to throw gas at people.
In World War One, it wasn't.
Yeah, that kind of changed later.
Well, technically it was, but they did
It's-
it anyway.
Well, now the way they did it, it wasn't illegal. Like it would have been illegal if they were to fire off canisters of gas from artillery.
They did
However,
fire canisters of gas from artillery. They had binary gas shells by the end of World War One.
Yeah,
well,
but
with
it
World
was
War One,
illegal for it to. The specifics behind it were weird. It's like it's illegal for it to drop directly onto them, but if it were to like land in a field and the gas were to like get blown in on top of them, that wasn't illegal.
well, every country committed some act of atrocity during World War One, and technically they say the United States' atrocity is our use of trench guns, aka shotguns, with buckshot in them. You know, against
Yeah,
because technically that was against the Hague Convention. But here's the fun part: we never signed it, so we didn't apologize for it.
And although America did pay for the rights to use the Mauser action to build their guns,
until we stole it.
well, no, all through the war they actually paid.
At one point, we stopped paying, and we just continued to
Yeah.
use them.
Well, you know what's funny is the Germans used, or not the British would trade rubber to the Germans for optics during the war. So imagine that. They did it through Switzerland, but you know, it was British rubber was going to Germany in return for German optics. Like, it was just crazy when you think about it.
You scared Flippy away.
Really? I gotta remember how to do that.
I wish it was that easy.
Gary Johnson, what a scumbag.
Yep.
Oh, what did Johnson do this time?
Man, he's like full-blown lefty.
Yep. Yeah, which is really weird because that kind of goes completely against the libertarian.
Libertarians are, we don't like gun control at all. We don't like laws on guns. Just let us have our guns and go away.
They're the Tea Party libertarians. This Gary Johnson was never a Tea Party guy.
Oh God, he's back. Run for it.
Who's back?
I'm back. Back
The
again.
furry.
Shady's back. Tell a friend.
Sorry, gents, had to go to the store real quick. I'm back.
No worries. You just missed Flippy leaving and then coming back. So I figure I'll bring my 1100 and my 870 down to the States with me. That should work good for pigs.
Well, how long is your 870?
Well, it's got a goose barrel on it. Then I'll have to pick up another barrel when I'm down there. But yeah, it's got like a 30-inch barrel on it.
Okay, you should be fine.
Yeah, the 1100's got an 18.5-inch barrel.
Yeah. Remember, you can't go any smaller than 18 and a half.
Yeah, I know. That sucks.
I mean, I don't see why that makes any difference, but, you know, laws are laws.
Well, yeah, when you think about it, like the way I look at it is anything that's legal in Canada should absolutely be legal in America.
Yeah, but there are things that are legal here in the United States that aren't legal in Canada, like, say, AK-47s.
Well, that's because we have these oppressive, stupid gun laws. But look, and that's that kind of the point, right? Is we have these ridiculous gun laws, so anything that we can own should definitely you should be able to own in America, where they have.
Are your laws not merely a reflection of the people's will over time?
No, because they're not like the United States.
No, we have idiots make our gun laws up.
Hence, do I need to repeat myself?
Well, you
Yes,
will
yes,
anyway.
you do.
And what I said, I'll be happy to repeat it.
Yeah, I
Go
know,
for
you
it.
will anyway.
Are not your laws merely a reflection of the Canadian people's will over time as enacted in law?
No,
Of course they are. Who votes for the fucking representatives?
we didn't vote for the guys who made the gun laws.
What, Dano? So the U.S. gun laws, including the dumbest ones that you have, are those a reflection of the people's will over time?
The collective, yes.
No, they're not, because
Yes, they are.
no, because when politicians are elected, they say things and then they do other things. Not to mention, sometimes they pass laws that they don't even read.
And
Like-
if the people, meaning a majority, felt that what somebody did was wrong, they would vote in someone to undo what was done. Such as what was done with the Japanese. Now, we didn't vote somebody in, but it was something that was deemed as wrong, and it was undone.
You kept the Japanese in the camps until after the war.
Your faith in the ability of people to directly affect specific laws is very.
Well, no, not specific laws. It's to reflect the general flow of how they want their government. Do they want control of their lives, or do they want the government to take over control of aspects of their life so they don't have to worry about it? Like healthcare, as an example. I want the government to do that, so I don't need to worry about it on my own. That's just one small example. I want the government to set the rules and regulations of the transportation system because I can't trust anybody out there. Now, I'm not saying all regulation is a bad thing, but a lot of it is.
Well, yeah, but I think the
And when you
big
go to
stuff.
another example, if a judge says you go to prison for 10 years, it doesn't mean 5. It means 10.
Does in the States. Does here. Here you get in the
People
West.
get out with on good behavior, and they get out far less. They rarely serve out their full sentence.
Great. Unless the government wants to.
Collectively, the people at that time, if you want to go back to the 1920s, and I forget, it wasn't the Hughes Amendment. It was, there was the and I can't remember exactly which one it was, but in the 20s there was the first major gun control act that was passed, and that was a reflection of how the majority of people felt in the United States. If it was not, then the people would have voted in someone else to change it.
I thought that was the 30s.
I mean, might be off by 2 years, but I mean.
Yeah, because the 20s were when all the machine guns were being used, and then they changed that law in the 30s to make.
But the point is not the year that it took effect. The point is government is a reflection of what the people want, not in the particulars, but in the broad strokes. Do they want to give security over to the state, or do they want to take that responsibility on themselves?
Well, I think everybody should just get their own machine gun, but that's
Well,
just me.
that's another example.
Yeah, but nowadays everybody's just becoming so lazy.
They were willing to let the government take over security as one of their daily functions, so people living in cities didn't have to consider it their responsibility to do so.
Yeah, that was your first big mistake.
No, I'm not talking about jailers. I'm just talking about who's there at the scene of the crime. Who is the first responder? The victim. That's the first responder.
I don't know. They get shot in the back. They're not really responding. They're addictive. And I'm just, saying that to kind of bug you, but you know what I mean? What happened to Dano? Oh, there
Yep.
he
You shot me in the back.
is. Who did we lose? We lost somebody. G-Webs came in.
I think Amit must be having internet issues because he's kind of popped in and out over.
Popping in and out.
Yeah, on and off and on and off. So I imagine when you start jumping continents, internet connections become more of an issue.
Oh, probably.
Was he? Were you guys talking to him? Should I jump out and give him the spot back?
Well, he was talking, but
Yeah, I mean, if I can jump out just as easily. I mean, in a little while, I'm going to be going to work anyway. I can just listen.
I was just jumping in. I'll jump out.
well, now I feel bad.
You should. You should, considering you're G-Web's manservant.
Hey, not anymore. I'm up in Canada. I'm free again.
Man, boy.
I got on that railway, and freedom, freedom.
Oh, God. That means there's an underground Canadian railway trying to come into the United States, Dano. We need to fix that. We need to fix that like now. I don't think we need to build a wall.
Little electric trains, man. Haven't you seen the documentary about us in trailer parks? We got little electric trains we ride on.
Yeah. Just collapse the tunnels.
Who
That's
does
what I'm
G-Webs?
thinking.
Who does G-Webs think he is coming in here and taking the 10th spot?
He's
Yeah,
G-Webs.
No, but honestly, I'm just spreading out some drywall mud. I've got my phone hooked up to the charger and speakers. I'm just listening. If anyone else wants to get in, just let me know and I'll jump off.
Well, it looks like Amit may have given up on trying to get back in because I don't see him trying to.
Yeah, it's probably getting pretty late for him, too.
Yeah, he may have decided, well, screw this. I'd rather go to bed and get some sleep.
I'm not saying he can't jump back in if he wants. I mean, we always find his conversations interesting. He's always got a different point of view than us North Americans.
Well, I do have a question. In fact, there might be somebody here now that might be able to answer to me. Yesterday, before I started work,
You can ask if Bob was subtly trying to sneak in us North Americans into that sentence. Yes.
I was watching Every Second Matters that was up yesterday. Somebody gave me the link to view it the other way, and I got to just a hair over 2 hours, and it was definitely interesting. I'm just wondering, from 2 hours forward, what was, and you may not know, but because
Want us to spoil the next 5 hours of it?
well, just to tell me what happened in the next hour.
Jeff stayed in there until probably the last 2 hours, so he was in there for another couple hours.
Wow.
And then right when Sean comes in from Florida Carry, I think around 5 my time, which is like 3 hours into it maybe, something like that. Then that's when they were in there together for a little bit, maybe a half an hour, I don't know. And then Jeff left, and then it wasn't too long after that Charles Heller jumped in, so then it was Sean and Charles for the rest of the evening.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that went really well. I mean, those guys had so much information, and I think the rest of us were reasonably coherent through it.
Behaved.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I heard Yankee get in there, I got a little nervous.
No, Yankee did all right. He wasn't trying to show off or nothing. He knows what the deal is, so I think he's on board with all that. Like just have a conversation. And it wasn't like we were all agreeing with each other. There's different ways to think about things, but it wasn't like just argument for argument's sake or anything.
Oh, no.
Some, you just somewhere yelling at each other. But yeah, we worked out pretty good. I think I would say we need to figure out how to do notes during the whole thing, so that there's like a table of contents of it all. So when you're looking at that whole long format, you can go, oh, okay, 2 hours in is where so and so arrives. 10 minutes later, we start talking about this kind of topic. So and so later, this topic switched to this. Because I don't think it's worth trying to schedule topics with that kind of format. I think it's just let it, let a person jump in, wait for a pause, start talking about what they want to talk about. Let everybody riff on that. Somebody else will jump in or leave, or something else will come up, or a question, and then go on that for a bit. Because there's some things like I go, hey, what do you think about so and so? And they're like, oh, I don't have an opinion on that. But these guys don't want to just talk for the sake of talking sometimes. So then if you schedule 15 minutes to talk about X, Y, Z, and they're like, no, I'm not interested. No, I'm not talking about it. And you're kind of stuck. So just letting it kind of evolve, I think, is the best way. Right. Although it might not be the best, most effective. But now that I'm thinking, if we can fill that 6 hour, we filled 7 hours there without really more than a pause or two, just for people to take their breath. And kind of, it is in conversation. Sometimes you got 4 people wanting to go in different directions, and you have to let something end. So everybody kind of waits and doesn't contribute on a subject until the last person states their point, and then everybody kind of waits, knowing that it's a good pause to change topics or something, and then that happens. So that was about the only time there was ever actually breaks, and they couldn't have been more than less time than it took me to describe it there. So I'm thinking if that's the case, then those pre-interviews that I do could be valuable just because they're the extract for each individual group. So if it, that would be the sit rep part of it, and then the long discussion can be more of a free form. Because I think there's some value there, just getting to hear those guys together, being the fly on the wall, listening to people who know each other for decades and have had massive fights on their own and together and all that. All kinds of successes and failures and that kind of thing. Then just hearing them converse is super interesting and educational and inspirational. So I kind of like that. And imagine if we had, instead of all of us in there, just one of us in there or 2 of us in there to kind of, play, what do you call that, speaker or whatever, what do you call that, master ceremonies or whatever, whatever you call it, the person that's guiding it, and then all these guys just in there with their knowledge. That'd be great.
Now, I have a question on in the YouTube part of it. There's this card function. I never quite really understood what it was.
Uh-huh.
Is that a way of marking different parts of the video for the viewer?
Uh-huh. Yeah, a card could go on multi-platform. So there's annotations, and there's little notes and links and text bubbles and something else. I don't use all those. I just use notes and annotations. So there's different kinds of annotations, and then the difference between an annotation and a card is they're basically the same effect. It's just that the card will display on a phone or on a embedded video or something, where a annotation may not.
Okay, gotcha. It's more cross-platform.
Yeah, definitely platform, because it's different internet going out to a phone than going out to a computer anymore. So yeah. It's just a type of code or whatever that can facilitate both better. So they're moving towards cards. The annotations was a step in an overlay link that you could make a video more interactive, or get some extra space on the screen instead of it just being a video. So it's just the next evolution of the overlay.
Well, yeah, I like the way that chat went, though. I mean, like, I'm kudos to you, G-Webs. You did keep it kind of when we started drifting off a few times, and it wasn't just the regular chatters that were in there, like the regular guys, gun channel guys.
That just happened in a long format, I think, because you're just all having such a long discussion. You just kind of get to be familiar, and you're thinking like you're just sitting at a restaurant having a bullshit session. So I think it's just natural. Yep. Especially
Not like at 3 o'clock we're going to talk about this. 4 o'clock we're going to talk about that. First off, let me hit. I don't know how to say it. J Blue. Is that how you say it? Is he in here still? Tell us how to say it again. But anyway, it's not that we think Europeans are anti-gun. It's just that they're pro 9mm, so it's hard to take them seriously.
Oh, come on. 9mm is a good round.
For Europeans, it is.
And for those who are new to this chat, G Webs is actually joking, regardless of what he says right next.
I'm not joking. 9mm are favored in Europe. Are they not? Are they even allowed to have other calibers? I don't know about that. But they definitely like the 9. So, speaking about, what the hell were we talking about a second ago? Did you guys see that the events that I posted last night on the gun channels?
I saw the one about Every Second Matters, the thing you set up.
No, I'm talking like events. So John Lott is going to be the writer. You guys know his books?
Yep.
John Lott. He's wrote a new book called The War on Guns, and he'll be doing 3 events on the 7th this week, so the 7th this month, which is Wednesday, I think, up in Phoenix. So he's going to be at the law school, ASU, the university up in Phoenix, at the law school there, doing a debate between him and some state representative, John Mendez, who Brandon says is a jerk. So I'm assuming that means anti-gun. So that's one thing, and that's from noon to 1:30. And then he goes to Scottsdale Gun Club, I think from like 5 to 7, and has an event there to talk about his book, which I'm assuming is going to be pro-gun because that's Scottsdale Gun Club. And then the same day, he has a third engagement at back at the university. And let's see, it says this time it's a he will be speaking to students for self-defense about the efficacy of gun-free zones and will present arguments and statistics to support his position that these zones do not prevent crime and are in fact inherently dangerous. And it says, please attend with an open mind and come prepared with questions. So that sounds like a guy going onto a campus to talk about gun-free zones to a potentially not, whatever, an audience that's not on his side, right?
Hostile audience, for sure.
I don't know about hostile because, like Brandon was saying, ASU isn't exactly like a hippie school. It's more like a party school. People go there to get like bullshit ass physical education degrees or like degrees. They're valid degrees, but it's like a party school. They're not really. They might tend to be maybe anti, but they're not like they only care about being anti. Like if it was like Berkeley or something, like they're not crazy hippie leftists. They're just probably a little more leftist than U of A. Maybe, I don't know. U of A is a bunch of, like, we have 2 schools in Arizona. The one down here in Tucson is like the science one with all the science and science. What do you call them? Majors and degrees, like that kind of thing. And then the one in Phoenix is the business and teaching degrees, just kind of degrees that you get if you want to go to party school. At least that's why I understand it. I never only went to U of A.
How does a teaching degree have to do with going to a party school?
Because teaching is a bullshit degree that anybody can get. Science is like a degree you gotta have to want to go do.
That is not true.
But they just give you a teaching degree. You just got to sit there long enough and attend the classes, right? Does anybody fail teaching?
And this knowledge of, and how have you come to this knowledge?
Because I've been the student the whole life. Tell bullshit teachers.
Okay.
I just figured there's no, I don't know. I mean, is there? Am I wrong? Is there like this big washout rate for teaching school? I figured if you sit there long enough, they give you a teaching degree. And if you sit in the classroom long enough, they make it so you can't get fired.
If life were so simple, wouldn't we all be teachers?
Hell no, I would never want to be such a
Don't pay for shit.
Go near that. I don't know. I might be wrong. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but I don't see a washout rate. Like if a degree like that's tough. I mean, I talk to a lot of people that do science or computer degrees that are competitive, and they have to pursue it over and over in order to get into the systems or into the programs, and then they have to keep their grades up and stuff to stay through it. I don't know of any. I mean, there might be a couple of teaching things like that, but people I knew, I guess, from school that were like, oh, I don't know what to do with my life. I guess I'll be a teacher. They were just like medium, you know. They weren't dumb, but they weren't smart enough, and they didn't have any ambition.
The people that I know that wanted to be teachers and became teachers, it was initially as well as later on because they liked children, and some liked teenagers for some reason.
Well, exactly. They'd like the idea of helping kids out, which is great, but that's like, who ain't going to let them? I mean, as long as they're not evil, they're going to let them do that. There's no...
Well, it's no different than a mathematician. Why does he do it? Because he loves the beauty of the science of math.
Well, a recreational mathematician, but if you're trying to get a job doing some kind of heavy math, you better be able to hold your own, otherwise you're not getting that job. It's a competitive field that you have to have knowledge in, and there's only a few jobs to do that. So I would think those are jobs that you pursue when you want to really test your stuff. I don't know. I'm just saying.
I mean, if you're saying that, you know, some degrees are not as difficult as others, sure.
That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying that you have ASU. I don't know shit about ASU except that the people I know.
And I don't either. I'm just talking about in general.
Yeah, and I'm just saying in general, everybody considers that a party school. So all I'm saying is that I don't think he's going to go get the author that we started talking about here is going to get a bunch of resistance like mob freaking antis, you know, throwing bottles in the street or nothing. I hope he gets some, like, you know, what do you call it, like intellectual debate on it. But it's just, I don't know. We'll find out if it's just a bunch of blah blah blah, don't be mean to people, or if it's like that's too dangerous for people to be able to do, or we have to have safe zones, I guess. You know, if it's boring, then I guess we'll find out. But anyway, I guess, I don't know, we got sidetracked there, but I think it would be, it's going to be a cold day. I'm going to try to get up there for the whole day and go to all three of them. I think it'll be neat to see him debate an actual politician about the book or the topics in the book, and then see him at the Scottsdale Gun Club, have a whole different type of experience, right? And then, plus I'll get to see the Scottsdale Gun Club again. I haven't been up there in a while. And then Brandon's shop is right next door, like literally. So, and there's like a 3-hour gap between one of them and the other one. So I can probably get around to a couple other gun shops, all of them up there. And then that last one will definitely be interesting, seeing a bunch of college kids debate somebody who's got some knowledge of the subject. Plus, I figure if I'm at three of them, I may have an opportunity to meet up with them and do an interview for next month's Every Second Matters, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good idea actually. Get him to do an interview. I mean, he might be a little.
Might be busy.
Yeah.
But he might say I can use, you know, a piece of one of his talks or something. And that might work well.
Yeah, that could work quite well. You could probably cut that up and use it a couple times, like in several different broadcasts.
Yeah. So I'm trying to see, what was the first one? Was the first one until noon or started at noon?
G-Webs, there's a comment in the side chat I need you to read.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, and I mean, there's a lot of I know people who have degrees that drive taxi cabs. You know, so I don't know that degrees do them a lot of good.
You mean like degree black belts? Like
No, like a degree in English literature, or you know, Victoria.
Not degrees or nothing. I'm just saying there's party schools and there's schools that are like all nerdy schools, and then there's like your super, what do you call it? What do you call it? Like,
yeah, you can get a degree at a school college that doesn't really do you anything, but you got a degree from MIT in engineering, that's a piece of paper that's worth something.
Yeah, and then there's like a lot of folks who I'm 4 hours shy of a degree, but you know, I have a pretty well paying job, you know, and then like for high school reunions and things like that, a lot of the folks that I went with, they have degrees as well, but they're, you know, struggling to get along. So I guess it's just where you put yourself in your life.
In 4 years, you're going to a party school. Sorry. There's a chart.
Yeah, I never finished any of mine. I just got too busy working at the lumber yard and making too much money. So, well, not too much.
They paid for your university up there for nothing?
Oh hell no, we got to pay unless you're native, or yeah, pretty much unless you're native, you got to pay. And you know, a fair bit. I mean, I did 2 years of university. It cost me probably $30,000. But yeah, that wasn't a big deal. I paid that.
Or was it yesterday?
Hmm?
Is there a reloading chat today?
I don't know.
I
don't remember if they do those on Saturdays or Sundays.
I mean, it's supposed to be Sundays in the evening, but because it's a holiday weekend, Foose didn't say anything. But I'm saying just because it's a holiday, it may or may not happen. Tonight on Gun Channels.
Are we allowed to ask a question for a new topic in this chat, or how does that work?
Yeah, let's just open the room.
Okay. Does anyone have any suggestions about a decent scope for an AR?
Could you add a little bit more detail to what you're looking for, as far as?
Yeah, for my first scope, I was thinking about getting because I have a Nikon on my 308, so I was thinking about getting a Nikon M3 an M223. Are those decent, or?
I find it very ironic, but that's the exact scope I have.
Very nice. Do you like it?
I like it a lot, but unfortunately, I don't have anything other than some cheapy 22 scopes to compare it to.
Yeah.
So I like mine a lot. I don't do the beat the hell out of it and see if it takes a bruise and a licking and keeps on ticking, but it's performed very well for me, and I like it a lot.
And as far as Nikons go, I got a 3-12 on my 30-06, and I love it. I mean, that thing is sharp, and yeah, I haven't had any problems with it at all. It's
And that particular model, one nice feature of it is that it is, the job compensator is specifically for a 55 grain projectile.
So Dano, what's the power on your scope?
Top of my head, I want to say it goes up to 12, but I'm not 100% positive.
So that's one of the bigger, the M223s.
Well, the objective is a 40 millimeter lens. So that's pretty tight on top of my AR, because I didn't want to go with a higher rings. I wanted as close as I could the bore axis and the axis of the scope to be as close as possible.
Well, that's not really all that important, but I was looking at one of those scopes too, specifically for the BDC 600 and its compatibility with the 55 grain projectile. Those look like good scopes. They make them in what, like 4 different power ratings, or zooms, I should say. And
yeah, I believe
I was
so.
looking at getting the biggest one for like my 24-inch barrel. So maybe if you got a carbine, you go with the 1 to 5 or 1:4, whatever it is.
I was thinking the 416 by 42. They're kind of pricey, but
Oh. And that's, you know, when I was asking about it's also like, and what are you thinking that you want the flexibility to do with it?
oh, well, I'm blind as a bat, so I would for definitely at least a whitetail of at the longest range 250 yards for whitetail.
Well, I'll definitely give you a nice sight picture.
Yeah, I mean, my vision is not the greatest, which is why I like the magnification. You know, it's not that I'm trying to do some super duper long shot. It just helps me see when I'm trying to shoot. So, you know, I think it's definitely should be considered. Now, whether it's right for you, that's a decision you have to make. But I certainly think it's definitely worthy of consideration.
I thought the prices on those were reasonable. They often have sales at the bigger outlets like Cabela's or Sportsman's Warehouse, and you can pick them up for under 400, I think.
Yep. Yeah, I can't remember exactly what I paid, but yeah, mine was definitely less than 400.
Oh, for the M223s or the P223s?
The P223s are like $200.
Yeah.
Right. And depending, and in fact, I would suggest looking at both and comparing the features to just, I mean, to see if that M223 is really fit your needs, or are you just spending more money for no good reason. So compare both and see which fits your needs best.
Okay, thanks.
Now, I don't have any training with the scope, but I believe it's true the M223 has a float to zero feature. Is that correct, Inno?
The top of my head, I cannot comment because I do not recall.
So that may be one of the differences between the P and the M, is that that tactical feature of being able to float to zero.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for the M's, you just zero in at 100 and you snap it down, and then you can, I guess, use a rangefinder however far away. Let's say if it's 250 yards. Once you snap it down, you can just put it on 250, and there you are.
Yeah, so you guys shoot it. You guys shoot at really long range. I mean, here we tend to hunt deer and stuff in the bush, and yeah, the only thing we really use long range scopes for is like coyotes and gophers and shit like that, like just varmint hunting, because you usually don't see the deer out in the open unless it's nighttime, and you know we don't shoot, we don't hunt it at night. So,
but the one thing that actually made me go ahead and purchase it was the bullet drop compensator and the fact that it's made for 55 grain ammo. I mean, those were the two features that really turned me on.
Yeah, I have that on my 308, my Monarch. I love it.
Now, something I'm curious as far as if anybody had tried it yet. I've seen ads as I'm watching YouTube videos for these new end caps from Vortex, and they have they say that, you know, the last, you know, end caps you'll ever need, and they're kind of rubberized and go on front and back, and they flip up, and they have a couple different positions in the up position, but they also have an insert you can get for your caliber and different weights to use as kind of like a dope chart sort of a thing. I was wondering if any one of you had seen that or actually may have one. Anybody see the commercial?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, I guess I'm the only one getting that commercial from Vortex. Because sometimes I notice, like, if they try to customize the ads you see when you watch a video, whatever, it's like I'll get the same ad over and over and over and over again, and that just happens to be one of them. Man, I'm not looking to buy end caps at the moment, but it's one of those things that, like we were talking earlier in this chat, that just because somebody may know a lot, you will never know everything. So I'm always trying to ask questions about whether it's old things that I didn't have a chance to learn on or brand new things.
I want the flip up end caps just for the cool factor of flipping them up.
Well, it's also if you have the ones with the little elastic cords, it's like now you got to put them in your pocket, and then if you get up and move, put them back on in case so you don't get any dampness on the lenses in case you're in tall grass or something. Where with the flip ups, it's a lot more convenient. You just flip them up when you're ready and flip them down when you're done.
And they look cool.
And they look cool.
I mean, you got to factor that in, man.
Well, no, I understand. It's okay for fashion and guns to meet.
Well, does anyone use hang sights anymore?
Oh, my brother loves them. He's got tang sights on a bunch of his like old 4570s and 50 cal sharps and stuff, and yeah, he just thinks they're the badass.
What kind of sights?
Tang sights. I'd love to get one on a Henry.
The rear sight goes on the rear tang of the rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like well, it is basically a, what do you call those? Oh, crap, brain fart. Just a circle you look through. I don't know. Peep sight. It's like almost like a peep sight, but it's stretched as far back as you can get it, so it gives you a really long sight picture, and you can get different size holes in it, so you can get really precise with it.
Remember, longer is not necessarily better.
You ask any young, I'll tell you wrong.
I mean, just look at the sight radius on an AK. How short that is relative to other rifles of similar size.
That's I mean, the basic AK, just like the basic AR, is made for shorter distances. It's not made for the reaching out like you do. That when you put a tang sight on a 4570 single shot that's got like a 36-inch barrel, that's for long range. And that's before there were scopes, or before scopes were really reliable. Tang sights were the only way to go.
Or the only option available.
They had scopes, but did you ever see like what a Civil War scope looks like? I mean, just to be able to find the target in that scope, and it was only like 2.5 or 3 power magnification, but it was tiny. It was like hardly bigger than a felt pen, and so to be able to find the actual target must have been hell.
Yeah, and the top sharpshooters in old documents supposedly were, they used a lot of tang sights, and they were knocking them off from very far distances.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's records of these guys hitting them at over 1,000 yards. And you might not always kill someone at that range with some of those guns, but you were wounding them.
Here'd be another good one as far as a Henry firearm. Would you go with the 357 or the 44?
Ooh, yeah, that's a good question. I mean, a lot of people will go 44 because it's bigger. But, I don't know. I like 357 Magnum. I think it's one of the better rounds that's ever been developed for pistols or for, like, say, carbine-type lever actions. Although it was never developed for that, but it works really well. Because those rifles were really developed for, I mean, 44 Smith & Wesson, the Russian cartridge, those shorter cartridges, and they work really well with the tube magazine because they got a rounded nose. They don't, chain fire the rest of the magazine. And
Yeah.
I just really like them for that. Of course, they're never going to be a long-range round, but if you're looking at 200 yards, you probably want to go with the 44 Magnum if you're going to go anything beyond 100 yards to shoot deer and stuff.
Yeah, we have tree lines and stuff. My family has like 127 acres, and then we have quite a few pastures, and it's just flat. It's amazing to pop one. If you can get it over to 200 yards, then you're doing fairly well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how I liked it. Like here, it's kind of the same. Like we have, some land, but it's a lot of bush. But then there are times where you can see one that's on the edge of a clump of bush, and you're in a clump of bush, but there's 100 yards or 200 yards in between you, and that's when you're going, oh shit, I wish I'd brought the other rifle.
Right.
You've been a pig to haul through the bush, And there's a reason you don't like scopes in the bush. They're catching on everything.
Exactly.
I have the Henrys. I like the fact that they've started making them or producing them more, and that they've become popular again. I just prefer a loading gate on a rifle than the tube loading. I remember those when I was a kid. I had a bolt action 22 that had that tube loading, and I hated it. So yeah, I love the loading gate. That's just so cowboy.
Right.
Plus, you can top up your mag, right? You can top it up all the time. So
yeah. Yeah, gentlemen, I would just like to say I greatly appreciate y'all allowing me to come in. I'm learning a lot of things, and like I said, I greatly appreciate it.
that's what this chat's here for. I mean, this is for regular gun guys to come in and talk about guns and whatever. I mean, G would agree this is why it was built. We appreciate that there's people that are willing to come in and join these, when you got guys like Flippy and, I'm just kidding, Flippy.
I thought we built this so that Flippy would come.
No, we built this and Flippy came.
Like
and
as a
like,
shrine.
well.
Like as a shrine. And then
Yeah.
Flippy, he came and like a savior.
We just accepted him. It just shows how accepting gun people are. We'll even put up with furries. Oh, you shouldn't mention, though, about Flippy being a furry, because he gets a little excited about that.
Yeah, I just signed on to the site, and then I was looking in the chat, and I saw the link to click, and then it was just Smedgy and I and some guy started talking. I was like, what the hell is going on here? And then I found out what it was, so it was just out of curiosity.
Well, that's good, man. Like, don't be a stranger. Keep coming back, because this is what, like I said, this is what it's built for. We just want all the gun people in the world to get together and tell the rest of the world, like, screw you. We're here. We're normal people. Leave us alone and let us have our guns. And we're going to fight to keep them.
Absolutely.
Not necessarily violently fight, but politically, and it's a way for us to get together and talk. I mean, I love the fact that I can talk with, we got people from Europe in here, we've got people from Middle East, from Israel, we got people from Canada, and then a lot of people from the States. But I mean, this is becoming this multicultural, international thing, and it just goes to show that the respect and the love of firearms is worldwide.
And the tolerance we have.
Yeah, put up with Canadians.
Well, I mean, I think that's very important because, there, in my opinion, there's just no room for closed-minded people. Like, you, especially in the ranges that I go to and shoot in my area from time to time, there's just specific people. They're set in their ways, and by God, that's the way it is, and it shouldn't be like that. Everybody, I believe, should be, open-minded and let people speak, have an opinion, and I think you learn so much more.
Yep. Yeah, an opinion, someone differing opinion is never going to hurt you. A different opinion never hurts you. Like hearing a different opinion, it's just not going to. It's their words, number one, and it's their ideas, and you can try to wrap your mind around it and go, but you can either decide, well, it's not for me, doesn't matter. You can still respect that that's their point of view.
Right.
Just might be different than yours. I mean, here we all have the connection of the firearms, which makes a big difference. I think it just allows us all to have a common language almost. According to G-Web's 9 mil bad, 45 good. Well, I disagree with that.
I just want to raise awareness that 9mm isn't the uber wonder round.
Well, I agree with that. I like 45s too. I like 357s best of all, but it's just because they're such pretty bullets and they look just right.
Yeah, I'm a 357 mag fan myself.
Yeah, they just look like a bullet. They look like what a bullet should look like. It's got a long enough case, it's got a big enough bullet, it just looks right.
And just because the caliber is good for grandmas and people that have broken arms and little kids doesn't mean that it's good for everybody.
Nice, because you can carry a lot of it. It's a small little round, yes, but it will put holes in things. Like, I would consider in a survival situation, if you only had so much weight, it'd be probably a 22 and 22 rimfires, because you carry a shit pile more ammo if you're limited to weight.
No, 9mm is perfect.
Hmm.
You just carry that USM whatever Halo. It's like 30 grains per 9mm bullet.
Oh yeah, those things are wicked.
2,000 feet per second.
Yeah, I've been kind of looking at those. I'm thinking I might buy some of those kind of rounds when I come down. I can't get them up here.
Can your high power even handle them?
Oh yeah, as long as I don't shoot them all the time. It's a Browning design. It's not like a little bit extra velocity and powder is going to hurt it. Well, it might hurt it over time, but But as a defense round, yeah, I'd be pretty sure it would put through 2 or 3 magazines.
Well, speaking of 22, I have a 17 HMR before a good 22 LR. Does anyone suggest a great semi-auto rifle for a 22?
Well, you can go with the Ruger 1022. It's a great semi-auto rifle. You want something classic, find a nylon 66 if you want something that's super reliable and will
Just
eat
get an
anything.
M&P 1522.
But for a rifle?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they make those things. Yeah, right. I can actually get those here, strangely enough.
You can get the short New York or New Jersey mags, the 10 rounders. So they don't always have like a big 30 or 25 round mag sticking out.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, another thing that I learned that a lot of states, yeah, a lot of other states and the USA, man, y'all have some very strict gun laws. Very strict.
Oh, yeah, look at Hawaii. I could not believe, I didn't think Hawaii was like that restrictive. But there's no concealed carry. There's nowhere to shoot, or hardly anywhere. I just thought if you live somewhere on an island, you'd just be able to go to the shore and shoot out into the ocean because there's nothing out there. Apparently there is.
It's the dolphins, man. Save the dolphins.
I don't know what it is. Well, yeah, but you can still shoot golf balls out there, right? Didn't Kramer do that on that Jerry Seinfeld show?
And then George saved the whale by pulling the
Was it
golf
George
ball
saved
out.
the whale?
Yeah, he pulled the golf ball out
Wow.
to impress that girl on the beach.
Well, he'd do almost anything to impress a girl, but that poor guy.
Then he was telling the story at the end in the diner, and he pulled the golf ball out, and Kramer was at the table, and he looked around like, I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, for 22s, I mean, you can't really beat the Ruger. There's so many of them, and they're good guns. They're, they work really well. I've had a couple, but the one I've got now is one of the takedowns, and that's just such a handy little gun. The only thing I don't like is you can't really put a scope on it and use the takedown bag unless you get a really short scope. And if you've got the scope rail on it, you can't use
it. Quick release of some sort. They must make quick releases for that by now.
You can take down the 1522. It's just an AR.
Yeah.
Pop it in half.
You just drop it in the fucking.
I just think it's the most reliable out of all of them.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't have any Ruger rifles yet. Just both of my 357s are Ruger. I do love the Ruger though. They are a great firearm.
Yep. They make quality for a reasonable price. So you gotta give them that. They're like Chevys. That's perfect. Actually, way to describe them. They're Chevys.
I like my stainless 1022. I put a Butler Creek stainless steel stock on it, folding stock. That's pretty cool.
Really? Oh, that'd be kind of neat.
Yeah.
I'd like to put a folder and everything on my takedown, but then you can do it. I've seen people do it, but you got to cut like one of the stock.
Webs did it, and then Marco did it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just something that. Because I hardly ever shoot it. Like I say, the big thing is I put the scope rail on it, and then I lost the screws somehow, like for the fill-in screws. And if you have the scope rail on it, you can't use the regular iron sights. And I've kind of gone away from optics. I still have the problem with, because I have to wear reading glasses, I can either see my target really well or I can see my sights really well. Whether I'm wearing the glasses or not. So I'm thinking that might be worth getting the surgery done to correct that. Just so I can see, because I can see really good long distance. I always have been able to, but once I hit about 40 years old, my close-up vision started to go away.
You might be too old for LASIK surgery.
No, they actually say they can do it for just people that need reading glasses now.
Your eyes are gonna melt out of your head.
I'll get the left one done first. If that works, and I'll get the right one done. That way I've still got one good eye.
Then you can wear a patch.
Oh man, I could get the eyeball taken out and put like a rubber snake in there or something. So when kids said, "Can I see your eye?" you could pop it out and a snake would jump out of it. That'd be hilarious.
I'd put a little boxing glove that pops out and punches
Oh,
the kid
that'd
in
be
the
fun
face.
too. Yeah, that'd be good. Or just a marble.
Cuckoo bird.
Yeah, cuckoo bird. Just every hour, right? Patch would flip up and. But I mean, it's coming. We'll have bionic eyes before another 20 years, I'll bet. It's amazing what they're doing with technology. It really is. Like you watch some of the cutting edge stuff they're doing now, and like the exoskeletons, they're here, right? We have them. We can build them. They're just expensive. It's like everything. I mean, wheelchairs used to be outrageously expensive. The only people who could own them were rich people, and now like everybody's got a wheelchair if you can't walk.
Now, wait a minute. I just have to step this back technology-wise. You're saying a chair and hammer on two wheels with a little wooden shaft was too high-tech for 100 years ago for guys to figure out for regular people.
Yeah. You watch the Civil War vets. People would slide around on little boards with wheels on them, like skateboards almost.
But then
Maybe
you're
they
talking
couldn't afford a wheelchair.
Right.
about destitute people. There's in between poor and destitute. Destitute means you have nothing.
Back then, people were destitute if they lost their leg.
Okay. Well, then you're not poor. You're destitute. It is different. Yeah. I tell you what. If you have no money versus $20 in your wallet, I'd say you'd feel a little bit different.
Yeah. If you only had $20, would you use it to build a wheelchair for yourself, or would you use it to feed yourself?
And the wheelchair was invented in 1783.
Yes, but only rich people had them.
Because they were encrusted in jewels?
Mm-mm.
I mean, people had wagons. It's not like wheel technology was the high tech of the
I'm
day.
not talking the wheel technology. I'm talking the ability to spend $20, because if you got wheels on it, it's kind of getting up to the cost of a wagon. Now you got to spend that money, which if you don't have any legs and you're a Civil War veteran or something, and you're just scraping by, maybe doing whatever for a local grocer, or doing whatever you can do, you don't have that $20 just so you can sit in a chair and wheel yourself around.
They didn't let no cripples work no grocers back in 1783.
It's like wheelbarrow technology. You're just adding an extra wheel and you're putting it out of a chair instead of a barrow.
That's what the thing says. They're actually the earliest are from like 525 CE, which there's Chinese pictures of people being scooted around in wheelbarrows basically when they're invalid and old. And then I guess whenever we start inventing things was like 1760. That guy created a thing for moving people around to bathe them. And then 1887 wheelchairs were introduced to Atlantic City so invalid tourists could rent them to enjoy the boardwalk.
Right. So,
and on that note, I've got to go make
blind.
donuts, so I'll see y'all later.
Yeah, you didn't win, Dano.
It's donut time.
So this may seem off topic, but does anybody know whatever happened to the wheel gun guy?
Oh, and his girls, Sigalicious.
Yeah, his wife got mad at him for neglecting her, and then banned him from going into chat.
I mean, it was inevitable.
Yeah.
And then also, like, is that the same fate that become douche neon?
Never met him. Don't know.
Who?
I know the name.
It's like
That's how
dual webcam
I
neon.
sent that guy one of them Trigger Guardians because I didn't need it anymore, and then that was the last I ever saw of it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the name,
Who?
but it was a while ago.
He was a guy
webcam
who used
neon.
to sit, yeah,
He'd sit in his basement.
dual overhead cam neon.
Oh.
We might still be watching. We don't know, right? So,
Maybe.
if he wants to come back.
Any other where are they today questions? Otherwise,
Don't you have somewhere to go drive?
Anybody ever heard of Revolver Girl? Anybody ever
Clay,
heard of a Revolver Girl?
Make a bunch of money.
you're kicking an old man out to work on the eve before a holiday, and I don't feel like the respect is flowing.
Oh, come on, there's a bunch of hipsters that need to get from point A to point B, and you're their only hope, Dano.
Yeah, that's true, man. You
And
and
you know
your
what?
Honda.
If I'm their only hope, that's sad.
It seems like we have a right to travel in this country, and you're there charging people for their right to travel. So
You should just do it for free, Dano.
I don't know why you just don't do this for service. These people deserve it, after all.
And if I would be more than happy to be sponsored by gun websites, put it on the side of my vehicle, and give out free rides. I did say paid sponsorship.
Does that mean you're going to grow your mustache back so you're going to offer all those hipster girls free mustache rides?
Now, for a premium sponsorship, I will throw in a mustache.
Because you had the best 1970s porno mustache I've ever seen. Bar none.
Except for Ron Jeremy.
All right, well,
I think it'd be a close tie.
make a bunch of money.
All right, adios.
See you, Dano. Talk to you tomorrow.
See, that's when I'm looking at. I don't know how to say this. How do you say his name? J Blow. J Blow. You have to jump in and tell us again because I'm not good at that. But anyway, I'm looking at his picture there, and it looks like he's assembling something made out of 3D printed parts. That's what seems appealing to me. Because why aren't there like massive amounts of new transformers and cool little gadgets that people can make out of ball and socket joints and cleverness and computer graphics and all that?
A transformer pocket carry.
Yeah, like that. What was it? That cell phone thing? I barely saw that the other day. I heard of it. The cell phone camera or the cell phone gun. And I was like, oh, that must be interesting. I never really saw it until I seen it the other day. I'm like, oh shit, that is pretty clever. So, and that I'm sure was done on a 3D printer because it's small. But I think there should be a heck of a lot more little gadgets and things being made out of 3D printers.
Oh, I'm sure there is. I don't know why these people aren't out putting their what they're doing out onto the internet. Maybe they are, and we just don't see it. I mean, I'm very gun-centric when it comes to internet videos. That or, games like World of Warship or something like that. Because, I'm old. I like to do things real slow. Which makes the ladies smile.
I was updating the chat in the main room. I think Smeggy asked to put the link in every so often.
Yeah, how does one do that, anyways?
Yeah, maybe Smeggy shouldn't be telling us what to do.
He's like a tyrant, like a lobby chat
Well,
tyrant.
the moderators can do it, but yeah, everybody else can't, I don't think. Can
What
we?
do you mean? Just copy and paste the link from the chat into
Oh,
the
that's
external.
verboten. You can't click your own freaking URL in Canada and then just paste it, distribute it on.
Well, maybe not
I
you,
don't know.
Bob.
Look, I don't know anything about this shit. When I learned computers, we had punch cards.
Well, that's shame on you. You should have kept up with it. Did you quit learning vehicles when you had to crank start them?
No, I was busy learning more about racing motorcycles, so I kind of missed a whole chunk.
Well, then let's talk about motorcycles.
I gotta find a good rebuilder. I need the top end of my Kawasaki.
I was like, yeah, we're talking bikes. Now we're starting to get a little bit into my territory.
Oh, really? You like bikes? What do you ride?
Oh, yeah. Well, nothing at the moment. Did have a 94 Fat Boy.
Oh, yeah. So you don't like to go fast, then? You like Harleys?
Yeah.
No, there are some fast Harleys, I have to say, but they cost a lot.
Yeah.
What was the name of that scooter that Dead Horse is saying I should get? Vino or something?
Oh,
The rascal.
Raz?
No, rascal.
No, you don't want a rascal.
No. It was like a little Vespa looking little tiny thing that's really cheap.
Vespa.
A
Oh,
Vespa?
Vespa's cool.
But Vespas are all expensive.
Are they? I thought they were
Well,
like
like
$2,000 or something.
Vespa's got very expensive because they all the preppy yuppie, like, or I guess whatever they call them now, that wear the funny hats.
hipsters.
Hipsters, yeah, the hipsters really love Vespas because they're like they can say Vespa. I have a Vespa, not a Honda. Rascal.
They're not
Well,
like
that's what I'm curious about, though.
Rebel.
super
It's a Honda
mid.
Rebel. Yeah.
Mentioning hipsters, how did that come along? Is that just like kids of hippies for parents, and that they threw up, and that's what is going on? Is that the popular movement nowadays? Because I really don't understand that. The hipster movement.
Well, see, the lumberjacks cut down all the forests, and then they had nowhere to go except the cities, and so they infiltrated the cities and had offspring, and there you have the beards and the flannels.
Very nice.
And the hats. Don't forget the hats. But you know, their parents wore reasonable hats, like fur hats that covered your ears, kept you warm, and hipsters wear little tiny fedoras.
A real hipster is somebody that's like way too cool for hipsters already. Like it's an infinite hipster circle of hipsters.
That's craziness.
Yep.
So, does anyone have enhanced carry along with their CCW?
What is it? Enhanced carry.
Yeah, there was the other fella that just left. I think it's Dano. He just left. He asked me that too. It's where you can take a class. It was an 8-hour class, and you're instructor certified. So basically, we can carry anywhere, even if there are signs that say we can't. We can still carry. The only places that we can't carry is federal property, and I mean that's pretty much it. I mean, we can even carry inside of a courthouse with the judge's permission.
Yeah, I think in Pennsylvania it's already like that basically.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you're exempt from like say if the mall has a sign on the door. I've never seen any signs really around where I live, but it's not. I don't think it's an exemption from that. Is it an exemption from like a mall doing it or a private business?
Yeah, even private businesses, we can still, carry. Well, of course, it's concealed, but that even if they say, no firearms allowed, we can still walk right on in. And now it was something that we would have to renew every 5 years, but the January 16th of this year, the government signed a law, and now we don't have to renew it every 5 years. It's good for the rest of our lives as long as we live within our state.
That's good. Yeah, I don't think we have that. What state's that? Where are you at?
Mississippi.
Yeah, that's very, very from state to state. There might be a different level of licensing in PA for law enforcement or security, but I don't know.
Yeah. And that's another thing I find funny, how it's crazy from, state to state, which that's one of the things that I'm reading literature on the side is, you know, that I guess it was a mistake years back when the Constitution was written that each state, can regulate or have, specific rights through their, within their territory when it should just be if you're an American citizen, you should be able to carry in general, no questions asked.
Well, it was a Supreme Court decision that made that way after the Constitution was written.
Yeah. Well, that's horrible. So where's everybody else from?
I'm in Arizona.
Okay, cool.
I'm on the West Coast. You can check out my Instagram at Daddy West Coast.
You can get one of those coolers that has a scooter in it for $100.
What are the size of the gas tanks on them? Like, how far can you get before you run out of gas?
I think it's like 100 miles or something. It's pretty far. Maybe even 300. I don't know if it's 300. It's pretty far. They get like 1,000,000 miles to the gallon. They don't weigh anything.
What about those new electric bikes?
I just can't afford it. I'm hoping to get like a parts bike or a broken down one for like a couple $100, and then just rebuild it. Just for scooting around town, go check mail and shit, so I don't have to drag a car around. And also to have a cool vehicle to pop out the back of the van.
Yeah. Oh, okay. If you don't mind me asking, so you're the guy in the van, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that your residence?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I saw earlier chats and I saw footage from inside a van, and I was like, man, that's roughing it out.
No, it's just so I can travel a lot cheaper than paying for a hotel everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, there's a guy on YouTube called Cycle Cruiser. He does the same thing. He puts his dirt bike in his van, but he totally modified it where he can live inside. He's got a pretty awesome setup.
What a miss.
Oh, not too much.
I found out that you were the Canadian.
Couldn't tell by my accent.
Yeah, that's how I knew.
Oh shit, you're making Lego parts out of the 3D printer. That's pretty cool. Make like specific parts you need for a Lego, like super complicated, tricky ones, and then Lego guns. That's something that's valid. Lego shotgun shells.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Wonder if they'll ever make a polymer one day that won't melt, but you can make 100% polymer gun, of course, without the ammunition.
Damn, he's got all kinds of cool shit that he's making. So what, do people pay you for these designs then? Like you come up with design and then people pay so they don't have to make up the design themselves? Like that underwater AK? Is that for Lego dudes? Communist cookie cutter? That's pretty fucking cool. Chinese throwing star cookie cutter? AK-47 cookie cutter? Damn, I gotta get a 3D printer now.
Yeah.
G-Webs, you're going to
Cookie
need to buy
cutters.
one of the big buses. You're going to have your patch prototyper, your decal machine, and now a 3D printer all in that bus. You need a full-size bus.
Dead
I'm
horse
looking
made
at
the
Drag a
cookie
train.
cutters.
Flash it in.
We just get Dead Horse to make us all the cookie cutters.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know where he's sitting. He's just hiding because he doesn't want to start printing. Let's go.
Let's get to it.
I want some of these Lego pieces too. Some of these pieces make me want to go grab my Legos.
I know. Well, what's the cost from buying Legos to making them from the 3D printer?
Well, no, but some of these are pieces that don't exist, I suspect. Like some of these are just pieces, which is kind of cool because then you could just make like specific piece or something that they just don't make a lot of.
Yeah.
And so some of these looks like are just pieces. He's got a link right there. I'm just going through his link. But like some of them are crazy awesome looking ones that are like four-sided and stuff that they just don't make. At least I don't think they make. And if they do, they only give you like the one for the one kit or something. So you
Was I the only one that heard Bob almost say decal?
Oh, he likes to say decal. He's trying to act American.
Oh, it's the decal.
Yeah, for a long time, G-Webs couldn't figure out what the hell I was talking about. And aluminum.
Well, I know your aluminiums. That's at least understandable. But like the film,
Yeah.
decal, that's just to confuse people. And Zed shows that you guys got nothing to do. You sit around saying Zed all the fucking time. You got no ambition in life. You sit around saying words instead of letters.
Let's just turn every letter into a word.
Yeah, why don't we say ow, 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 instead of A. Oh no, they do say, they say A, or like 3 or 4 letters. They can't.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've never used that term. Or
No,
a boot.
20 cents? Is that what you're saying?
Those will be some. I'm gonna go get the ingredients to make cookies, but I don't have the cookie cutters yet.
Oh damn, dude! I thought you would get paid for all that. That's pretty cool, though.
A 1911 cookie cutter.
Oh, that would be cool.
All right, I've been looking for Vito in here, and it's not. Oh, let's close that one.
You can make brass knuckles, but just plastic knuckles, so that way they won't hurt as much, and they're
Well,
legal.
you make them on a 3D printer, and then you cram them in sand, and then
Yeah, I saw that.
The brass, and you melt it in there.
I saw that video. That's too much work. And then it's you can't use it on people.
Well, that's not
Maybe
much
this.
work because you just have Dead Horse printed out. He does all this. Sends it to you.
Yeah.
I really want to buy this little go-kart that's built into a cooler. Got a little wheel on it.
What?
It's $100.
Oh, the electric cooler, they are badass, man. I want one of those so bad for tooling around the RV park.
Yeah, this fat guy at the Wanamaker Gun Show had one. He was just scooting around on it. And I'm like, dang it. I don't even need to scoot around on it, but I want to scoot around on it. And then you can still use half of it as a regular cooler. So you can have some cold beverages or something in there. Some fruit. It may or may not need new batteries.
And you always have somewhere to sit down.
You can't get on that and ride it.
Oh yeah, this was carrying a big fat guy around.
You can cut a hole in the
No.
the cup holder, and it just be like a riding bathroom.
Oh, yeah.
Well, there you go. Then you got a little place to put it right there.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I can't get around. I can't sit down. I can't find a place to poop. All those problems.
Those things are cool, man.
Can I get a beer out of there? Out of here.
Well, it does have a cup holder. Look at that, man. That's perfect. I want one of those.
No. Look at though. That's a hinge on the one side and a little finger thing on the other side, so you can like. I guess it's you don't have to open it to reach in there and grab a beer, but you could also do it the other way and just put foul, disgusting things down in there.
You know, why would you want to do that though? That'd get your beer all disgusting.
No, you just get 2 of them. One for beer, one for bathroom.
Oh, and you make your wife ride the bathroom one. That's a good idea. So if she forgets and reaches in, it'd be like, ah. That's probably why I'm divorced.
Sure it is.
Yeah, you took it too far, Bob.
Yeah. There's decency. You can go on.
I know. And then I Canadianized it. I just, we're a little cruder than you Southerners. And by the way, you're all Southerners to me, right?
I'm definitely Southerner.
Yep. Well, you even sound like a Southerner.
Yeah, I can't escape it.
One of the channels I watch all the time is Brother's Keeper. And yeah, man, that guy is so Southern. But I know people just like him. They don't sound like him, but they're just like him. They build little crazy go-karts for their grandkids and their kids. It's just like, damn, I think I live next to him.
Did you see the guy that built that roller coaster, that mini roller coaster in his backyard?
Oh, hell yeah. That was
awesome.
cool. All wood, too.
Yeah.
Because the wooden roller coasters are the cool ones.
How do we get that horse to print out some of these cookie cutters?
Yeah.
Oh, she'll star and sickle, or hammer and sickle one.
I need a Tavor and a Canic.
Can you do a gun channels G if I send you the file? Make it into a cookie cutter?
Oh, that'd be cool.
All this cookie talk.
We could do a gun channel G that opens up, like so it's like a little keychain or something, but it opens up and has like a 9mm bullet or something.
What a gun channel's belt buckle, it opens up and it's got a mini revolver in it.
Making little 9mm cookies would probably take like 3 minutes in the oven.
Yeah, it would be like making donut holes. Just extra.
Little cookie bites.
What's the patch thing?
What patch thing?
The little, I'm a new member, but like the little emblem by your profile pic, the little, is that what you get for like answering questions or whatever?
That's so basically there's a lot of different things. You're talking about the little things that'll show up on people's pictures sometimes?
Yeah.
That's like things that you do on the site, like if you post a picture, you post a video, or you answer a question, or you, I don't know, post something like a link. All these things have credit points or something. We wanted to do a project one time, and I needed to turn all those features on, so it's easier to just turn them on and leave them public than have them running for no. So some of those are automatic, like if you just answer questions a bunch of times, you'll get a badge.
Oh, okay.
Some of them we've made, like when we have these chats like this that run all night, people fall asleep. So we made one for the people that fall asleep. So you got to fall asleep in a chat to get that one, and then stuff like that. So there's some of them that are just kind of fun, and some of them that just were part of the system when we put it together. We left them on. Some of them we turned off because they're stupid, like I don't know, maybe posting recipes. Like we don't have recipes here, so we turned that one off. But I don't know. So there's a bunch of them, and every once in a while, one of them will trigger that I forgot we left on because somebody will do something to get it. But there's a certain amount of stuff that like the system automatically keeps track of, and then some of the things like falling asleep, we got to go in there and tell it. We can't know that.
Wait a minute. There could be reloading recipes that could be used for that feature.
That would be good.
Very true. Very true. So this chat will last all night?
I don't know when this one started, but if this one ends, usually it depends on if it ends at like a hour that people are still around, then yeah, somebody will potentially jump on and start another one up. So they're not run by the system itself, they're run by individuals. They just post it on the system because the system itself can't just maintain a constant chat room with the Google interface or whatever, so people just step up and do it. I think Smeggy's running this one, or Dano, I don't know.
Yeah, Smeggy, he sent me a link, I clicked on it, and he and I started it, I guess, and then Dano came in.
So
I didn't know, do I leave or what? I didn't know what was going on, and then everybody started to come in. I was like, heck yeah, we can talk to people.
Yeah. So Smeggy will have that thing on, and whatever time you started it, 8 hours later it'll shut off because it only goes for 8 hours online. And then that's when I say if there's enough people around, then somebody will usually come in and start another one like that. And then we usually have one group of people that comes around in the daytime. This is kind of during the week, this would be kind of the transition time when people are getting off work or eating or whatever, and a different group of people come in. And then there's like a group of people that hang out during prime time, and then as those people kind of fade out, a whole other group of people on the West Coast will come in, and that's what usually keeps the conversation going pretty much from, I don't know, what, about 4 or 5 o'clock here till 3 in the morning sometimes.
And,
Yeah.
and Flippy's on for all the time, the entire time. Every night. I swear that kid sleeps during the day and whenever he should be working.
Have a reloading chat tonight?
Hopefully. Sean was supposed to, we were supposed to be talking big boars, and I have not seen Sean. Of course, I just recently got on him, so.
So that kind of thing will happen too, where guys will either have a weekly show or one that they do often, and then like that, like sometimes when everybody gets together it happens, and then those will happen either regularly or intermittently throughout the week too.
Yeah, there's a few staples going on throughout the week. Then there's some that are trying to, gain traction and go. I like the reloading channel, and then of course there's hit or miss. Matt does on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and G Webs is periodically through his.
Yeah, Yankee does one, and then Matt is really consistent. He's got that's never enough ammo, and he's got a show on. He's from Texas, so.
Mm-hmm. And then of course the daily gun show.
Yeah. No. Yes.
Yeah.
We've only been consistent for 6 months. Matt's been consistent for like 4 or 5 years though.
Yeah. He's been doing. He's one of the first chats I got into years ago. It was his, and then I think it was Edge's, and then Gun Geeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I still listen to Gun Geek whenever he does his live shows. I got into it whenever shortly after, or right around Sandy Hook time frame, whenever we had chats live for like 24/7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and those ones used to go like, God, there was times that I was like basically going, oh, gee, I only got an hour to sleep before I got to go to work. That was way back when I still worked, when I wasn't retired.
I mean, that's whenever I listen to it all day, every day at work.
Yeah. Like Gun Geek's a Canadian guy. He does lots of reloading stuff and lots of weird.
A lot of casting. I swear he casts for. Oh my God. I don't even want to know how many molds he has.
Oh, he's got an amazing collection of guns and stuff. It's all like usually older bolt military single shot, but he's got everything.
Black powder, shit like that. I mean, he's what, mid-30s, I'd say.
Yeah, he's like working in a grocery store, manager in a grocery store, and.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Works nights a lot. That's why. Well, was it nights? No, he worked. Yeah, that's how it worked. Is he'd work nights, and then like I've worked in those kind of places, and you work nights, and then 2 weeks later you're on days, so your whole sleep schedule is all screwed. So I mean, getting to go and talk at people at midnight, which is regular time for them, because remember with a lot of his chats we had people on from New Zealand and Australia.
Yeah.
Because they were late.
Yeah, Yeah, I won't be able to see a lot of chats during the day. I work 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., but I'm ready for the fall and winter because we work less hours, so I'll be able to, I think from Thursday until Sunday, I'll be able to listen to y'all.
Oh,
Well,
cool. Jump in.
Yeah, and then of course you can always watch the previous night's chat, as you're like doing stuff around the house and crap like that.
Yeah, and that's why I want to get all y'all's pages because I have the Never Enough Ammo guy and I have the Yankee Marshall. And let's see, I want to say gun websites.
Yeah.
I joined him on YouTube.
And there's Pink's nightly chat, I think it is. That's where our nightly one is. Of course, during the day you can hop on here, and they usually have 2 or 3 chats listed, to where you can go back and listen to them. Because right now the last night's chat's still up on the post. So.
Yeah, one thing I always do, excuse me, with them is like when I go to, I always just go to the general chat room, and then you go underneath and there's a schedule. Like just underneath where the chat room is, you click, schedule. It'll take you to another page, and that's got everything that's scheduled. So it's like, oh, okay, well they're going to be on in an hour. I'll just make sure I'm clicked on that, and then yeah, you'll get to hear those chats going on too. It's kind of interesting. There really, literally is almost 24 hours a day.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Yeah, because I'm the type I like to listen because I was telling Smeggy and Dano earlier. Besides hunting and using rifles and stuff, I'm pretty much a novice, so I love to hear all y'all talk. I learned so much,
Yeah, that's cool, man. Well, I had just gotten back into guns, I think, when I found the internet and the guns stuff. I'd known about the internet for games and stuff, but I didn't know about YouTube and that shit until I was getting back into being preparedness and that, into the guns. And man, I found gun channels, and it was like, oh, heaven, right? Because you've got all these other people on there that are making gun videos and videos about firearms.
And the bad thing is we regret you finding us.
Yeah, I know.
and that's another thing with gun channels. I mean, you'll start talking to people, and like I've never met Bob, but I would consider him a friend, and I would, pull punches at each other just like we've known each other for 5 years.
Yep. Yeah, it's funny that way. It's really weird. And then when I came down there, I got to meet some of the people, and like Marco and G-Webs and Yankee and that, and it was like, holy shit, these people are just like you think they are.
Yeah. Except we look different than what you think we look like.
Sometimes, yeah, like Yankee.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yankee did. He looked a lot skinnier. I thought he was much chubbier than he actually is in real life, believe it or not. I guess it's true what they say, the camera adds 50 pounds. But
just 50?
Yeah, really. It's only about 50 pounds. He's not that big a guy. I mean, he says he's 6 feet, but he's like wearing heels or something.
Maybe his 8-inch platform stripper boots.
Oh, that could be. He wasn't wearing those when I saw him. He was dressed like pretty much like a normal person. But nicest guy you ever want to meet. Like, honest to God, I mean, for all his bombastic shit that's on when he's talking in the chats and stuff, he really is a nice guy.
Well, yeah, I think Yankee, he has to be Yankee.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his on-air personality, and you have to.
Oh yeah, you get it when there's more than a couple of people around you, but yeah. But yeah, hell of a nice guy. G-Web's, well, I mean, yeah.
This is who he is.
Yeah.
24/7.
Exactly who he is, and it's and nice guy too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what? and I hate because it makes me sound kind of like a dumbass and like a bit of a, I don't know, jerk, I guess. But I really did expect Americans were going to be like the Americans that come up here and try to take over our campgrounds and are just like assholes.
That's
And
just
then
us
I
hockey
get down
players,
there.
Bob.
Well, yeah, and then I get down there, and guess what? They're just like us. I felt so at home. Honest to God, I felt like I was back in Saskatoon when I was in Tucson, right? You'd drive along, and people were polite. They'd let you in. They'd wave at you. It was just, people held the door. I was like, son of a bitch, somebody's been lying to me all these years, right? So I was pretty surprised. Turns out people are pretty nice, well, at least in America and Canada. I mean, and Mexico, I was close enough. I've probably met a lot of Mexicans, I'm pretty sure.
Without even knowing it.
Well, I mean, that's another thing too, right? Like, because we have brown people up here too. It's just they're native. And
Bob.
no, I'm just saying. I mean, so it's really, like to me, it wasn't a shock to see people like everybody thinks Canadians only see white people, and we get black people. We get really black people because we get them from Africa. But no, like so seeing people of different color didn't, that was nothing, right? And yeah, honest to God, man, I got down there and felt like, son of a bitch, this is just like being back home. Like I didn't feel a difference. It was just like regular people. And that's what I found. I kind of expected that because of all the people I met through the chats. But I kept thinking, well, these people are just different because we all have this common interest.
No, and people are people pretty much in any, civilized, or I'm not going to say civilized, but any modern society.
Yeah, as long as you can speak, can talk to each other.
Hey, and then when you add in, gun people on top of that, and just people who share a common interest, I mean.
Yeah, that makes such a difference too.
Yeah.
But I was like I say, I felt like, geez, I was, all these years I was kind of an ass, right? So it was an awakening, let's say.
So what you said y'all all meet? Did y'all meet at gun shows?
Oh, yeah, well, we went to SHOT Show. That's where I met most of the guys, was at SHOT Show. But yeah, G-Web's, because he's in Tucson, and that's where I figured I could park my RV. It was cheaper to go to Tucson than Phoenix. And yeah, G-Web's is around there, so we would see each other, once a week or every couple of weeks. And we used to go to hit gun shows, and then we started the gun show tour thing, where we started going to gun shows and, and gun shops. And we go to gun shops and review the gun shop. That turned out to be a hoot, right? It's great fun. I mean, I love going to gun shops. That's one of my favorite things to do. Gun shops and gun shows. Because there's all this neat shit.
Oh, man, I'd like, if y'all ever make it down to Mississippi way, I could see if I could talk to Vans. There are Vans Sporting Goods. There are pretty much local, besides, the big stores like Cabela's or Bass Pro, but Vans, they're pretty much all of our #1 headquarters down here. That'd be awesome if y'all could drop by if y'all are ever in Mississippi, in the central Mississippi area.
I'd love to go down to Mississippi. I was in New Orleans, oh, God, 20 years ago. I went there for Mardi Gras, but I was there for just the last 2 days of Mardi Gras and then for another 4 days, so I got to go see all this neat shit in New Orleans, because that is an old city, and it's like below sea level, but that was before all the hurricane and all that, so, got to see the real...
Well, yeah, I'm half Cooney, so you're around my mama's area. We were actually before in Abbeville, Louisiana. I'm Cajun, so...
so you're partially Acadian, they're called up here.
Yeah, I'm like pretty much 75%. I was just born over in stump jumper country. Yeah. That's what the Coonies call Mississippian stump jumpers. So we're I think the way that it was, if I remember the old stories, we exiled from France, lived in Nova Scotia, and then from Nova Scotia we went down to South Louisiana.
Right. You were, I think, French citizens who, when France took over Canada, you said no, you wanted to be either free or you didn't want to be under the French rule, and so you went to the States where you could, I guess, still do whatever.
Right.
And, yeah, before it was a state. I don't know how that worked, but yeah, it was weird. It was like they did not want to be part of the government that was taking over Canada, so they moved to Mississippi, to the Mississippi area, to New Orleans and stuff.
Yeah.
That's where that Cajun cooking and everything comes from, and that's some kind of cooking.
Yeah, exactly.
Po' boy sandwiches. Yeah,
That's
po'
why
boy.
we have constables and we don't have sheriffs in that area because it comes from France instead of England.
Yeah.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like parishes and constables or some shit.
Right. I wondered why there were parishes there. I thought
And
that was
way better gun laws than a lot of states in the United States, because hearing from all of you people, man, y'all got some very strict gun laws.
It really all depends on, of course, where you're at.
Yeah.
I'm here in Arkansas, and we have just pretty much anything we want.
Yeah, well, we're the same way here. And then a lot of folks didn't know what enhanced concealed carry was, and I was explaining to them it doesn't matter if there's a sign on the wall or not that says I can't carry a firearm. I can carry a firearm inside there.
Yeah.
The only places I can't carry is federal property. Anywhere else I can carry.
That's how it is here. The only thing is if you get asked to leave, you have to leave, or else it's trespassing.
Right. Yeah, the same here.
That's how it is here as well.
Well, then it's the same in PA. We all have enhanced carry.
Oh
Okay.
man, Webbs, is there?
Well, I've never heard of the advanced carry thing. It's just, and up where I'm at, that's just, state law is basically you go wherever you want except for federal property and courthouses.
Oh, well, who was the fellow from Illinois? He said that if he gets on a train that he can't carry or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
They
it's
just
still
got
noises.
carry in 2013,
Yeah.
Illinois, so they're still new.
Yeah, see, and people wonder why. They go, oh, why would you want to move from Canada? You've got that great health care, which it not. Admittedly, it's great. I know they try to say it's not, but it is. We have wonderful health care. I had a heart attack. They fixed it. I was out of the hospital in 3 days. Blah, blah, blah. They put stents in, all that shit. I've never had a problem with health care in this country. It's always been really good. My daughter's had Crohn's disease, chronic Crohn's disease, since she was 8, which is really young. And she's got pretty much stellar care, and didn't bankrupt us or didn't cost us anything really. I mean, it cost us for some of the meds and that, of course, but doctor's visits and that. But people go, why would you want to leave that? Well, because they have freedom there. We don't. We can't say what we want. We can't carry a gun. Well, I mean, we have the right to ask to carry a gun, but they never give anyone that permission. I mean, it's just like, I just want to live down there where there's some freedom.
Well, can the people band together? Like, are there enough people in Canada that could band together and talk to your local representatives and say, hey, we want this law changed or that law changed, or is it an anti-gun society in Canada?
Unfortunately, most of our population resides in big cities. Like, we have, basically, by the time if the election results get to Manitoba, so the whole east is where most of the people are. So when you get to the west, there's so few of us, and we're the ones who own guns, use guns, have guns. The people in the east, they might do hunting. They have the most gun crime, of course, because they live in big cities. But it's all done with illegal handguns, and hardly ever, almost never with a long gun. So what happens is, because that biggest voting bloc just sees gun violence as inner city youth shooting each other and wounding or killing a bunch of innocent people because they don't know how to shoot. Yeah, they go totally against gun laws, and they basically elect the government, right? Because they've got almost half the population.
You know, Bob, my state is almost a perfect example of that. You know, because we're basically divided into east and west by the mountains. And
Yeah.
the east side, you know, their farmers are agricultural, and you know, it's all Second Amendment, and they're strict. They're, you know, Republicans over there. And then when you get over to the bigger cities over here on the western side, you know, that's where most of the population base lives, and that's what forces, you know, that's what forced us, you know, blue or purple or whatever the fuck color we are now.
Yeah. Well, and that's the same kind of thing, but we do it like the whole country, and it really is. I mean, if Ontario and Quebec, two provinces out of the 14 or whatever, I can't remember anymore. Too old. But two provinces control the rest of the country. I mean, if you know, like, and all the money is in the other provinces, right? It's just the population is all living in these big cities like Toronto and Montreal and Ottawa.
Are you saying the money is not in the big cities?
I think that we should make Canada channels because there's so many people in Canada and so much money up there to talk about.
It's just that's where the money people are, right? Because they want to live in big cities. They don't want to live in small cities or small towns where people are hicks and listen to country music and, you know, like to go to drag races and monster truck shit.
So Smeggy,
concerts.
So Smeggy, when you're in town and you're able to do it, are you interested in hosting an after the Daily Gun Show wrap-up show? You know, like a la Talking Dead?
Sure. Yeah, Talking Daily Show.
Except, yeah, the Talking Daily Gun Show. Because we're thinking that we get these ideas all stirred up and then we cut out of them because we're trying to keep our show like 90 minutes or whatever. So we were thinking like, well, how do we do like a long format or like go into things if it's a hot topic or something? And I'm like, well, fuck, we're already, Smeggy's most time, well, not most time, but a lot of time, you're, well, even most of the time lately, you're doing a show anyway. And then that would give you some direction for that show and maybe a chance for people to jump in and throw their 2 cents. Because basically we go in there and we solve it. And I'm sure a lot of people are like crushed because they're like, oh, these things, these freaking thoughts I had for so long were just like shown to be completely false, right? So then I like stunned and I like feel the need to communicate with somebody like I've just been so enlightened. I need to share it with somebody else so that you could provide a service for all those people.
And yeah, I'd be willing to do that. Like you mentioned, I normally do the, you know, early lobby. It just kicks off right after your show, but I could do a separate one as the Daily Show thing, the after Daily Show, and then if that lasts an hour or something, then I can switch back over and do an early lobby.
I don't think you have to do any extra work. It's just that we'll start telling people like when you're around or whatever, give us a heads up, and we'll be able to tell people like, hey, now head over to the Daily Lobby or whatever you're going to call your show, and then that way, basically, just, you know, the audience has a place to go because some of them may not realize that pretty much all the time you've got a immediate hangout going.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's great.
And then that way we can end the topic and go, all right, now we can continue this in about an hour at Smeggy Show.
Yeah, that'd be fine as long as there's other people willing to jump in and talk about it, because it seems like the early lobby, you know, Amit and myself jump in right away, and then other people show up like an hour or so later.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll be encourage people to jump right in, and then we're gonna run it like Starship Troopers though, so it's just until you're dead or we find somebody better.
Okay.
That is awesome.
I don't know how I feel about that comment, but okay.
Well, you saw my Oro, did you, right?
You gotta earn to be the Daily Gun Show Roughnecks, right? You don't just get that title of.
Yeah, you've seen the pictures of what Oro did to you, right? There was a video of him like consuming you, wasn't there?
Time to bring that back to the surface again. Maybe somebody's forgetting kind of power that the Daily Gun Show has, kind of influence we have.
Well, I just would like to note that I am still kicking, so obviously I can handle a dog attack.
No, that's true.
Even one as vicious as that, I found a way to survive.
You're made of snow. You just reform in the clouds and come down.
Magic snow. I am made of magic snow.
No,
That's the important part.
After the dog pisses you out, you reform into yellow snow.
That means Smeggy's made out of yellow snow. He looks pretty white there, though.
Well, you know, that was pre-attack.
That's true.
The picture is pre-attack, so.
You know this means you have to make yourself a yellow Smeggy snowman, right?
I don't agree with that. I have I have gone through one change. I don't know if it's going to show up. There we go.
Very nice.
Oh yeah, you kind of lean more. Is that it? Or it's your arms? You been working out?
What is that?
Are you really asking another guy if he's been working out?
No, I'm asking a snowman if he's been working out.
I don't know why it's like I don't know if it's all like zoomed in and stuff, but that's.
Man? Or is that
Oh,
just...
your hands are different. Is that it?
He's got a bigger belly on this one.
Does he? Oh, you've lost some weight. Well, see? And why is it
I
wrong?
grew a mustache and wearing a hat. That's the only thing that changed. Is it not coming through well?
Oh, is that little lump on your head? That ice lump?
No, evidently your image isn't rendering or something.
All right, let me just do like full screen and then I'll.
That looks like a Rasta hat.
That's a sombrero.
Yeah, it's Smexy 42, the Mexican version of Smeggy.
That's what happens after Smeggy visits the border.
Ah.
See it. That and he has to go see his doctor. Oh wait, did I say that out loud?
Oh.
Sorry, Smeggy.
No, that's when he goes to Thailand.
So this was I think Sean made this one for me. I thought it was pretty good. Like I said, I don't know how to I don't know, the picture, I tried setting it like as just my regular picture, and it, I don't know, it's not the right size or something, so it shows just like a black screen. So I couldn't get, just the snowman part of it, but... Anyways, that's the only change I've been through, is when I turned Mexican for a little bit.
Oh, okay. Well, and when Oro ate you and peed you out.
Well, don't build the wall so he's able to come in.
Oh, I'm already back. You can build it now.
Yeah, no, he's one of us. He was just working down there. But he wanted to blend in, and he's pretty tan, so.
Yeah, I don't think I blended in at all, by the way. I stayed pretty much white the entire time, except for when I got sunburned, and then I was red. And then the next day I was white again. I go from white to red back to white. There's not much tan.
Yeah, when I went to Arizona, I was out, getting some sun, and people were going, "Oh, you shouldn't get that sun. You're Canadian skin. You're all white." And I just turned brown.
Yeah, you didn't have to walk around half naked, though.
I did, actually. It was bloody hot there. Holy crap. How do people live in that kind of temperature? It was like 90 degrees Fahrenheit. You should see what I wear when I'm at home when it's that hot.
I don't think we want to, but I'm going to guess it has the word banana in the title.
No, it's just really...
Maybe some kind of hammock?
Really loose shorts, and you better not be sitting in front of me at ground level when I'm sitting down.
Oh, jeez.
I was about to say try 98 average with 103 humidity.
Oh no, that would actually kill me right away. So it wouldn't really be a problem because I'd just die.
Yeah, it's horrible. I found out that our climate, we have a subtropical climate, and I'm like, Jesus, I couldn't live in the tropics now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even in Arizona, like I thought, okay, it's winter, so January and the temperature's up to 90, and the radio's telling us, oh yeah, by the way, the rattlesnakes might be waking up. What? I mean, we get rattlesnakes in Canada, but like 2 months out of the year, if you're out somewhere where there might be rattlesnakes, you might see one. But here it's like, watch your dogs because they're all over the place. And warnings in the RV park. Snakes have been seen, be careful. Oh,
see, this is what happens when you drive a Dodge Hemi. You cause global warming, and then it's summertime year round.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Yeah, that's bullshit. So you should see what what I'm working on for my new towing rig. I've got a 73 Ranchero with a 429, and I'm thinking if I, switch from the fifth wheel to a bumper hitch, I can get just as big a trailer and it'll pull it. And it's got wood grain too. Well, I figure why let it sit in the garage? I might as well use it.
In the garage.
Yeah, I hear if you let it sit in the garage, sometimes the battery lever rusts out.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to go through it all anyway because I haven't done the suspension in 10 years, so it's getting a little tired. But yeah, that's my
Instagram link.
Probably shouldn't watch it. It could be traumatic.
Getting flashback.
Oh,
I got to meet
That's
Snake.
awesome.
Hey, Snakey, how's it going? Oh, no. Oh,
Very nice.
Awesome.
Very, very nice. Very nice.
and I can say he was a lot nicer in person.
Didn't even eat you the second time.
He didn't even try and eat me.
You didn't agree with him, obviously.
yeah, but he'd almost just died from going through the desert in the middle of the day in an unair-conditioned van.
I probably could have helped him because eating snow would cool his core body temperature and give him water. That probably would have been good for him.
And I tell you what, I love that Doberman. I miss my Rottweilers. I can't wait until I get me a couple more.
Oh, Oro's a wonderful dog. He's just a sweetheart.
I think maybe my dog. I'm going to talk about bounce around the ideas of getting another one now and then versus waiting and starting another one fresh because this one's kind of an ass and he's learning all these bad habits from his other old dogs. Or else the other thing to debate would be getting another Doberman or going with something else. So I'm thinking about doing a band chat on that.
That's a good idea.
I had a Rottweiler before. They're too big. I would go smaller for sure, unless I stick with the Doberman.
What about a Staffordshire Terrier?
I don't know what that is.
Like basically the English pit.
No, I don't like pit bulls.
If you don't like Rottweilers, you won't like Presa Canarios.
I had a Rottweiler. I like Rottweilers a lot. I just don't want a big dog anymore. I'm feeble.
Why don't you get a standard poodle?
At least get a medium dog. Don't go little
Big.
rat dog.
Little.
They're white.
A miniature Doberman.
I was thinking
mini pins are assholes.
Yeah, but I could make it good. You just beat them.
No, you can't. I know a couple of people have them, and they are just jerks. I know what it is. They've got that small dog attitude, but they think they're
but the
big
problem
dogs.
is many people that get small dogs, and 100% of the people with small dogs that are uncontrollable are those kind of people. So if they had a big dog, they'd be running around, let the big dog drag them around. You know what I mean? They just tend to go to a little dog because they know that the dog's going to own them. But Get a big dog person with a little dog, that little dog usually is pretty chill.
That's true.
Once a dog person has a little dog, they're just dogs, right? I only know a couple of people who really know dogs where their little dog is a jerk. Because most of the time, little dogs, when they're around big dogs and are normal, then they're not like that.
You want a really smart little dog? Get a blue heeler.
No, if I'm getting a little dog, I'm getting a Boston Terrier.
Well, blue heeler's a little bigger. They're kind of a medium-sized dog, but they're a working dog, a cattle dog. So they're smart as hell.
Working dogs, I hate
Well,
medium
those
size,
Boston
but,
Terriers are little balls of freaking energy. That's all they got.
I grew up with Bostons on one side and other dogs, so I like it a lot.
Well, medium size but kind of high maintenance would be like an English bulldog.
Oh,
But
no.
I mean, you got to take a lot of time with them.
No, I want a dog that can live my fast-paced lifestyle.
Get a wiener dog.
I really would, because I know a lot of people with them, and I grew up with those too. But in fact, I used to go. My grandma was way into them, so she would take me to breeders, and I would just like be that little kid sitting in a big pile of little baby puppy dogs. Except she was like a massive breeder, so I could just always go over there and always have just dozens of puppies to play with. It was awesome. But the problem with them dogs is I lived too much of a lifestyle for them dogs. They'd break their back. They couldn't keep up with me. They're good.
And they are helpful problems, wiener dogs.
They're not active enough. They're good for old people sitting there.
Yeah. Like if you want something that's going to be able to go hiking with you and stuff like that, I like blue heeler, something medium size. You can't get
I
one
started
of
with the black lab. I'm never going back to that. I need a dog that's cool. Those are too medium. I don't need.
What about a black and tan cur?
I don't know what that is.
It's a high energy squirrel dog.
Never. No, I don't want no hunting dog. I don't want no sporting dog. I'm never getting a herding dog again. I don't like those dogs. There's no point in owning something that's just going to be frustrated because I ain't going to give it I don't have a giant yard for it to run in. So I'm getting a dog that's made for the house and then the vehicle, and then it's still decent for being on alert, and it can also be almost. I'm sick of buying dog food in like 40, 50-pound bags. You get like a 30-pound bag for one of them little dogs, and it lasts you all a month. So if I'm going to be traveling and stuff, I don't need no giant dog that I have to worry about pooping the size of a freaking shoe in my van.
Just go get a smaller something from the pound that's a crossbreed. You're probably happy with that.
I had dogs like that too, and I ain't out there to save the world. I want a cool dog.
Would be a cool dog. It'd be smart as hell and it'd fit exactly in your lifestyle.
My dogs was like that, and that's also a gamble because that's where you also get your fucked up dogs that are all just screwed up, and that's why people got rid of them.
You live right next to the desert, man.
So what? I take the dog out and get rid of it? I'm not that guy.
Oh, come on. It's a dog.
Just bait like a coyote or something to come into your yard, and then train it to like.
I would
nice.
do that. That's free, and it's a wicked cool animal that can keep up with me. I would definitely do that. Except coyotes have no interest in being domesticated, right?
Well, my best friend had a half coyote, half shepherd, and it was one of the best dogs I've ever seen. Other than the fact it wanted to dig holes everywhere to make dens and stuff. But it looked after his kids just like a mother would. But it was, a medium size. It would have been a small German shepherd. But that was a cool dog.
I would almost go with an old military dog, like a retired military dog, but I don't know if I could keep up with it, if I would do it justice. And I don't know where the ratio is now. If there's too many dogs, I'll definitely get in that line. But if there's more vets who want one of them dogs and there's not enough of them, I ain't getting in the way of that.
What about a fox?
Oh, I would get a fox in a second, but I don't think they're very good pets. They just run around biting you.
No, actually, the ones they've actually tamed them. There's a documentary on how they take.
They were all a bunch of assholes. They were all a bunch of assholes. They only tamed.
Actually, they weren't. They were very cat-like, actually.
Yeah, assholes. Who wants a dog that's aloof and doesn't want to pay attention? I want a dog that's like a wolf or whatever that'll listen and be a pack animal. But my best dog ever, well, this dog's pretty damn good. He's the best dog ever. My second best dog to him was one they call a pack dog, or he would have been a pound dog, but I happened to get him before they went to the pound kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just a mutt. He was German Shepherd and Rottweiler, and man, it was the kind of dog that just was plugged into your brain. You don't have to do nothing. The dog just knows what you're doing. Completely chill. He looked like a little teddy bear, so he was kind of dog just like my lab. I could let him rock around without a leash. Nobody cared. Nobody was upset. Nobody was concerned. Every little kid wanted to pet him, and he wanted to play with every little kid. He was like perfect dog. I don't mind that. It's like the Road Warrior dog, just a little dog, except he looked more like German Shepherd. Wow.
Speaking of that, if I can, I just lost my dog, Lucian. He's half Shep, half Rot. I lost him in June, but if I can get a picture, if I know how to do that and put it in the chat thing over here, I'll do that for you real quick. I missed the ever living hell out of that dog. He was the best dog I ever had.
It was a really good mix, but he got bad. He didn't live all the way, but I'm thinking like his dad, he would have fallen apart. And like this guy, the big dogs fall apart after a while, and that's pretty tough. I don't like it. The little dogs just die. So honestly, I'd rather, if I'm going to spend a lot of time with something, having it suffer at the end and have to make the decision to put it down is a lot worse than just having it just wake up one day.
Or not wake up. Yeah.
I mean,
and that's true. The little dogs do tend to do that. But you want a little dog that's got, it's going to be a good warning system.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The Bostons are super alert. They're like super, like they don't care. They're going to fight anything. They're not pit bulls, so when they fight, people just think it's cute. But they're still going to make a lot of noise, and they're going to be super dedicated. They're also chill. I'm sure it'll live in the van just great. And they're cool. They look awesome. And they're the first American breed. They're the first breed that we got around to making specifically here.
What are we talking about?
Boston Terrier, a little black and white dog. Looks kind of like a skinny pit bull.
Yeah. They're okay. They're just tiny, though.
They look like a tiny boxer is what they look like, except black and white. No, they're not all tiny.
I mean, I actually like those dogs. They're just tiny now.
No, they're only tiny compared to our dogs, but they're not like DB's dogs. You can get them that small, but they're like a big-ass Boston, it'd be like a beagle.
Yeah, but Bostons are about 30-ish pounds.
No. 20, that would be heavy.
The one I had was getting close to 30.
Oh, really? Well, if you had one, then you know.
Well, then it took off after the owner.
You can always.
Yeah, well, I didn't have him for very long, but yeah, he was. Yeah, he was about. He was getting real close to 30.
Yeah. Well, that'd be a good-sized dog, too, for you, Gios, because it could sit in the front seat of the truck or your van.
And you can throw that kind of dog on your backpack if you need to cross a creek or something.
Yeah. But they will walk with you?
It says they weigh 15 to 25 pounds. So, yeah. So you're about, you're on the big end, I was on the little end. But that's a kind of dog where you can walk with it all day. It's not going to wear out like a little stupid dog. And it ain't like a herding dog where you'll never keep up with it in your whole life.
Yeah, there it is. I was able to put it in the chat. He was half shepherd.
That's not working. Just put it up on your screen or something. It needs access.
Oh, yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, if you go over to your screen share and just click on your screen share, which is on the left of your screen, you should be able to do it that way, too.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
You have your chat thing, your screen share, your toolbox, control room, draw, whatever. That is the left side, right? Because sometimes I get those confused. A little dyslexic. Okay, I'm a lot dyslexic.
Share. What is share do? You are screen sharing. I don't know. I don't know. I'll get to it later. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the thing is that, yeah, it took me a long time to learn how to do any of the shit, and I still can't do some of it. And I've been doing this for, what, 4 or 5 years now?
Well, yeah, this is your first time in the chat, right?
No, Bob's been happy for us, Maggie.
Oh, it just seems like maybe he hasn't been.
I'm y'all are popping my cherry. This is my first chat. I'm a virgin.
Speaking of popping cherries,
Says that to other dudes. I just got to say that.
So are we still talking about dogs, potential dogs for G-Webs?
Yes, we are. Yeah.
Great.
What are you thinking?
I think he should get a bitch.
I would have it fixed, but I was halfway thinking about going to a girl dog. I do miss rubbing a dog belly, and I have to always go to some other people to rub their dog's belly now.
I rub my dog's belly. I just rub his chest. I don't go down on
Yeah, that ain't his belly, and I like rubbing a dog's belly because it's a little different. I don't know. I had dogs before that didn't have so much business all up in there, so you could rub them like above all that, and not have to worry about getting into the, you know what I'm talking about. So that was a different kind of relationship with the dog. When you're not rubbing their belly, it's just a different relationship. So I would like to get a female dog again so you can pet her on the belly. I think he's got a little bit, the way that this dog is, has to be a little bit because he never gets thrown down on the ground and thrown on his back and rubbed his belly. I mean, I very rarely do that. If anything, it's like when he's already laying down, and then I can carefully come up and strategically rub his one leg, kind of, you know, without being weird. But you don't rub a big-ass Doberman's frickin' belly. It's gross. So
rub under the ribs.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't rub up my dog's ribs. That's weird. But I always, you know, when you have a girl dog and you throw her over and you rub her belly, she's never going to be alpha nothing. You know, she's never.
Well, how come I know women who rub their dogs' bellies whether they're boys or girls? Is it just a guy thing? Is it? Oh wait, are we back into homophobia?
Can't call the dog junk. I leave my dog business to his business. He takes care of his own business, and I don't rub my boy dog's bellies. No, for the most part. Like I say, my one German Shepherd Rottweiler, he was a different layout or something. You could rub his belly pretty.
He swung both ways.
He just got a different body. I mean, this guy's got what they call a barrel-chested dog. They're just different. There is no belly. It's just all, you know, ribs and then hips. There's nothing in between there. There is no belly.
Yeah. No, it's Charlie's kind of like that. It's like there's a really thin strip you can rub.
I don't know. So anyway, yeah, I was thinking about a girl dog, but I'm never having a girl dog that can have puppies. I don't want no puppies.
No. You don't want to ever deal with a bitch in heat.
Like, yeah, you cut them early, right, and then they just never go into heat.
Yep.
Oh, you had screen share for a second there, Luck.
Yeah, I'm trying to see how to put the picture in there.
Well, if you just like open the picture on your computer when you screen share, then you just click on the picture and like maximize it, and we'll basically see your whole screen.
Oh.
So whatever you're looking at will show up.
Okay, let's see.
Up comes the naked pictures of his mother-in-law's titties.
No, I'm nothing like
Hey,
that.
Bob, don't be talking about your own experiences.
Yes.
Is that it? Can y'all see that?
Oh man, that is a sweetheart.
Yeah, that's half rod, half shep.
Oh, that is a cute puppy.
That was my Lucian.
Oh damn.
Yeah, that looks a lot like my dog did. I think Rottweiler German Shepherd is a good mix.
Oh yeah, they're awesome.
Like, because German Shepherds look all skinny and Nazis like German, and Rottweilers gets it.
Just because I have a shepherd, you got to go slag on shepherds now.
You got a shepherd. You have a white lab, or what do they call that?
It's an Anatolian shepherd.
Same thing. Saying a white lab.
It's a Russian shepherd, or not Russian, Turkish. Oh, that means it's shitty because it's Turkish.
Well, it's a terrorist.
He is a bit of a terrorist. Yeah, he's yeah. Have to keep him tied up because he has some problems with my niece's male lab. She's got chocolate labs, so we got like 4 chocolate labs running around and a Shih Tzu, and he gets along with everybody except the one female, the older female chocolate lab, and the one youngest male, because he likes that male a lot. But I mean, he don't know. He's been fixed forever. So. He's only 3 years old. I mean, my dog's fairly young. Well, I guess he's almost 4 now. I stole them from Arizona.
Well, that's why he's cool. He's American.
Well, they were trying to get rid of some dogs down there because, they didn't want them anymore because apparently people don't like big dogs that shed a lot. But, yeah. Never go into a dog pound or like one of those, places again because I could have left there with all of them, to tell you the truth.
I've never had a.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just saw in the outside chat they were talking about a beagle being a good option. I've never had one. Anybody ever had a beagle? They look like they'd be a cool dog, good size.
I had a neighbor who had a beagle, and if you can put up with howling 24/7, they're an okay dog.
Yeah, they're really loud.
Well, it's not even howling. It's like, yodeling or whatever the hell they do.
But they're higher. I mean, yeah, you said fast lifestyle. Yeah, they're high energy, but they can be chill though too.
Beagles are high energy?
Yeah.
Beagles, terrible, yeah. They're loud. They want to be doing something all the time.
They're a herding dog or a hunting dog.
Hunting dog.
Yeah, they're like always looking for something, right?
Yeah, they are definitely always on alert.
Yeah, they're squirrel dogs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in their DNA, I guess.
Yeah. But when I was growing up, we had, we had a mutt. He was like mostly lab, but he was just real like long and skinny, like real tall legs or whatever. I don't know what other stuff was in him. But speaking of people being assholes, that's how we got him. I can tell a story in a minute. But anyways, he used to like run down along the side of the fence with the golden retriever that lived next door, and then he'd run along the back fence and then run up the fence next to the beagle and then run across like the front of the backyard and then down the fence with the the retriever again. So he basically did a circle, and the other two dogs just ran back and forth to meet him at the corner, run with him, and then as he was going across, they ran back to the other side. And they used to do that for like hours. All three of these dogs would just run around outside for hours. But anyways, we actually got the dog. My aunt saw him on the side of the road when she was driving home. He had a collar and everything, so she picked him up, found the address, took him to the guy's house, and he's like, "Oh, thanks, I must have left the gate open or something, whatever." Well, then, like, the next week, she's driving home and sees the same dog. She picks him up again. This time he's not wearing a collar. So she takes him back to the guy's house and is like, "Hey, I know this is your dog, so I just picked him up last week." And he goes, "Yeah, my wife's allergic to him, so we got rid of him." So basically they let him go, not thinking someone would bring it back. And then when someone brought it back, they realized, oh, we should take the collar off next time and then kick him out. So a bunch of assholes. And then, she already had, like, whatever, three other dogs or something. And at that time, my sister really wanted a dog. And so she ended up giving us the dog, and he became our family pet. But I can't understand people that would just kick a dog out into the world and be like, okay, there you go. Like, go eat garbage or something.
So what was it about the particular dog?
Their balls.
Go ahead, Alec.
Oh, no, I mean, shit like that just pisses me. I don't mean to cuss or anything, but shit like that pisses me off. Like,
yeah, you can cuss. Fuck that motherfucking bitch.
Yeah, oh, okay, good deal. Yeah, like, people that fucking mistreat animals, like, there's something wrong in your head. You need help.
Yeah, you're going to hurt something that's an innocent that doesn't even understand why you're hurting it. That's just crazy.
What? Yeah, that shit boils my blood. I mean, even if I see just the slightest little bit of it, somebody walking their dog, and I mean, I don't know, it boils my blood.
Yep.
Yeah, as far as Bob stealing one of our American dogs, it's okay because I used to have a husky that we rescued from Canada. It was a place over kind of by Niagara Falls, actually.
Evens out, does it?
Yeah, but it was specifically like a sled dog rescue. And basically, the guy that brought in these puppies, he had a sled dog team. Like, he bred sled dogs, and one of his dogs got pregnant, but he didn't know from who. Either it was a stray or like one of his other dogs. And because he couldn't prove the history, like he couldn't really sell it, saying that it was, a good breed. So he
Yeah,
was just like,
because
"Yep,
that
don't need
stuff,
these puppies."
because that stuff people are buying because of the bloodline and whatnot, are they not? It's almost like horses.
Oh, exactly. And he was, um, I don't want to say short-haired or whatever, but he wasn't like as fluffy as you would think a husky was. But he did have the two coats. Like, he definitely shed a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah,
Oh,
I knew a Alaskan Malamute or whatever. Somebody had in North Dakota, and I watched that thing grow up from just a little puppy the size of a cat to a freaking small horse. That thing, but North Dakota was the perfect place for that thing because he could go out and run, and he had those fur coats, and the winter didn't bother him much. Hell, he loved it out there.
Oh, that's this thing I got, which is really weird that it came from Arizona, and yet it's got two coats. Charlie does not want to come inside, right? He's like, no, it's nice out here, and I'm like, it's freaking near freezing, plus it's raining, and he's like, no, I'm good. I'm just gonna curl up on the gravel here, and it's like bizarre. This dog does not want to be
Man, the
inside.
things the dogs will put up with to stay away from Bob.
It's not that, really. It's not. The only time, like, he gets really, like, when
It's
my
weird. The only time he comes inside is when I'm outside.
Actually, if there's a thunderstorm, he wants to come inside. He's a big chicken shit. Or if the goat comes over and starts bothering him. Because my sister has a goat that likes to torment Charlie. And for some reason, he's terrified of this goat. And it likes to come over once in a while and just go, I'm just going to stand near you. And then I'm going to rear on my legs and look at you. And next thing I know, Charlie's at the door going, let me in, the goat's here. So he's like a giant dog that's a big chicken shit. Scared of goats, scared of horses, scared of thunder. But he's a good dog. Besides which, I'm stuck with him now. He won't leave me. I can actually untie him, and he's just like, no, I don't know what you're doing that for. I'm just going to stay here. Unless the other dogs lure him away to try to get the coyotes to eat him, but he's bigger than the coyotes, so. But yeah, G-Webs, I wouldn't consider a beagle. They're really loud. Now, a basset hound, although it wouldn't be that good for hiking, basset hounds are cool.
No, same problem for me as with dachshunds. Their backs are too long. My friend's got one, and every time I pick them up, I'm picking them up wrong. I don't like it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's for true. Yeah, they do have that problem.
They're too big. They're, 90 pounds? I mean, well, they can be that big, so...
They can be, yeah. I
don't want a dog that's more than maybe 25, maybe.
Well, I don't know. Blue heelers, Australian shepherds are pretty small.
No.
They're a little higher.
I'm never going to get a hyper dog, dude. Never. I grew up with a dog like that. Didn't enjoy it at all. It didn't even make sense.
I've seen Australian shepherds that were really mellow unless there was, like, cattle or sheep to herd. Other than that, they were like, okay, well, I don't have anything to do, so I'm just going to, like, chill here.
What kind of dog is Nutter Fancy's dog?
I don't know.
Who's Nutter Fancy?
Nut and Fancy?
He's got a black lab or something.
Yeah, his is a black lab.
Well, labs can be really cool, but again, they're getting big, eh?
Yeah, I don't want no dog that encourages people to come over and pet it like a lab does. I mean, a Boston is already dangerously into that realm, but I figure if it's small enough and you can you know, pick it up and take it somewhere. But no, I don't want some dog that like little kids want to come over and pet your damn dog. That was
I think you should just get a Doberman to crossbreed with a medium-sized standard poodle, and you'd
No.
get like about a 65-pound dog that no one would come near unless you let the hair grow out.
40
And plus
pounds.
it wouldn't shed.
The only thing I would consider is maybe something like, besides a Boston, would maybe be something like, what is that? The Road Warriors dog. Just that little tiny German Shepherd looking dog.
Isn't that an Australian Shepherd or something?
Could be. But that would be
Yeah,
still
Australian
a dog that run around and do stuff all the time. I don't like my dog bothering me.
Australian Shepherds, like I say, I mean, they are a sheepdog, but if there's not sheep, they don't care. My brother-in-law had one. It never chased horses or cows. It was just like, nope. It would follow you around, but it would not go and naturally herd animals like, you know, other dogs will try chase cattle and horses. It wouldn't do that. You know, unless it was sheep. It just had a thing for sheep. But I guess that's like
Because
Australia.
it's a terrorist dog. It's got a thing for sheep.
No, that'd be my... Yeah.
Well, I think we found a new mission. We got to find G-Webs, a medium-sized chill dog.
Oh no, I think that's a great idea. I think all the gun channels should get on that and start figuring out dogs that are perfect for G-Webs and telling him. We should just flood his emails with it. Oh, I guess I won't be able to come back.
I mean, it's very interesting. I mean, hell, you know, a specific breed. That'd
Well,
be
he
a
wants, yeah, because he wants something that's going to be able to travel, like be able to do long distance traveling, right? And not be, you know, that friendly towards people. Be an alert dog.
No, I didn't say it
lot
shouldn't
of
be friendly. Where the fuck did that come from? I just said I don't want it to look like a giant teddy bear so that it attracts a bunch of people to assume that you bought a dog that you want people to come over. Like if you got a black lab or a golden lab, you don't have any right like minding your own business because that people assume you want them to come over and pet that dog.
Yeah, that screams attention.
Yeah, like, oh, look at my dog. Or a poodle. Poodle's another example. You don't get a poodle unless you want everybody looking at your damn dog.
No, you just don't shave the poodle. You leave the poodle all furry or stupid looking, and
Inspires awe and respect. It makes people go, oh, he must be on official business. I better leave him about his business. I better leave him mind his own business over there.
well, that's why you get a Dober poodle.
No.
Dober poodle.
People are like confused. I think he wants me to go over there and pet that mean dog that's going to bite me. I think he's trying to lure me.
Well,
Wait
then
a minute.
I'm not going to do it.
Wait a minute. I've got it. A Presa Canoodle. Cross between a Presa Canario and a poodle.
What? Well, it wouldn't shed. Believe me, that is a big thing. My next dog is not going to shed.
Well, I hear you there. That's why I like short hair models usually.
Yeah. It is unbelievable the amount. Like I have a shop vac I vacuum my trailer up with, and I empty it once a week, and it's all dog hair.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one of them hairless cats.
Oh
They're
God,
too freaky. They might
They
give me nightmares.
smell so bad. I have had friends that have had them, and yeah, they don't shed because they have no hair, but they smell awful. You have to wash them every week. I don't know what it is.
Well, no thanks. I'll stick with the cats with hair because they wash themselves.
Yep. Just get a short-haired cat. They're not that bad, but yeah, they're still gonna shed like. Yeah, I had, like I say, I had a doodle. I had a golden doodle. Nice dog, tall, you know, weighed 90 pounds, was very much alert about anything going on around. It was like a problem. Had to train him not to be too alert, or, you know, at least bring his perimeter back, because his perimeter used to be about a half a mile around the house, which really sucks when you live in the city.
There you go, G-Webs. It's over in the group chat. That's as close as I can get. I mean, it's not really pit bullish, but it slightly is. But they're cool, calm, and collected.
Oh, Staffordshire Bull Terrier.
Yeah, that's. I was seriously considering getting that eventually.
Oh,
Finish
that
building my place.
party.
Hey,
That-
what dog is that? Can you throw that in the lobby? If any of you can.
I don't know how to do that. How do I do that?
Oh, I think anybody else can. They just copy it.
Just put. We're on gun channel, so we're on the lobby's over there, or the chat room's over there.
It's okay if nobody can do it. I'm just on my phone right now, so it's all good.
I already did it.
Thank you.
That's a nice looking dog, actually.
It's just a pit bull. There's no difference between that and a pit bull. It's a pit bull.
No, there is.
Oh
Actually.
yeah, there's quite a few. It's calm. It's smaller. It's calm.
Yeah.
It's very alert, and it can definitely keep up with you.
Yeah, that's not a pit bull. Yeah, you can definitely tell it's got pit bull in it, but just the head.
That's actually where the pit bulls come from over here in the States. That would be like their ancestors.
Well, here's an interesting thing when we're talking about dogs. Have you ever seen, they have the Grand Champion, I think, from 1890 in England? Bulldog. They have it stuffed in the museum. It looks nothing like a modern bulldog. It has a snout on it. It's a completely different looking dog. And that was the Grand Champion Bulldog back then. We've changed them that much to where they have all these health problems. Those dogs, those original dogs, didn't. I mean, they had real noses. They were built much more like a regular dog.
Well, and that's the problem, is that we've been, basically inbreeding them. There's not enough variety in the genetics.
Well,
and
that's
that's where.
And there's
people want to see this, right? That's because that's one of the classic things, right?
And there are very, very, very few people out there who are actually doing the purebred thing and tracing back the ancestry and all that.
Yeah. Well, I know it's with horses. My sister and brother-in-law, like, they bred quarter horses originally for barrel racing, and then they went into quarter horses for cutting horses. And some of their cutting horses were like, wow.
It's a huge thing with horses, most definitely.
Yeah, and these horses were gorgeous. I mean, they weren't just really good at what they did. They were also just gorgeous. I mean, their one stallion was the color of a brand new copper penny. I mean, that's the only way you can describe him. That was his color, and it was a stallion that, when my kids were little, walking out in the field and seeing this stallion, my brother-in-law calls him over, and the stallion trots over, and we put my kids on its back. It was that tame, right? Like that mellow. Even though, and it was a cutting horse, right? Which was a high-performance horse. If you ever watch a cutting horse. Yeah. So it would cut a cow out of the herd, and basically the rider would sit on it and hold the reins loose, and the horse would cut a cow out of a herd and keep it separated from the herd by itself. Oh, it's just amazing. If you can look it up on Google and on YouTube and stuff, and it's amazing to watch. These horses are just incredible. But yeah, I would never have put my kids on. I can't think of another stallion that I've known that I would put my kids on in the middle of the field, no bridle, no halter, nothing, right? This horse was that good that you could put a little kid on his back and he would just stand there, get his picture taken, just that mellow. Incredible horse to ride. You really didn't have to do anything. You could kind of tell him what to do and he'd just do it.
Hey, horse, go get me a beer.
I bet you could have trained that in minutes. I mean, I had one horse that knew how to open doorknobs. Like, he could open a doorknob. And that was just like a regular horse I had when I was a kid. He figured out how to open doorknobs. Got in the house one time. That wasn't good. But, because I used to just, I'd ride up to the house and go to get something, and I'd just like kind of forget what I was doing and start reading a magazine or something, and the horse would be out there with the reins on the ground going, I'm bored.
I had a similar relationship, although it was a little bit more like, hey, whore, get me a beer.
And that's why you're single now.
Yeah, how'd that one work out for you?
Absolutely great. He's single. He doesn't have to spend his money.
That's true. Yep.
Now he's got to fetch his own beer, though.
That's not a problem. You can train the dog to do that.
That's when you get a dog.
Yep.
Well, when you're single, there's no one to complain about having a refrigerator right in the middle of your living room.
Oh, isn't that...
refrigerator? Just get a kegerator, and you're good.
Yeah.
You know, why pay for 12 ounces when we could have like what 5 gallons or something like that?
Yeah, you know what? But it goes flat if you don't drink it in a couple of days.
Well, just drink it in a couple days.
Well, I can do it, but most people, yeah.
Well, that's only if it's Molson, right?
No, I can actually drink almost any kind of beer. Beer's beer. I mean, it really is. It used to be there was a big difference between beer in America and Canada. Now, I don't know which one. I like to think that Canadian beer kind of, they just decided they wanted more flavor. Because when I was younger, the American beer was, oh God, it was flavorless. And yet, when I went down there this time, or last year, it was like drinking regular beer.
One of the first beers I ever liked was actually Kokanee, and I think that's a Canadian beer.
Yep. That's the one that does the Sasquatch commercial. They did a movie. They actually made they had made so many commercials with this guy in a Sasquatch suit and these rangers that could never ever saw the Sasquatch, that they made a movie about it, and you could get the movie for free in a 2-4. And it was a for real kind of movie. 2-hour movie with the 2 hot girl rangers and the 2 hot guy rangers trying to find this Sasquatch who was just some guy in a furry suit.
It's a Sasquatch, Ricky.
And the offshoot from that was Harry and the Hendersons.
Bob, are you sure it was Sasquatch and they didn't just catch a picture of you in the nude?
No, hell no. I'm not really hairy other than on my face. Yeah. Well, because I don't need hair anywhere else. I wear clothes, right? So, Canadian thing, right? My body just goes, okay, it's really fucking cold out here. Let's grow lots of fur.
Oh, what's going on, guys?
Not much, man.
Not much, dude.
You're back again.
Yeah, I'm on my desktop now.
Oh, okay.
I had a pretty uneventful tech support at my parents' house today, so that's always good.
Oh, you got to tell us.
Well, it
Those
wasn't,
are always so much fun.
yeah, it wasn't anything too bad. They just couldn't connect, like the desktop wouldn't connect to the wireless network. And I was just kind of looking at it and was like, they have what's that, like a PCI card that's the wireless card. And I was just kind of like moving the antenna and the whole thing like flopped out. So I'm like, oh, it's not really plugged in that good. So I just took the side of the computer off and plugged the card all the way in and then turned the computer back on and it found the network and connected right away. So I'm like, I don't know, somehow your card like got bumped or something. It wasn't really connected good.
Awesome.
Gotta
I
like
love
that.
IT stories.
Yeah, because normally it's like, I don't know what's going on. My dad's not really good with computers, but he insists on being the one to like push all the buttons. And it's like, I know computers well enough I can like figure it out eventually, but I don't know it well enough to say click here, then here, then here, then here, then here, you're done. I just know it's somewhere in settings. It's called something like, blah blah blah, whatever it is I'm looking for.
My dad is the same way, and what's stupid is like whenever I'm at my parents' house, which is like 5.5 hours away, my dad wants to control it, everything like that. But whenever I'm here and I try to do it like that, my mom's always like, "Well, we can always FaceTime and we can show you the screen." I'm like, "Yeah, no, I'm not going to do that."
The nice thing is the only kind of tech support I ever had to do for my parents was reset the clock on their VCR.
The good old days.
Yeah, it'd be flashing 12. How do we fix this? Oh, it's driving me crazy.
Technology does a lot of things, but it fucking sucks 90% of the time.
Here's the thing. It's a pain in the ass to program VCRs. And I'm not talking about the ones they made like in the early mid-90s. I'm talking about like the ones they made in the 80s right after the whole what do they call it? Betamax VCR war.
Betamax is better.
Some of those older VCRs, it's like trying to program a satellite. That's how bad they were.
Yeah.
You know what you do? Just don't set the time and don't give a shit.
You know what? No, actually, because it still flashes 12 o'clock. I found the best solution, a piece of black electrical tape. You just tape it over the flashing 12 o'clock, and everything was fine.
No, my parents would want to record television shows to watch them later, so we always had to make sure that the time was correct because it would record based on whatever channel and time was on the VCR.
I would just tell them, if you want to record something, wait until it starts, hit record, come back when the tape's empty, or like when the tape's over, and it'll be recorded. Whoa, okay.
Yeah, Foos, you, me, and Smeggy are like the last generation before DVDs that actually remember what VCRs are.
Hey,
I know, isn't
somebody
that
out there?
Well, what is it like? Today's grade schoolers are being taught like September 11th, 9/11, as history instead of it happened in their lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that scary?
Well, yeah.
It is.
What also scary is that they're in 3rd grade and they're already sexting. What the heck is that?
No kidding.
I don't want to hear about
that.
Of course.
No.
I was 55 before I found out about sexting.
No,
These kids
are
probably a good thing for the female population.
No, the only reason I know about it is a coworker at school, his son got caught for that.
And also, Bob, that's why I don't want you ever knowing my phone number. Oh, I got a text message from Bob. What the hell is this?
He lied that he wasn't Harry everywhere.
Gave me your text number. Don't worry about it, Smeggy. If I ever want to send you a picture of me naked, I know where to send it.
Yeah, you just email it to him.
I don't think he knows my email either.
Do you
I can
really
fix
think
that.
I don't know enough about the internet to actually figure out your email and shit? Man, that stuff's easy. It's the stuff that's, push these stupid little buttons. Oh, God, I hate that.
Yeah,
man.
Bob, if I wanted to send you an email, I could totally send you an email.
Yeah, probably. My address is probably somewhere. I'm sure it's on Gun Channel somewhere. I'm sure it's.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I call out
all we have to do is send
terrorists in Canada and go, "Come get me, you bastards!" They never show up.
All Nitrite would have to do is say, "Send to the gun guy in Canada."
And they'll just automatically send it to Bob because
Of course.
he's the only gun guy in
For
Canada.
God's sakes, we have per capita more guns. Good
Don't
God.
lie, Bob.
That's
Don't
one
lie.
of the things that really bugs
Well,
me.
I mean,
Is that true, Bob? You have more guns
of
per
course.
capita?
Per capita because they're
of
so
course it's-
small.
Of
Yeah,
course,
we
it's per
only have-
capita.
we
There's
only
only
have
2 people.
30 million people.
They
There's
only
only
live
2
about
people
100
that live
miles
there.
from the U.S. border, so,
You know, there's only 2 people that live in Canada, so of course, if one has guns and one doesn't, that's 50%.
It's a weird thing about Canada is, though, we have this whole gun culture. They've just tried to cover it up.
Well,
And every farmer, every person who's ever lived in the country in Canada has 3 or 4 guns.
You know what, Bob? It's funny you say that, because now that I'm thinking back to my younger days and trips to Canada, I actually remember guns being almost more available and in view there than down here when I was that age.
Yeah, I mean, really, I went like when I was in high school. Everybody had a gun rack in their truck. Everybody hunted, like especially in the West, right? In the West, it was everybody had a gun.
Yeah, your West is like our South.
Maybe, yeah. In a lot of ways, right?
Yeah, you're right. That's how we are down here.
Yep. Oh, and I mean that's the thing is I've always loved the South. I've always thought, just I don't know. There's just always been something about Southerners that it's like I love the kind of.
Bob, I know you called yourself a Yankee earlier, but
Yeah.
when you come down south, don't tell people you're a Yankee because that's that's borderline, man.
I'll tell them. I'll tell them I'm a snowback.
Snowback.
Be like, you anywhere north across that Mason-Dixon line, we might have us some damn problems over here, boy.
They took our gerbs.
They took our gerbs.
I'm escaping the oppression of the North.
Welcome to the South, Bob.
Oh, seriously,
that's all you would have to say, and they'd welcome you in.
in so many ways. I mean, yeah, that's one of it's ridiculous up here. I mean,
while this doesn't apply to the entire South, but most places, when you've been driving through, the United States, Bob, have you noticed in the southern states they're a little nicer than they are in the northern states?
No. I mean, I have to say, I honestly got going through Nebraska, going through South Dakota and North Dakota. Nicest people I ever met. I mean, it's and I'm not just sucking up because everybody's American, right? And I'm not sucking up because it's just.
Well, the only one you have to suck up to is G-Web, so
No, I don't even have to suck up to him. He already knows me. He knows what I'm like. I'm just, like.
And yes, that was a joke.
It's so nice down here. I always heard it was, we gotta remember, I'm getting a different propaganda up here.
Maybe that's just relative to the Northeast instead of just, the North in general, but whatever.
No, earlier he was saying that it's a U.S. thing in general. He's found us to be a lot more polite and welcoming than he ever thought.
Yeah, and that's funny. It's funny because I've met a lot of assholes here in the United States, and it's not just in the South, but I've met a majority of them in the northern areas. So, that's funny.
Well, I know a lot of assholes too, but I've also met a lot of assholes in the Midwest. So, I mean, there's assholes everywhere, but
it's true.
I think that's probably what it is, but maybe because I come across as some touristy hick, they're just nice to me anyway. But I mean, I literally, from what we get in our news, from what we get in our general, we always think Americans are going to be brash and impulsive and impolite and rushed. And
Bob, do you wear a lot of hats?
Yeah. Okay,
here's what you need to do. You need to get yourself a baseball cap that says NASCAR on it, and you'll be fine.
Oh hell, I got one that says every second matters right now. I'm wearing. I think that'd probably go over real well here. Let me see. That'd probably go over real well in the South.
Just make sure you have a Confederate flag.
Exactly.
Just make sure you have a Confederate flag, and you'll be okay.
I don't think I have a Confederate flag patch, but I'm gonna get one.
They're harder to get these days, but you can still.
Well, be careful with that one, Bob, because you're going to have to hide that one depending on where you go in the country.
Yeah.
Maybe. I mean, you know, like I say, but my parents were in downtown Detroit, what, 15 years ago, looking for my mother's aunt, who's like the only white lady who still lives in that neighborhood. And they were like, oh, you know, like my parents had to park like 10 blocks away because there was nowhere to park their giant camper. So they had to find a farmer's Jack's or something and park in the supermarket. They're walking down. There's my dad in his checkered cowboy shirt and his like ball cap and cowboy boots and jeans, and my mom in her, you know, leisure, not a leisure suit, but you know, slacks and a nice flowered blouse. And you know, so these two hicks walking down the street through, you know, Detroit, and they finally got to the address. It was like, I guess, you know, 10 blocks or something. They finally get to the address, and there's all these, you know, black people sitting in front. I guess you call them colored, or they call them. I'm not going to say what my parents call it, but anyway, there's these African Americans sitting on the front stoop, and you know, they're kind of in the way. So my dad says, "Hey, we're here looking for so and so," and you know, my mother's aunt's name, and they went, "Oh, you mean the old white lady? She lives upstairs. We look after her." And they're like, "Oh, okay." So they, you know, part so they can get up the stairs, and they go look at. And yeah, you know, my mom's aunt's like, you know, 85 or something, still living in this apartment in Detroit, and she's like, we were here before them. I don't care. And they're all nice people in the building here because I talk to them every day. You know, so it's like, oh, okay, well, because you know them, they're okay, right? But she was racist. I mean, old people are racist.
So a little update, Bob. Detroit is now the spitting image of multiculturalism in America. Just FYI.
Yeah, apparently it
Hey,
doesn't work.
Bob.
It doesn't work as well in America as it does in Canada, but it doesn't really work that well in Canada either. There's a lot of pissed off people.
Hey, I was only halfway joking about that flag. I mean, I grew up a city boy, and I don't have a problem with it. But you know, the big flag thing that blew up, or whatever they did a few months ago, that was just ridiculous. I mean,
I live in Charleston. You know, the whole taking the flag down thing.
Yeah, that
was put up there in the Act of Defiance. Granted, it wasn't. It was just to be. It was a dick move, yes, but at the same time, you know, I was opposed to taking it down because it's been there so long. There's no point anymore because all the people that put it up there are dead anyways.
And as far as I understand, that's a battle flag. That's not. There's nothing racist about that
Well,
flag.
that's what I always heard too.
The statement they tried to go is because the KKK use it. Okay, so does that mean
KKK use the American flag?
Does that mean if I use the Does that mean I have to take it down if I start using the hashtag Black Lives Matter?
It means you better get out there and educate people if you suggest you're right, because it seems racist to me, and I don't have a fucking thing in the game, but if you put 3 flags up in front of me and one of them was that one and 2 of them are something else, and you ask me which one's for racist, I would say that one. So if that's the case, and you guys are so adamantly convinced that it's necessary to Caroliners or whatever, then get out there and educate people what it is. Then people go on to something else that's racist, like white hoods or something else.
Well, but here's the thing, though. If you have number one thing like right now in my state, they're like getting rid of our state flag because it has the Confederate symbol in it, the Confederate flag. It's in the left corner of the flag.
Another act of defiance.
More people concerned over a flag than public education, than the rights of citizens. That flag has become number one. To me, that's what's scary. If you're worried about a flag over other things and very important things like education, health care, and things like that, that's, to me, the error that people nowadays are looking for. They're looking for a symbol compared to concrete things that need to happen. And a flag is more important than basic necessities of a state. To me, that's very troubling.
You know what it says to me? It says to me that people can be confused and they can also be misled very, very fucking easily.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And misinformed.
I
Exactly.
agree. But it all just comes from like I guess the southern guys in this chat. It's from our region. It's something that we know, we understand, and then compared to like folks that live in other parts of the country, and it's from the way that they were brought up and the way that they were taught. So I mean, it's very different lines.
You know,
Well,
I completely understand.
I've had family that was on both. As far as that war, I have family that was on both sides. So regardless. But the issue is that they're trying to take away our history, and you notice they're also trying to rename any school or any institution or any building that has a name associated with any, Civil War Southern leader or, public figure.
You choose to perceive it that way, dude. So did they come to get the covered wagon, and did they come to get horseback fucking transportation? Did they come to get the coal-powered engine, or did shit just evolve? I mean, if you choose to suggest everyone's out to get you, then any change is them coming to get you. But our U.S. flag has changed. I don't know how many times. We're on our 13th version of it. No one came to get the U.S. flag. It changed. Everybody got together and said, hey, it's time to change it. Let's change it. I don't know as much as the racist thing is definitely being played out, but if you insist on putting something from the fucking Civil War up on your flags, that's got to be one of two things. You're like saying, fuck you, we remember the Civil War and all the things it meant, or two, it bothers you, fuck you. So, you're doing it for a fucking reason, or at least have to acknowledge that if somebody else is getting bugged by it, that whatever reasons you might have for doing it, it's bugging them. That's like saying, well, we need the Civil War up on your flags. That's got to be one of two things. You're like saying, fuck you, we remember the Civil War. Fuck that, dude. It bothers you, fuck you. So, you're doing it for a fucking reason. And he shut it off. Would you shut him off? It was just about to do the loop.
Something happened. I have
Sorry,
playback. Yeah, something's repeating.
Hey,
Heavy.
hey, G.
I didn't
G.
finish hearing G-Whip.
Hey, G. So is there not a third option there for people who are from that area who fly that flag out of a respect of history?
What do they respect, though? What do they respect?
Their history, their ancestry, where they come from,
People died on both sides. If you're just saying that
respect their history,
people who died on that are the ones that are important, then that's fooling yourself.
Everybody respects their history, pretty much everybody. So that's universal. So that's not an answer. I guess my question was not obviously their fucking ancestors, but what are they trying to respect there? The fact that they're from Alabama or fucking South Carolina or Florida or where the fuck? Or the fact that they were in the Confederacy. So if they want to shout about they want to have the old-fashioned Florida flag or the old-fashioned, I don't know, Georgia flag or whatever, go for it. But very few of those had the fucking battle flag of the Confederacy in them. They put that shit in there when they said, hey, let's not forget that we were in the Confederacy. So, like I say, if you want to cherish the part of your history that's the Confederacy, by all fucking means, do it. But don't fucking do it and then get all fucking upset when people are like, oh, that fucking bothers us. Because what the fuck? That's like saying, I want to put up a big-ass umbrella on my house. You have all the fucking right to do so. And then when your neighbor gets a big-ass fucking shadow on his house, he has all the fucking right to bitch about it, doesn't he? Because he didn't expect you to fucking take away his fucking son. So you got to know that when people are going to see that shit, and they're allowed to have their own impressions, if like a fucking majority of them go, we think it's fucking racist, and like I say, I'm fucking from the North. I don't give a fucking shit one way or the other about the fucking Civil War. They tell us about the Civil War like it happened and it's over. They don't teach the people in the North to worry about the Civil War. People in the South seem to pay more attention to the Civil War, or at least in conversations it seems like you guys know a lot more about it. So either we just don't pay attention up there, or they don't teach it to us up there, or whatever. We've tried to get over it. We're human.
It's just down here in the South. It is. And I totally understand where you're coming from, and you bring up several great points. But in the southern region, it is in Gettysburg, you have to remember all one thing. And I forgot the direction, whether it was southwest or southeast, but we made one fatal flaw, and we flanked from the wrong side. If we would have flanked from the other side, then we would have definitely won Gettysburg. And the mentality of the South, or I can't speak for the other fellas in the southern region, but definitely for Mississippi. Around here, it's like, okay, it's still our heritage, and it will always be our heritage, and there are more good old boys that would have loved the South to have won, and especially now since there are, and I'm bringing it out there because there are definitely a lot of violence and crime, especially in the central part of Mississippi. And they were like, well, the mentality around here is, well, if we just flanked from the wrong side, if all we had is, if we would have flanked from the other side, then things would have been different. So definitely there is racism that is charged throughout it, and it is definitely through pride. So, yeah, I would say, yeah, absolutely, racism is part of that, but it's also, it's kind of like a cover up through, well, it's our pride, it's our heritage and stuff, but it is still, I mean, just calling a spade, it is charged through racism.
Well,
Okay,
and that's the thing.
it's like this. They're taking away our history, and you want a better example? Okay, we'll forgo the racism and the flags and all that, but here's a good example. Look at the back of a penny these days. Do you see the Lincoln Memorial on the back of it?
That's a good question I hadn't used.
Yeah,
if you look at a penny these days,
pennies,
there's no,
goddammit. I want to respect my wheat heritage.
Exactly. They took away our wheat. They took away the Lincoln Memorial. They just put a fucking shield up on it instead.
So what are you seriously going to be this upset when you take the fucking wheat off and put the Lincoln Memorial on there? Because wheat is more important than fucking Lincoln. What about our wheat heritage, man? What about the gluten?
Right, and I just, if I can speak, I have to admit I was kind of tuning in and out of this conversation, so I don't know exactly where it started, but you guys were talking about, like, well, the flag is just respecting the history or whatever. Would you say the same thing if there were German people flying a Nazi flag? And I do hate to go there, but if they just say, well, this is our German history.
It's banned in
Wouldn't
Germany.
you think that those people were...
There's a difference, I think. I hear you saying, Smeggy.
I don't, because just like the far right over in Germany, they still use the swastika, just like the far right, especially in the South, we still use the Confederate flag. So it's basically, it's on the same sides, and it's all elevated through racism.
I won't go that far. The Nazi sign is like, you're telling the world I'm a fucking Nazi and I hate people and I'm a fucking Nazi, and I'm asking for all the repercussions that come from that. But there's people that just like Dukes of Hazzard, and I don't suggest that a Confederate flag equals racism. I'm just saying a whole bunch of people suggest that it does, and since it doesn't, I know that what it is, it's the, like you say, it happens to be the battle flag for an army that no longer exists. But if you want to keep that history alive, just educate people so that, well, it already is. I mean, it wouldn't be on the General Lee if it was the Nazi thing. There would be nobody saying, hey, it's cool to have a Nazi flag around. Like, that doesn't exist.
Well, we wouldn't call it General Lee. We'd call it what? The General Rommel?
Well, yeah, but you know what I'm saying.
And it would be on a VW, so...
Nobody thinks like
a car.
Rommel was not a Nazi. Rommel was not a Nazi.
Of course he was.
Hey, G. So if I understand,
He fought for the Germans. He was not a Nazi. Rommel was not a Nazi. He wasn't part of the Nazi party until he was forced to.
Line. And if you stand on the side with the fucking Nazis, you're a fucking Nazi.
You don't get to be a general in the German army during the Nazis being in charge without being a Nazi.
Rommel was not a Nazi. Read articles on the man. He was not a Nazi.
I don't care if he decided to align himself and they gave him some ability to not wear a uniform or something. If you're fucking doing everything they tell you to do and you're helping them to do their horrible, evil shit, you're a fucking Nazi, man.
He was as far as he knew, he was defending his country and doing what he was ordered to do in the military as a military officer at which he had joined the military before the Nazis came to power. Now, they do think that he probably was involved in the plot to kill Hitler, which of course is the greatest treason for an army officer, but doesn't it also say that this was a man who did not agree with Hitler?
No, you're not supposed to obey you're not supposed to obey unlawful orders. So you
Well,
don't
he
get.
never did, though. I mean, he was never in charge of the camps. He was never in charge of doing atrocities. He was in charge of defending the African
There was
assets.
nothing about World War II that was defense. Everything they did was offense. So fuck that defense. I'm just helping the motherland bullshit. I know
Right.
you're saying that he was not a Nazi and that he was more of a German, and he was willing to go with whatever party was in charge at the time. But if you align yourselves with Nazis, you're a fucking Nazi.
Yeah, I think, well, okay, what I'm saying is his political beliefs and his whole belief system was not Nazi, and I think it does him a disservice for the genius he was to put that label on him just because he happened to be serving in the military when the Nazis took over, and
No, if he was all that great, he would have slit Hitler's throat like immediately as soon as he figured out Hitler was fucking crazy.
I don't think he ever had a chance to, but yeah, I understand where you're coming from, but yeah, I will respectfully disagree.
That's fine. I don't know shit about him except to know that I don't know anything about him. Well, we solved Nazism and racism and the Civil War. It sounds like Sunday Funday.
And what was
Shit, let's take on world peace.
There was a couple of episodes back weren't like our gun laws and our marriage laws, and this is from what I learned because they didn't get very specific in high school and things like that. Weren't our gun laws and our marriage laws to keep the races separate? Especially, the gun laws that we had back in the day.
Gun control definitely started as a racist thing. It was to keep freed slaves from having guns. I'm not sure about the marriage. I guess you're talking about like interracial marriage being illegal.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just what people thought, and then they changed their mind and said, okay, never mind, you can marry now. But as far as gun control goes, that was the start of it, which is funny when all the leftist, like, super politically correct people that are always, supporting minorities and everything, it's like, how come you agree with all the slave owners of the past? Because they all loved gun control. Because it didn't affect them, it affected the other people.
Yeah, and it was the Democratic Party that started the KKK, correct?
I don't know. I mean, I know that the Democrats and Republicans from back in the day it's a different party than it is now.
It was. The Democratic Party supported all the Joe Crow laws. They did not want
Jim Crow.
Jim Crow, sorry, Joe Crow.
The Democrat Party, if they were Democratic, they wouldn't allow somebody like Hillary to represent them.
Well, and that's the whole thing, right? It's gone. It's very strange because it was the Republicans that supported the rights of blacks to have guns. It's the Republicans who actually, and that was probably later, but actually supported the right of a colored person to marry someone who was not the same color, right? The kind of equality in marriage, which ultimately led to equality in sexual orientation. I mean, it really does follow a path.
Well, I mean, I just think it's funny because I would be deemed like, I guess, not in this chat, but around, if I were to travel in any other region of the country, I would be deemed a backwood redneck. Well, this backwood redneck educated 4 of his black friends to get their CCW permit. So I don't think that qualifies me as a racist,
Oh, no shit. Right? And that's what, this is what really kills me is people say redneck equals racist, and it's not true. Redneck just equals someone who, knows how to get shit done with the minimum stuff because that's all they got, because usually it means you're lower income or, more countrified, more,
Right.
having to make it on your, make your own shit, man. I mean, I made my first 10
Just
feet.
backwoods.
Yeah. Well, backwoods it can be city people. There's city rednecks, right? And they're just people who figure out, well, I'm just going to make it this way, right? I'm just going to figure out how to get my plumbing to work by doing this because I can't afford to pay that $300 for a plumber once.
Well, that's true.
That's redneck too. I mean, there's rednecks everywhere. I've seen French rednecks, believe it or not.
You talking to one?
Yeah, I guess
Well,
Cajun redneck.
Cajun, Bob, Cajun.
That's what I said, Cajun.
No, but Cajuns are French rednecks, technically.
That's what I said. I said, yes, Cajun redneck. I was agreeing.
All right, as long as we got that settled.
Bob, they're called Cajun rednecks.
Whatever.
And I mean, as far as racism goes, if you study the history of Cajuns, the term of coon-ass, back in the day they called slaves coons. Well, the Cajun people were treated worse than the slaves. They were stored with the slaves.
Yep.
We were treated worse than the African slaves. So who's got the real shit end of the stick?
Yeah, but you ain't going to get repatriations or whatever it is they're asking for now. Reputation. Oh, crap. I can't even speak anymore.
Reparations.
Reparations, yeah. Yeah, there's people today asking for that. It's like, the hell? Like, were your parents...
It happened over 150 years ago. Were you yourself affected in any way?
Exactly, and that's what I agree with. It's a cultural thing, and especially when it comes, and I'm not, trying to be rude or anything, but especially when it comes to African Americans. If you have generation after generation say, oh, well, they owe us something, they owe us this, they owe us that, that's bullshit. That shit happened well over 150 years ago. This is the United States of America. You have every right to go out there, bust your ass, and make something out of yourself.
Yep.
It doesn't matter the color of your skin.
Yeah.
And if that is generation after generation, oh, well, what they did to us back in the day, that is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, those people immigrate here from other countries and bust their ass, the Asians, the East Indians, people like that. They come here, they bust their ass, and they're successful. Well, that just means that this country is free to everyone who's willing to go there and do work and, work for their money.
I have a question here, and I may be completely uninformed, but from what I've heard, didn't more blacks sell blacks into history or into slavery than anybody else?
Yes, they did.
Oh, we're not supposed to talk about that because that never happened.
Well, I mean, and then we can go down the whole rabbit hole at this point, right?
Yeah. So what about that Ruger American pistol?
What part of the world kept slavery longer than any other part of the world? It wasn't North America. It wasn't England. It wasn't any of the the Christian, Caucasian, whatever. We could go down that whole rabbit hole, but
let's not. I agree with Clay here. So how about that Ruger American pistol?
Yeah, I know it doesn't really fit the gun channel's chat. So let's
a sharp shooter, and I like it.
You like that Ruger American? I've been looking at those, thinking because I want a 357 revolver in double action, like a modern one. Do you think that'd be a good revolver?
Not the American pistol. It's semi-auto, but get a 686, I reckon.
Oh, okay. I must have been confused. Well, I know I'm confused right there.
A Ruger American pistol is a semi-automatic, not a revolver.
And what is it? 9mm? I'm not familiar with that actually, which is strange.
Well, it's pretty new,
They
right?
actually released it at SHOT Show this last year, I believe.
Is it even for sale yet, or is it still just like they said, "Hey, this thing's coming"?
Yeah, it's on the market.
For sale. Vans offers it. Vans offers it. Yeah, it's for sale.
So what is it? Just a 9mm? striker fired.
It's their take on a M&P or Glock or whatever. I think.
Yeah, and the grip for it's a little fat on the back. She's got a fat ass, but she's accurate.
Well, I like that. I mean, I don't like a fat ass, but I like a decent grip. Like that's one of the reasons my brother hates Browning high powers. He loves his 45s, his 1911s, and it's because he's got that thin grip, right? And I like the Browning grip because I find the grip on the 1911 like too thin. I can't really get a good grip on it. It's like trying to grip a stick, a 1x2 or something. Whereas you got something a little bit fatter, feels like you can get a better grip on it. So him and I differ on that, and I wonder, is that the same with that pistol?
Yeah, well, you have they give you three guards for or three grips actually. So it's basically doing what a Glock does.
Uh huh.
So you can swap them out, and whichever one's comfortable for you.
Does it shoot like a Glock? Because I mean, I've shot Glocks. I went and shot a couple of G-Web's Glocks, and yeah, they're okay. I mean, they're a perfectly good utilitarian handgun. They don't feel great.
I don't think the American is for you then. Just from the little bit I've heard, it's kind of a cheaper offering.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure. Luck, you said you have one, or you shot one?
No, my buddy Matt, he's the guy who's building my AR to the fellas, I guess, who was in this chat way earlier, quite a few hours ago. He purchased one, and it's really not bad. It definitely, as far as the trigger break, I'd say it's a little crisp than compared to a Glock. But recoil wise, if you're gonna, let's say the Glock, the M&P, and the American would fit right in the middle. I mean, it's a smooth shooter. Honestly, the only thing that I don't like is the back of the grip. It's a little, too fat for me. I love the M&P.
Is it similar in price range as those other guns? Because normally Ruger's a little bit cheaper.
Yeah. It's he got his, I think, for 503 at Vans.
Is that about what Glocks and M&Ps are?
Yeah.
Okay.
It might be a little bit more like 550, 560 for the Gen 4s and the Glocks and things like that, but about 500, 505 for the American pistol. I mean,
So it's supposed to have some kind of cam lock breech. I don't know if it's like a rotating barrel or just a different type of action than the typical.
yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it has the rotating barrel. I mean, you would have to ask Matt, like I was telling the guys earlier from this. I'm a novice, but I have shot, Glocks, M&Ps, and now the American pistol. So
Right. Well, that's
it's a
cool
special.
because I mean it looks like a really decent gun. I haven't heard much about it. It's a full-size pistol. It's got a stainless slide and barrel. It's got a 10+1 in the 45 ACP they offer, and it seems like they kind of took the PX4 Storm rotating barrel design and tweaked it a bit so
Yeah.
that it's
Yeah. I mean, it was, well, let's say we were in 35 feet, and I mean, just clinking like it was nothing. So I'd say for its value and for the price you're going to throw down on it, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, now you got to invest in some magazines, of course, but it's all going to Prescott, Arizona. Presumably, they make the magazines there as well as the firearm. And I think it's great that there's American companies making guns in America and naming them American, so there's no confusion. And
Here's my question: I mean, with the price being just right there close to the M&Ps and with the Glocks, is there a particular reason to go with a brand new, unproven gun over a Glock, which you can readily find magazines for and all that good stuff?
For me shooting, I honestly, I couldn't tell you. I'd say the recoil is right in the middle between the Glock, and the M&P, and that's why I'd say carry wise, if you're talking about shot placement anywhere, of course, what do they, tell us? Anywhere within 25 feet, just like a Glock, just like an M&P, the job's going to be done.
I think we should be fostering American innovation. Sounds like this is an innovative design. Of course, it takes from previous designs, but yeah, this is a company that's right here in the western part of the country that's putting out a gun that is well within all of our budgets, and nobody's talking about it. So, I mean, yeah, we can worship Glock, and that scenario is played out for decades, but there, at some point,
or Smith and Wesson. I mean, everybody talks about the M&P too.
Yeah, that trigger sucks, but apparently this Ruger has a Glock-style trigger, and it's supposed to have the shortest reset of any of its competitors.
Or you could, go and buy it for $300 a used Browning high power and have the better gun, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I'm just coming from the retail side of it. I mean, if you spend a little bit more and buy that Glock, you open up a different world of accessories and all the stuff that's been floating around out there for years.
I agree. I mean, honestly, like if you go with the Glock, you have years and years of accessories and aftermarket parts for them, and the rebuild is easy. Everything's simple on it. It's like when I bought the XDs when they first came out, I bought an XD45 and I was carrying it for work. And they didn't even have holsters for it. Now, I know the M&P's got a lot of accessories, but nowhere near as many as the Glock.
Oh,
Right.
I'm not even.
Chevy. The Glock is a Chevy.
I mean, it's just to me, M&P or Glock seems better than going in the middle and grabbing that brand new gun that's only been out 6 months and has very, very few accessories for it, and just
and just for clarification issues, Moon is telling us that it is not a rotating barrel. In fact, he said it twice, so I think he must be a nerve or something. I think we pissed him off.
Get in here and tell us himself.
Well, that's why I said I'm glad I'm a novice. So.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't pick any new design gun or anything that's like has just come out. It's like buying the first year model of a car that just came out. You got to get the bugs worked out and all that first.
Yeah, like the first guy who used the Telsa self-drive to watch a movie while he was cruising down the highway at 90 miles an hour.
Well, this sounds a lot like the third-party argument. Is nobody listening to me? This sounds a lot like the third-party argument that people are bringing up for the presidential race. Vote third party. If you're not going to win in your state, vote third party. Although nobody wants to step out and invest in an American company that has a long-lived reputation for a new product.
I'm just not going to be the first in line to jump on a brand new fucking bandwagon. If something's been serving me well for many years,
yes,
and it's been proven for many years, and that's not the type of guy I am. I don't, yeah, it is great that there are American companies doing that. And it is great that Ruger put out a new design pistol, but
Lots.
until it is proven.
Sorry to interrupt real quick. In our group chat, I just put a link to it. 505 is actually 512, but I mean, I guess they put it on the shelf as 505.
Yeah.
But there's the link to it. Y'all can click on it.
Right on.
Hey, Bob. Bob, I know you're not coming to California, but if you do, on your tours, I'll let you take this out for a spin, all right?
All right, what?
We're trying to get to California.
We want to, but I just won't go to L.A. because I don't want to drive there.
No, you don't have to go to L.A. Absolutely. You've never been to my yard, but there's actually enough room for you and G-Webs. You guys can park the RV right in front of my house, and you guys all have Wi-Fi and everything. You could literally just base out of San Bernardino.
Yeah, it's not that bad. It's not that bad.
Anyway, sorry. I'll shut up.
No, it's cool, man. Thank you. What were you talking about?
Your MIM guns.
Now I'm all thinking, okay,
American
California.
Yeah, Moon is saying buy the American before it goes MIM.
Oh.
It always starts out as good machine steel, and then cost cutting starts.
We need to get DB in here to tell us exactly which parts are MIM.
Oh, he can smell it, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He knows.
Yeah, he apparently has a nose for it. You know, DB is Canadian, right? He won't admit it, but he is. If you read up on the DB Cooper, you'll figure it out. There's been, all kinds of research done on that. They figured out DB Cooper is Canadian.
You dang Canadians, man.
Sneaky bastards, right? I was going to say, everybody thinks Canadians are all so polite. Of course we're polite, because we're probably, like, sneaking around behind you or something.
I gotta say, man, Robbie made me laugh. MIM equals Made in America.
Made in America. I can get these T-shirts that are they're really cool. They're like born in Canada, rooted in America, and it's like a tree with Canadian flags, kind of not real Canadian flags, but kind of just imagined in the branches, and then you go down to the roots, and it's imagined American flags, right?
I want my maple leaf.
Yeah,
exactly. Sounds like you're growing out of our corpses. I don't like that at all.
Yeah. Well, that's now. Anybody else thought about this? Now there is a company that will do this for you. When you die, they will take your naked corpse, dump it at the bottom of an old tree, right? Like dig a hole carefully around the roots, and they'll dump your body, your naked body, at the bottom of this tree, cover it up with dirt, and that tree will suck all the nutrients out of your body and put it into its tree. And then we're talking old trees are going to live another, couple hundred years.
So, Moon Food, if you want to jump into the chat and tell us about the action on this Ruger American, I think we'd all greatly appreciate it at this point.
I just want to mention that it's better if they bury you than plant a young tree, because that's when it's growing faster anyways, and then you're part of that tree for even longer, especially if it grows up to be a big old tree.
I'm worried about
way more mileage.
Growing up out of the ground, taking your corpse with it, and then basically your corpse is just up in its branches, and you're all naked because Bob is...
You wouldn't be. You'd just be the nutrients, right? But
if you have the corpse
So
over there, what does that do to the tree? Does that tree grow
Yeah,
eyes?
I don't want to eat any maple syrup anymore. Now I know Canadians put their trees.
You do it with old spruce trees or old oak trees or old beech trees, right? You do it with old trees. Like old trees are going to live another 800-900 years.
I've seen it with young trees, and I think that's way better than an old tree.
I'd rather have. Do we rather have a Scientologist or Bob the Druid in here telling us this?
Well, unless we have another 220 million years before the sun bakes us to a crisp.
Exactly, and then we all go back to being stardust, and it all starts over. So, I mean, hell, we'll live forever. honest to God, I mean, I believe that like our beans, cells. Oh God, that sounds like so freaking.
You know, I tried to save the chat, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. I'm just gonna stop now.
I'm just curious,
Sorry,
Clay.
I actually just heard myself for a minute, so it's okay. I've stopped.
That tree in your picture, is that a dead person tree or is that a regular tree?
It's a dead tree, and most likely will be consumed in a forest fire.
All right. So, anyway, anybody want to see my Browning high power? I can get it out of there.
What's up,
All
Moon?
right, Moons is back. Let's hear about the Ruger.
It has a regular action like a Glock.
Yep.
And an M&P.
There you go, mystery solved.
Yeah, it's real fancy.
And a high bore axis, right?
But from what I shot after all three, I'd say, you know, recoil wise, it's kind of like the in betweener. It truly is. You know.
So when are we going to see the Instagram pics?
A Ruger American.
Yeah.
You'll never see that on my page.
No.
Now, tell me why.
Because I don't like the way it looks.
So it's ugly, but if anybody can make it look like, if anybody can make that gun look pretty, it's you, Autoloader.
So if looks matter, why wouldn't you just have a classic handgun instead of a Glock?
Well, I have a Glock for utility purposes.
But that would be like using his ability to persuade to get people to buy MIM.
That's a Ruger.
Rugers are not MIM yet.
Look at that thing.
What the hell is all this about MIM?
Just as Browning high powers are all MIM, 100%. Don't start getting on. That's weird.
I kind of understand that, like, from what everybody said, is that after they make guns for a couple of years, they start using cheaper steels. Is that what it is?
MIM? Sure.
Yeah. All right, never mind. I'm not going to talk to you guys.
So, how's that stream light working out for you? The one you picked up before you went up to the Poconos?
It works. I got no complaints. I shined it up in the pitch black mountains.
Did they, at any point while you were up in the Poconos, put you in the corner?
No, no one puts a baby in the corner.
Hey, Moon, did you keep that light mounted on your rifle?
Yeah.
And that was a new build, was it not?
Kinda.
Were you able to shoot it out there?
Yeah.
Right on.
So I just bought a Streamlight today, the smallest of the offerings with the pocket clip, 3 different brightness levels. Picked it up for about $90. It's got like a silver finish. I was looking for just an everyday light. It has a keychain attachment that quick releases and runs off a AAA battery. I figure this is the light I'm going to have for the rest of my days in my pants pocket. And I've had a Streamlight before, but I gave it away. It was like a $50 polymer plastic body. This one, I forget the name. Oh, it's the Titan. And it's an aluminum body, and it's...
The Titan, isn't that Surefire?
Yeah. I just bought one today.
Yeah,
I'm pretty excited because it runs like 300 lumens on max power, and then I think 75 and 15 or something like that. 3 different settings. It's a twist bezel switch, and I just happened to catch your guys' chat last night, the last half hour of the lobby. There's some folks in there talking about lights, and I got motivated to buy a real everyday utility light.
Very nice. What are you showing off there? I see something. Kind of looks revolverish. I like it.
It is. That's my Thunder. Ain't that a beauty?
Yes, sir.
This I would carry just as a carry gun, right? Why not?
This is
357 Magnum, and then carry my Browning as backup.
Is that single action?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm a revolver whore.
Oh, these things are beautiful. Case hardened frame, blued barrel and cylinder, got the bird's head grip, oh, and walnut. Oh God, and the action is just incredible on these things.
Hey, Bob, show me that grip again.
Bird's
Burn,
head.
burn, burn, like they did to the
Yeah.
anarchist.
It just seems like a bunch of black swabs instead of a bluer swab.
Right on. Thanks, I got you. Bob, thanks.
Yep.
You ever turn on light?
What the fuck is that?
You can't tell if that one's going on. So I clicked on that link about
Oh,
MIM.
that's a 3D metal printer, isn't it?
No, this is MIM. So you see it takes the metal and some binder, puts it in the mischief bin, and then layers in it, and then you get feedstock. And that's where the trouble begins, because then you got to get a spray sort rates in. And then you get these gruntles, which have to be kept in water because of their toxicity, right? Or else you bake them, and you turn them into a brown and teal. After you put it through this last MIM process, you get the cancerous burgatile.
That's what they make BB's dildos
Jesus
out of.
Christ.
All right.
Some of that
That's why it's
burn on my
illegal in this
Glock.
country. That's why this has to be done in countries with slave labor, because of the toxins, granitals, and cancerous burgatiles.
This sounds very, very official.
Yeah, and it's pretty hard to find a Sintern. That's
Isn't it
the
just
problem.
easier to carve the metal block?
All the Sinterns were made by the Nazis.
So quality?
Jeez.
No, it's horrible, horrible ovens. You want to use one of them for your MIM parts?
Wow.
I'm worried about all the kids that die in the Sprinzelbergertsons, because they're the only ones
Hey,
The Sprinkelbergsons.
Smeggy, how do I change back to my camera real quick?
Up top, just hit the little thing that looks like a camera with a line through it, and that'll turn your camera on.
Oh, okay. There you go, Bobo. There's your little revolver.
You bastard, I want one of those little revolvers so bad.
Yeah, that's my little baby.
Yeah, that's a sweetheart. Yeah, I know. Like, you saw the barrel on mine, right? That's the shortest barrel we're allowed in Canada, unless we owned a short-barreled handgun before the gun law came in. Yeah.
Fuck Canada.
Damn.
Just use the SBR loophole. Call it a
and that's the
rifle and have a
stupid thing,
barrel
you
on
know? The stupid thing is, I got to have a 4.5-inch barrel on my pistol, which is registered, but a rifle, which is not registered, or a shotgun, which is not registered now. They tried to do it for a while. It cost too much money.
Blah, 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 blah.
You can have a 12-inch barrel, pump-action, magazine-fed shotgun.
No, you can have
illegal.
that
Why don't you
bullshit.
put a stock on your pistol, on your high power?
Yeah, and then you can just call it a rifle.
You can't do that. Yeah, that's one of the things that's...
Why not?
Well, as soon as you got a stock on a short-barreled rifled device, like, I mean, it's like yeah, I can get a short-barreled VZ58, like a 8.5-inch barrel VZ58, and it's considered a pistol, even though it's got a stock on it, and I shoot it like a rifle. It's considered a pistol because it's got the short barrel. But a shotgun, you can have a short barrel on. It doesn't make sense. That's because we have people who weren't elected and have no idea are making the laws.
Yeah, I saw a thing on Instagram today that had, like a picture of an AR, and then there were all these arrows pointed to, just made up stupid shit. Like they were pointing at the carry handle and says, fully automatic, and then it pointed at, I don't know, like the adjustable buttstock, and it said, power enhancer, or like some stupid shit, whatever. And there's like a little elephant going, how can you make up laws when you don't even know anything about the thing?
Yep.
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Is this considered a bird head handle?
Yeah, that would be
a beautiful fucking firearm.
Yeah, that's a bird's head grip. Bird's head, I think. That's gorgeous. What is that?
Wow, that is a beaut.
That's a little heritage 22 meg.
Oh, that's nice, man. That's a nice little pistol.
You're a mother of pearl.
Yeah, it's a fun little gun.
I gotta go see why the damn dog's barking at. You're right back.
So, Moon, I need you to explain this recoil reducing barrel cam action that Rigger is advertising on their website.
Yeah, Moon, you official spokesman.
Jump on that, Moon, didn't you? Come on.
Yeah, Moon, don't be a faggot.
It's just fancy for plastic recoil buffer.
It doesn't indicate some kind of rotating cam device?
No.
Hey, Specs, you there?
Yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna send you an email in a minute, but
No.
yeah,
really?
Totally.
I'm gonna put it in my spam folder, motherfucker.
All right. All right then. I'm just giving you a warning.
Oh, okay.
Get low when the whistle blow.
Oh God, Flippy's back.
Hey, what's up there, Flippies? What have you been up to?
Not much. Just listening to some DJ Snake while gassing the Kurds.
You still feel like a superstar because everybody figured out you got a terrorist gun.
No one fucking cares I have a terrorist gun. They all think it's real.
Flippy, what did you
And I
just
feel dirty on my inside.
Flippy, what did you say about gassing the Kurds? Or did
I'm gassing the Kurds right now. I'm playing Battlefield 1.
Oh, okay.
I am Saddam, and there are Kurds that need a gassing.
Seriously, dude? There has actually no.
Dude, I would be amazed if
It's World War One. He's fighting the
I
Ottomans
would
with
apologize
the
if a
British.
Kurd popped in and was like, "Yo, I'm a Kurd. That's not cool."
Yeah, really, it's not cool.
Dude, no Kurds listen to us. They don't have
You know
guns.
what? You know what? I wouldn't doubt if there were some Kurds and. Damn it, Flippy. You know what? I'm going to tell Haas Nazi, whatever, that.
Hosh Nazi.
You're gonna tell Mr. Nazi what?
That I don't have to have a knife fight with him now. I think it's going to have to be with you.
Oh, speaking of
after the gun show, we're meeting up for the machine gun shoot and the shoot. So, yeah, you and I are going to have our felt pen knife fight. I'm telling you, buddy.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, my dog gets to come in on it.
What's this felt pen bullshit?
What?
I said, what's this felt pen bullshit?
Well, yeah, if we could get shock pens or shock knives, like those knives that give you a zap, like they had them on. Oh, there was these contests that you see where they do special forces versus each other. I'd love to do that with people. That would be so much fun.
Actually, I met Hasnachi yesterday. We kind of hung out, and then I did the whole dinner thing at his house. He's a really cool guy.
Didn't he?
Yeah,
I've never met him. I've never met him, but I've been bugging him. We've been talking online for years, eh? So it's just like, you know.
Yeah, he's very hospitable.
Oh, he's just a decent, nice guy.
I think I've only been in one hangout with him, but yeah, he's a really good guy.
Yeah, he doesn't
watch his videos. You just watch him with
his too.
All you got to do is watch him with his kid, and you just know that yeah, it's a decent guy.
Oh.
It's like watching somebody who's with their dog or cat, right? If they're really good with animals and children, they're probably a good person. If they're like flippy,
I don't know. Fucking what's his face? Magilla Gorilla?
Magilla Gorilla.
What was his goddamn name? He lit his head on fire. Michael Jackson. There we go. He seemed really good with kids. I don't know if he was the greatest person.
Wasn't that the one who hung a small child off a balcony? I don't think that's good with kids, Flippy.
Well, I mean, are you saying fucking Simba or
Flippy,
Mufasa?
your wife
Are you saying Mufasa was a bad dad because Rafiki?
Wasn't that one of the ones where the child in the court knew exactly what his penis looked like?
Wait, what? Oh yeah, that's probably.
You know what? Let's not talk about that anymore. Flippy,
We did some
do you
weird
actually
shit.
own a handgun?
I own several handguns.
Okay, what do you own?
I own a Zenith MKE Z5P. I own an H&K P30L. I own a Vickers Tactical Glock 19. I own a Smith & Wesson 360 PD.
So which one are you
I
gonna-
own a Glock
which one are you gonna
17C.
Which one are you gonna say do a, I don't know, a short range, maybe 25-yard pistol target, you and me, and see who's. What the fuck's wrong with you, dog? Oh, not you. Sorry.
All right, so it says here the Ruger American pistol is a full-size semi-automatic that utilizes a Browning-type lock breech action. A unique modification to the action is a patent-pending barrel cam scientifically designed to reduce felt recoil by controlling rearward movement of the slide as cartridge is fired. Spreading the recoil impulse out over time causes the gun not to be driven into the shooting hand all at once, reducing the sense of a sharp or unpleasant kick. It also provides for reliable function with a lighter slide. The barrel cam and lightweight slide combined with a low bore axis to reduce muzzle flip for quick follow-up shots. Carry on.
All right, Flippy. So the real question is,
What is this, a Ruger infomercial or something?
yeah,
Well, no, I was
totally.
just saying, if that means
Flippy.
between the Glock and the M&P, recoil-wise, hopefully I got that right. 'cause that's
Hey,
what
Flippy.
it's
So
like to me.
if you have
That
the
may
option,
be in the pocket a big Ruger, but
if
it's
you-
all right because it's an
Flippy,
American company.
help us solve this. If you have the option to buy a Glock, a Ruger American, or a Smith & Wesson M&P, they're going to serve the same purpose for you. What do you go with?
I mean, I've already told him like 8 times. He doesn't want to listen to me. Buy a Glock. Don't be a fucking retard.
Okay, well, there's your answer, Clay. I don't
right,
know
there we go.
what you're pushing.
Like, you clearly want that Ruger American. Go buy the Ruger American, but I'd
Did
say
you know?
get a Glock.
Did you know that Gaston Glock is a Nazi sympathizer?
So? So were the fucking
That's the
people.
wrong person to argue that with.
So were the fucking people who made
Flippy is
H&K,
like,
and
oh,
I
cool,
can't.
then I'm going to buy one for sure.
I already own several Glocks, and so were the people who founded H&K originally. And that still doesn't stop me from like wrapping my lips around their proverbial cock every time I can. I don't give a shit about Nazis, dude. I'm not Jewish. They lost the war. Whoop-de fucking do. Nah, I don't buy a Beretta. It's Italian garbage.
Bill
Also-
Ruger was a true American.
Bill Ruger fucking was the one who was like, yo, fucking 10 rounds is all you need. Don't do
No
more than 10 rounds.
American needs more than 10 rounds in their pistol.
Yeah, true American, my ass.
That
That's,
sounds
you
like
know,
you, Clayton. Good. How are you, buddy?
Someone has to do it once in a while.
Well, thank you. And then there was silence.
Already made the mistake. I got the Beretta.
Yeah, no, there's nothing wrong with the Beretta. They're not bad. I mean, surely if you can't get, a Colt Thunderer, if you can't carry one of those, if you aren't confident with your ability with the single action, because what do they say? Most gunfights is 2 or 3 rounds. Oh, I can do 2 or 3 rounds before that gun's cleared pretty much, my hip, before it's got extended any further than that. I mean, it's not hard to thumb back that hammer. I mean, they're designed for that. So I don't have a problem with single actions.
So the
And
Beretta is the double action, single action.
yes, and I mean, yeah, that's fine. I mean, my Browning high power, I carry it cocked and locked and with the safety on, and I have no problem with that. That's the way it's designed to be carried. It's quite safe to carry that way. So, I don't see a reason for the newer pistols. Although I do know, people want new versions of stuff. But I'm the kind of guy that, like I say, I'm going to be buying next year or maybe the year after. I'm going to be driving my '73 Ranchero, and if I can find one, I'm going to tow a '73, 30-foot Airstream behind it, because why not? They can be as new as you make them.
Wait,
So,
you're
73 was a good year for you.
you're saying you're looking for a '73 Ranchero, or you have a '73 Ranchero?
I have a 1973 Ranchero Squire 429.
Oh, it's got the 429. You can get the. I think I'm trying to figure out. I've seen the 500 around here somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you have an Airstream, right?
No, I'm trying to find an Airstream. I found a 76 so far, which I could use. I have a 76 Mercury Montego MX, and I could use that, but I really like the idea of the Ranchero. I just love driving that thing. It's a hoot.
Oh yeah, you put the right suspension in that thing, and you get if you got a 429 in it, that's plenty of power to pull it. Just get the right gearing, and that would be amazing. That would be super cool. That would be a great deal.
I'm actually looking for an Airstream for myself.
Oh yeah, and Airstreams are wonderful trailers. I mean, they do not literally the outsides and the frames don't rot. They're all aluminum. They're built like an airplane. They're the coolest things you could ever imagine as far as a trailer, right? And trailers are all the same, right? You just get one the right size. If you have to redo the inside, with the one I have now, you can't because it's got a wood frame, so the frame's rotting out because they always leak a little bit. And
What about the tiny house movement?
I think redoing the inside of one of those would be a fucking fun project. But that's just me.
Oh.
That's the type of guy I am.
yeah, Airstreams are. I mean, like I say, I love the whole thing of restoring my Ranchero. I did it all myself, other than I didn't do the paint because I wanted a really good paint job.
Did you
But
rebuild the
I mean,
block?
everything else I pretty much did, so it was like,
You
it was
didn't
great.
rebuild the block, did you?
I didn't have to. I actually, I had a good 429 block that only had, I think 60, no, not even 60, 40,000 miles on it. So all I did was pull the block down to just the block sitting there with the pistons and the crank in it. Just washed, cleaned everything, put new gaskets in, repainted the motor, put everything back together.
Got a manual, or is it electronic assist?
No, it's an automatic transmission.
No, the carb.
Oh, the carb? Oh, it's just standard was Fomoco 4-barrel, carb that came in 73 429s, and everything's stone stock on this thing.
Yeah, I know everything's stone stock, but have you ever thought about putting a throttle body injection on it? Maybe like one of those Hollies or something?
Yeah, my brother's been trying to talk me into that for 20 years.
They make a big difference, believe it or not.
You won't have such a problem with cold starts. You won't have such a problem with, like, you'll get better gas efficiency. They're actually produce more power.
Oh, yeah, I know all that, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, but if there's a big giant solar flare or a nuke, it's still going to run because it's got points, it's got coils. There's no electronics in it.
But you also have to keep in mind, you can always keep another carburetor. You can swap it out anytime you want. So if there's a solar situation, you can swap out you can put the carburetor back on.
Well, that's true.
Or you can just keep it covered in aluminum foil.
Yeah. But, no, I mean, my brother right now is pushing me. He wants me to put I think a 4.6 in it. Like put a modern drive or engine transmission in it. And I'm
Did you just hit that shot, Nightcrawler? The corner pocket shot on the stripe? No?
He's playing strip pool.
Now that is some English right there, folks.
He's trying to hustle us.
No, only if he asks us to bet money on it.
Oh, we're being hustled.
First. Dude, what's
All
water
right,
doing?
I missed something. You guys were saying something and I missed it. What happened?
Yeah, we're
That's what we're trying to figure out.
Yeah, we were watching a pool game while you were, I don't know. There it is again. Anyway, yeah, the best handgun in the world, the Browning High Power. Yeah, I mean, number one, first high capacity. Like, remember this: the first high capacity handgun made. Right now, people will say, "Oh, the Mauser broom handle had some big magazines," but those were only specialty models made that were high or that were full auto. The regular pistol ones only had 8-round magazines. And even their high-capacity magazines were like 20.
Flippy, you left us. You were our only savior at this point.
Oh,
the other chat is open. Pink's chat's open.
Well, Flippy's gone over to Pink's chat.
Yeah, mine's going to end here at some point. I already got the 1 hour warning a little bit
Wait,
ago.
you're depending on Flippy to be your savior? God, things have gotten low.
No, it's just I can only hear about the high powered so many times.
High power, high power, high power, high power. Oh, wait,
Same with the Ruger Americans.
SVT-40, SVT-40.
Hey, Bob, AK, you can't have one, you can't have one, you can't have one. There you go.
Why are we repeating ourselves here? Come on now. And we'll see how long it takes Bob to figure out that I muted him.
A verbal brainwashing technique. Say things 3 times, and it sinks in.
Shall not be infringed, shall not be infringed, shall not be infringed.
Seriously,
good to go.
Yep.
All the gun laws are changed.
Is that all it takes?
I think so.
Night Strike, are you the only person at that bar?
Get out of here, guys. We'll see you all later. And that's for Night Strike, by the way, particularly for Night Strike.
Hold on, I have
What's
the
up?
73 Granchero in the group chat. Y'all check it out. Got a link for you.
Okay, what's going on?
Hey, Carrie Bob. Are you heading off, Bob?
Maybe.
All right.
That's the 73.
Hey, see you, Bob.
Bobby,
Joking.
are we gonna do a weekly wrap-up chat today? You think?
No.
Oh, we could. I don't know if you're talking to me, but I'm available too.
Friggin'
I
people
didn't mean to overturn.
Sorry.
I think the biker gang just showed up at Nightcrawler's pub there. I think he's
Oh,
getting
gee.
ousted.
Oh wait, can we see Nightcrawler might get beat up?
Why would I get beat up?
Well, I don't know. Maybe the bikers will throw you out. I don't know.
There's any bikers in here. The Mongols haven't been in a while, so there ain't no freaking bikers in here. There's a bartender and watch. I can show you guys. Watch.
I'm just saying. I'm repeating what the other guys are saying. I'm just,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean they're not. Just because they're not allowed to wear their cuts doesn't mean they're not going to be super aggressive like they always are.
Hmm.
No. I've never had one in here since I've been working here.
Yeah, well, I've done security for them before when they've been here, and it's just sucked.
It's just us.
Yep. So
Yeah,
I'm not getting beat up with anybody.
Yeah.
Is this the closest we've had to a girl being in the chat?
Well, yeah.
That
Since
count?
Stone Guy left, yeah. We had some girls before, but Stone Guy used to be in the chats, and yeah, they don't never come back. Faded
Yeah.
Destiny, Bunny Hunter.
Just doing the leering thing at them, like, and next thing you know, they're gone. They never come back.
Oh no, I think he was starting to investigate their addresses and their we have DOA.
He's all like, "What's your name again?" Oh yeah, I'm gonna go to work and run that.
He would never do that. He would never do that. No.
Never.
No, but he was like really annoying towards them.
Oh, shit.
I kind of wondered because he was married. We knew he was married, so it was just like, geez whiz.
Wait a second, you just accidentally slipped up there and dropped something. He's not married anymore?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying he was.
You're backpedaling now.
No, I'm saying he was. I don't know anymore, right? I haven't talked to him in years.
All right.
Yeah. I was married, but I'm not anymore. I don't blame gun channels.
Oh, believe me, if my wife ever watched all the freaking videos and everything, I would be divorced too.
My wife ever knew about all the videos, or my ex-wife ever knew about all the videos, I'm sure I'd be, probably better off now.
Yeah, you seem better off.
Yeah. Oh, I am. I'm happier.
Yeah. No, I understand that actually. I mean, I'm happy still, but
Hmm.
But it has been nice, kind of running amok by myself.
Yeah. Well,
you know how it is. You know how it is. You're young. No, when you're young and you got a motorcycle and you just do all the shit that you always wanted to do, and you don't have anybody bothering you and bitching at you when to get home.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Of course, I've bent many a motorcycle doing that.
Oh yeah. No, I've had quite a few. Well, I still have an '86 Harley Davidson Sportster. I had an '85 Goldwing. I had a 1971 CB750 Honda. I had a 86 or 87 Virago, I think, or maybe it was 95. It might have been like 90s Virago. I've had a lot of bikes, and I'm only 35.
That's how memorable Viragos are. Right.
That was a Yamaha model, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's how memorable they are. Yamahas, I mean, the only Yamaha I remember having, I had a 650 XS maybe. It's one of those little twin cylinders. That was the most fun bike I ever had. I rode that for like a year until some guy in a car rear-ended me. It was just a fun bike to ride, eh?
Well, I used to take my CB 750 and I would run the canyons and stuff. It kind of had it cafe racered out.
Yeah.
So it's like, I'd run the hell out of that. It was cool because I had a Kickstarter and all that. It was an old bike, but it was still fun. I don't think I've had any. Oh, the bike I have now is the newest 2016. So that's the newest bike I've ever had. Everything else has been either 80s. I've never had anything. I had the Virago or the Virago, but that was actually totally illegal. I shouldn't have even been riding it. I had 16. So.
Hey, what's that?
What bike should I get?
Well,
you need at least a 450.
I want something where I can leave my house and be out in the desert, and then drive around the desert and drive back.
Okay, well, it depends though. Like honestly, I've seen if you can get back to California, I've seen a lot of bikes going for like $1,000 and being like nice 650s. Like if you can, dude, if you can roll a 650, dude, roll a 650. Don't go something smaller because you'll just be disappointed later.
G-Web is a big guy. He's like over 6 feet, so he wants a big bike.
Dinner. He took me to dinner, you know.
I've met G-Webs before. So, I mean, I would do it with a 650. You're taller than me, and a 650, like if you can find an old, like a 1990s 650 XL, that would be perfect for you. You could probably pick it up for next to nothing too.
That's what I'm looking at. I'm liking that idea. So what did you just get? What size?
It's a 690. It's called a KTM 690 Enduro.
Okay. But then how much was that new?
Yeah, exactly. It was around 12,000.
Yeah, that's a high-end Enduro.
Yeah, it wasn't cheap. It's fuel injected. Like I said, it was a lot of money, but I wanted a new bike. I didn't want to fuck around anymore. Because I've had old bikes.
Can you see the screen if I screen share?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on a second. Let me fix something here. Okay, yeah, I can see it.
Means you can see me.
Yeah, I can see him. I don't see G-Webs, though. Oh, wait, here we go. All right. Yeah, if you can find a Honda, because they're the most prevalent, the 650 XLs, you would totally be cool with that, and you could pick it up for like next to nothing.
So if I just start typing 650 in here, is that what to search for?
Yeah, but you don't want to look for crotch rocket. Put in 650 like XR. XR 650.
Because there's a million 650 crotch rockets.
Yeah, exactly. There's a bazillion crotch rockets.
They're all like this. They're all like dirt bikes for taking out in the desert, and they're $4,000, and they don't have any lights or nothing on them.
No. You got to find look for it. Okay, here's what I'll tell you exactly what to type in. Wait, type in 1990s XR 650L. And it doesn't matter, it's just like, see if you can find something that's like old. If you can find something old, you'll be good to go. Or even a KLR or a 650 Suzuki. Let me see.
This one's 37.
Yeah.
This is what I like, though. This is what everybody had when I was a kid.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you to get. Damn, why are they charging so much money for those?
So you're saying if I went to California, though, that it would be cheaper, you think?
I think so, because, like, honestly, that 2007, I don't know why they're charging so much, because I literally was looking at a 2014 or 2015, or it was a 2014, like, a couple of months ago, and it was only, like, $3,000 for a brand new one.
What did I search for again?
You should be able to get a used dirt bike for like $2,000 easy.
Well, yeah, but he wants an Enduro. He doesn't want a straight dirt bike.
Oh, well, $3,000 then easy.
XL or XR?
XR.
For what you want to do though, G-Webs, I mean, you don't really need a full-off dirt bike.
No, he's not going to get a full-on dirt bike. He's mostly going to ride dirt. He's also going to ride roads, but he wants to be able to option.
He's born he rides dirt.
Yeah. Also, you can also look at the 400 Suzuki, the Suzuki 400 DX or DZ or Delta Z. If you can find one of those, you could probably pick up that for next to nothing, because those are not very expensive at all.
Yeah, and they'll still drive you on the freeway. I mean, they'll go on the freeway. They'll go 80 miles an hour.
Do they make a 250 Enduro?
All right.
Do they make a 250 Enduro?
Yeah, they do, but it's that you're really pushing it to ride it up.
Yeah, you don't want to really go with anything that small because then you really can't take it on the road.
Hey, you fellas have a good night. I'm gonna jump over to the other lobby.
All right.
man.
Oh,
Y'all
the
take care.
gun lobby? Yeah.
Yeah, the gun lobby.
All
Hey,
right.
if who's ever running this lobby, just let it go to shit pretty fast. So.
Yeah, we're just
talking
motorcycles. That's not a problem.
talking about vintage Yamaha motorcycles. What about the Radian 600? Do you remember that?
Yes. Do you remember the Suzuki Wankel engine?
No, I'm talking about vintage Yamaha.
Wait, hang on. That was a
Nightcrawler
CZ
said
$9,500
Virago, and I was thinking Radian, and that was a bitchin' little bike that I wish I had ridden when I had the chance.
Yeah, that little bike, that 125 pit bike.
No,
for
no,
you.
the Radian 600.
Oh, the chopper.
Yeah, know what else you can look for there, G-Webs? Just type in Enduro. If you just put in Enduro or Dual Sport. Dual Sport or Enduro, you know, and that'll give you more options. That'll bring up everything, all the way up from 450s all the way up to 650s.
All right, that Kawasaki for 25.9 right came up first thing. That's not bad.
Who the fuck has $2,500?
All right, how about
I
the
think
one?
that one right next to it is more his speed.
Yeah, actually, that 175. Those things don't go 70 miles an hour.
I'm looking
That'll
at this
go 70 miles an hour carrying you, buddy.
Fuck. There's all kinds of motorcycles that'll go 75 miles an hour. I'm looking for one that's
pretty decent.
$100 and get it running and have fun in it.
There you go.
That's the one you want.
Yeah.
What? This one?
I think that one, or let's see what else there is.
You know,
you're
there's a go-kart for sale just up the block from me.
Right? You got to remember, a two-stroke motor is the simplest motor in the world.
It is, and they're pretty damn powerful. You just got to be on the high-end pipe. You got to rev the hell out of it.
Yeah, but that will go freeway speeds. I mean, I've ridden these bikes. They'll go 80 miles an hour.
A 175 is going to go 80 miles an hour.
Yep.
Oh no.
Well, it does with me on it. I don't know if it will with
You can always change the gearing. You can always change the gearing, G-Webs. So you have more torque or whatever, you can change the...
Will you quit laughing like that, man? Dude, seriously, I've been on these bikes.
Dude, he's just gonna crash that thing into the first obstacle it hits.
This guy is not that far away from me, and looking possibly trading my Dual Sport 75, 175 two-stroke, clean title.
For a new rifle.
New rifle than a bike. I was looking it over and blah blah blah. Runs strong, shifts great at bike praise view. Blah blah blah. Agree. 15. I'm really looking for a good DMR and 308. Something like I don't have any of that shit.
Yeah.
I don't have any. And I got pistols though. Taurus lever action or a Taurus Judge lever action 357 Sega. You never know.
Laughing.
What the fuck is your problem? Like, are you on crack or something?
I've got a Taurus Judge and 410. I'll trade you for that bike.
Okay.
But he wants 1,200 for it, for a 75, 175.
Yeah, but look at it. You got to look at this thing. It's got all the parts. It's got the signal lights. That is so rare to find on those bikes. You could probably sell the signal lights and shit like that off it, like all the original parts.
What the fuck, Bob? The fucking point is.
No. You can put little like dollar store lights and shit on that makes it legal. But I'm talking like $40 for that signal light. There's people who pay $40 for that signal light.
You can get turn signals and stuff for motorcycles that are literally like cheap as hell. It's just you don't have the whole system and everything.
Lazy and fucking it up for no fucking reason. So no, this is the same bike. It looks like, right? No, it's not.
Yeah, tell him you'll trade him a public defender for that.
Yeah, I actually kind of like the other bike better. It looks more like what you should ride.
Yeah, picked up this bike last year, non-running, had it up and running for about a month. Still had ignition problems, low spark, which I believe just the ignition, whatever, readjusted. It might need a CDI box that didn't come with one. Something with spark though. The previous owner ripped out all the wiring, so it was mainly set up for dirt bike, not for street. Other than the no spark problem, it needs a front rim with disc brakes for it. I used that front rim for a different bike. So
I feel that we could find. I feel that we could find you something a little newer, a little taller for around $1,000. Like my uncle, he's got a 650 XL up in Oregon, and he picked it up for like next to nothing. So I mean, there's the deals out there if you're willing to work on it just a little. I mean, it doesn't matter if it has turn signals. It matters if the box is there. And that's all. But if the shit's been ripped off, it's not a big deal because all it is a couple wires, and you can put the new turn signal on.
What about a salvage title?
I don't feel like doing all that necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, really, it should be something you can just register and you can throw in the back of the van. And
Well, you have to throw it on the back of the van. What you could do is if you find something light enough, you can get that trailer hitch, a receiver thing, and throw that on the very back. You don't actually have to put it inside the van. You could put it on the back of the van so it wouldn't take up all your room.
which is also better because then you don't have a gas tank in the back of your van and the gas fumes.
Yeah.
But you can get a salvage title for pennies on the dollar, and the amount of work that you guys are talking about isn't going to be that much more. I mean, new forks, okay.
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm thinking he should just buy something he can ride right now and can keep on the back of the van. He's got something to ride around instead of driving the van. And
No, I'm just looking. I don't have no $1,000. I don't know where you guys fucking come up with this $1,000 price point. I have like.
well, I was thinking $350, $400. That's about what I'd spend on one of the bikes.
Yeah. I mean, and we're also not talking right now. I mean, you can always wait for your deal. You don't have to jump on anything right at the moment. You know what I mean?
Oh no, I can't anyway. I just figured since we were in here, you could tell me what size I'd be looking for and what to start searching.
Well, anything like if you don't want to spend hours or an hour on the highway, cruise along at 80 miles an hour, 125 is probably fine.
I've ridden some pretty insane 125s before, but I rode them in dirt, so.
I like the idea now that I started looking at these old ones. I like the idea of an old 70s one.
It would be kind of cool to have an old 70s one. Oh, see, that's a KLR right there. That's actually, that's a good looking bike.
It was like an 86, like, I don't know, white and orange and purple.
It says?
What?
That's an El Monte, right?
Yeah, I have a California one and a Tucson one going. This one's in
I
California.
could go down and look at some of this stuff, but that's still like $1,500. I think a lot of these guys would throw out a high price tag, though.
Yeah, I think if you just came back at them with, like I say, I'm tempted to do that rather than bring my Kawasaki down because it's so heavy. I did get a bumper mount hitch that will actually carry it. It's a 750-pound one.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I want to get something because mine's about 315 pounds, but I don't really want to put it on a two-door Jeep. The two-door Jeep is like a bit much for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
well,
it would be
mine on the back of a 28-foot camper.
The Jeep just has a mount on the frame. It's not an actual Class 2 hitch.
You haven't seen my Jeep hitch, have you? It's actually I have my welders. I bought a Class 3 hitch, and I have my welders weld brackets for it, and it is mounted directly to my frame.
Oh, well, yeah, if you weld it onto the frame, then it's basically a piece of the frame.
No, it's bolted directly onto my frame, but the welds are direct. It's half-inch plate that's welded to the receiver. No, like I said, I know on a regular Jeep that wouldn't be a good idea, but on mine it's fine. Mine's pretty substantial.
Jeeps also have a very limited payload capacity, about 800 pounds. So
I don't really want to do it. I think they say the tongue weight shouldn't be more than 400 pounds, and I really don't want to do that.
Well, it's supposed to be like 800 pounds on the rear axle. So if you put a 400-pound bike 3 feet off of the rear axle, then you have to take into consideration that moment arm. And yeah,
It's so expensive. That 2005 DRZ. See, I don't know why they get these damn numbers off of, because like that 2005, I literally talked to a guy who just picked up a 650 for $6,000, and it was a 2016, and I just talked to him when I was up in Idlewild. And I don't know where they're getting these prices from. These prices are insane.
Well, it depends on where you're at, right? If it's really a popular sport, or really popular in your area, the bikes are going to be worth more.
Yeah, I guess so.
So,
I don't know. I can bounce around here and see if I can come up with something, because now I have a few friends that actually have these bikes. So
yeah.
maybe somebody will come out of one of their old ones, and I'll pick it up or something, and then see what we can do.
You know what I've been thinking of doing is, like, I got my KZ1000J, my drag bike, right?
Yeah.
And got to redo the engine anyway. So I'm thinking I should redo the engine and then change it from being a street drag. I didn't run drag bars, but I had struts and slick and that kind of shit. So going from that to going one of these, the new thing is the Apocalypse bike, right? You got a big 4-cylinder, but with suspension and stuff, and I'm thinking, oh, that would be kind of cool. And then I get that bike I've had forever.
No, that would be cool, actually, taking a nice 4-cylinder, because it'd be an inline 4-cylinder, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's Kawasaki KZ1000J.
Yeah. So it would be sweet. Throwing that into a little lightweight frame or something and turning it into some kind of just balls to the wall dirt bike.
Yep. That's what I'm thinking, right?
Yeah.
Or don't even change a frame. Maybe change your swing arm, change your rear shocks, get rid of the whole tailpiece and shit like that. Change the gas tank, but keep the front part of the frame, and then just put a really good set of front shocks or forks on it.
Right.
Change the bars, right? Because right now it's got the little quarter bubble fairing and drag bars. And
look at that, a 1985 XL 350R.
That price though is like $1,800. That's kind of
too much money, man.
That is. That's too much money. That's honestly, that's literally like a $600 bike.
Well, it's only got 6,600 miles on it.
Yeah, I was gonna say 5, but yeah, 600 maybe.
So the reason I'm showing this one is I like these orange ones, these old Hondas. So is that a Honda?
Hold on a second. Don't get too hung up on the color, because realistically, you can change out all those plastics.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying this is the ones that I like because the size and it's not a giant muffler on your side and shit. They got a comfortable seat. They're enduros.
My old Honda. I used to have an XR 80 when I was a kid, when I was 8, and that kind of looked like that one. It was about the same color and everything.
That's what I'm saying.
The 80s are fun for off-roading, but this is a 350, and for $1,800, regardless of how old it is, if it was well maintained and it has only 6,600 miles on it, that's a really good deal.
All right. Well, regardless of the deal, I don't have the $1,800. So what I'm asking is, if I find this one for $600, is this XL 350 a good model? Are these old Hondas good bikes to get?
Yeah, Hondas are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because if I can find one of these that's all beat up for $600, that's what I'm looking for. And if I can just put some work into it and get it on the road, that's the size and shape of them that I like. Because some of them look a little bit too much like a racing bike, like they're for racing through an off-road course, and other ones look like a road bike. This is the mixture I like.
Yeah, no, that's if you could find something like that at a little bit lower price tag, that would be an excellent. Because the 75s are really cool, and I've ridden one before, but that's really old, and that's even missing shit. That's like missing all kinds of crap.
Well, does that 350 have electric start?
I don't think
No,
so.
it's
You
all-
No, that's the kind I would like, as long
No,
as
this
it.
one I don't have a problem with either, especially if I can still get parts. So if I go to this, what do they call this? This isn't an enduro, is it? It's a dual sport, they're calling it, but I call that other thing an enduro because it's meant to race around off-road. This is meant to just be like a Jeep.
Yep.
No, yeah, no. You want the like if you can go 80s or 80s, early 90s. That's what you want to really get into because that's when they started really getting some more power and they were a little more comfortable. They were a little heavier, but we're looking at price tags of trying to keep low numbers. So.
Yeah, this bike, if you broke something, it would cost you money to find the part.
That's the kind of bike you buy and then restore it and make it look pretty and then put it up on a shelf and make it like that's cool.
Okay,
No,
so there's not affordable parts. There's not affordable parts for these, you're saying?
Well, not real. They're not as cheap as parts for the newer ones.
So this one's the same way? A 1980?
That might
Don't look boring to me. I don't like this one. It looks too like a road bike.
That one's that one's somebody's somebody just gets.
Well, it's a 500, first of all.
It's ugly.
Yeah, it's way bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it doesn't look all that off-road or whatever. I don't know. It's okay, but I would pay like $200 for that kind of bike. I wouldn't want very much.
Yeah.
Is that a twin?
$200 bike. Now that
that's perfect.
that's I don't know, $800. I'd go $800 for that.
Yeah, but it's only 25. It's not even a 400.
Yeah.
That's probably got a lot of miles on it.
Well, but even look. Why don't you? Let's look at it. What does
It says he only drove it on the street as a commuter.
For like 20,000 miles?
14,000.
Though, like let's say you got that bike for like down to like $800 or 900, 800, 700 bucks. That's not bad. That's if you did.
You change the oil and it only took a quart. That means you never changed a filter.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I've worked on a lot of single-cylinder engines, and I pulled them apart and stuff, and it's not very hard to work on them. It just, to me...
There's no way this guy's going to go from 1,600 to 600, though.
Yeah, no, he ain't. He ain't.
But that is a good-sized bike for what you want. Because it will still go on the highway if you have to. Like, you look at where the red line is, it's 65, 70 miles an hour. It's
What is that? Pressing it or something up there?
Yeah, if you're trying to do 60, you're going to be pushing it.
Yeah, dude, you're going to die if you go on the highway with that thing, I'm sorry to say.
No, 60 miles an hour, you're fine. No, if you're going 40, you're going to die. If you're going 60, you're okay, but it would not be something you would do all the time, right?
Yeah.
If you get the same place without going on the...
It only takes one time to die, Bob.
Really? You're going to start that argument when you're sitting here whining about you're riding your bicycles on the street, and now all of a sudden...
G-Webs hasn't ridden a motorcycle for how many years? He's going to take a 20-year-old 125 on the highway? Come on.
I've explained to him, all you have to do when you ride a motorcycle is realize that everyone else on the road is trying to kill you.
Pretty much.
Once you realize that, no, regardless, you just have to think that everyone else, every other car there, is looking for a chance to kill you. And if you ride like that, you'll probably survive. I have.
And to be absolutely truthful, you're in Arizona. I do this shit in California. Yeah, I don't know. You haven't seen that video that I just put out on my YouTube channel? The one that I just went up PCH on my bike? I was cutting fucking traffic like a motherfucker. So, dude, it's not as bad as everybody thinks it is.
No.
Yes, it can be dangerous. And yes, if you do it wrong, you can die. But it's not ridiculous.
Yeah.
I've been pushing it for years. And I know I push it sometimes, but I used to commute every single day on my Goldwing. I would cut traffic on a Goldwing, doing like 70. So
Good God,
it's
that's like cutting traffic in a Cadillac.
yeah, it's like you just got to be careful. And yes, people have jumped over the the carpool lane and jumped over the yellow line. And yes, I had a couple of close calls, but I just dealt with it and moved on. You just got to keep an eye out.
Well,
But
like
I hate that argument, though. The problem is I hate that argument when people say, "Oh, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. Don't do anything because you're gonna die." It's like, dude, if you
Well,
don't
I
have
wasn't saying that, first of all, if you're referring to me. Secondly, we're talking about G-Webs, who is of like dubious proportions. And thirdly, the motorcycle in question was a 125. Okay, that's minuscule. Now, like cruising around town, great. Some trails, great. On the highway, not that great.
You can always, like I said, you can always change out the gear ratio. Like a 125 would not be a great highway bike, but I don't think that was a 125. It was a 225, and it's that one right there. And you can change out the gear ratio. So if you knew, for example,
125, 225, like a modern 250 might be okay, but a 20-year-old
able to drive. This one looks like it'd be uncomfortable. I'd have to be driving.
dude, like that seat right there that would suck. That would not be cool. My bike, right? My seat is horrible. It is so uncomfortable. It's not even funny. I literally bought the bike on Thursday. I bought a new seat on Friday. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's bad.
It's like it was like this one.
Actually, I still have the seat on my bike, and it was kind of like that because I had to go down there and order the seat. So they're still making it. It should be done this week, but the seat I have is god awful. I'll go out and show it to you. It's ridiculous.
See, and I cut 6 inches of foam out of the seat on my KZ1000 when I was racing it. Like 6 inches of foam.
Bob's like hard shit on his buddy. I'm like, no soft shit.
No, actually, I mean, what we did was we put hard cell foam in to replace. So we used half an inch of foam that made it just as comfortable.
We got another gun guy. Another gun guy in the barn. That's Billy. He's a gun guy. He's over here. He's looking over here at gun porn. Nice.
All right, man. Well, tell him to come gun channels.
I will. I'll tell him in a little bit.
We'll talk to guns eventually. Right now we're talking motorcycles.
Yeah, sorry. No, like this seat right here is the worst. This thing sucks horrible. Dude, I know what you think. Dude, it's uncomfortable. It's not me. It's not comfortable.
It looks like you should be sitting on a couch, right? Because it's all foam padded, but there's no place for your butt.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be like, oh yeah, that'd be no problem. It's just, God, no. Because here, I'll even hold on a second. Can you still see me? Because my phone's acting weird. All right, now watch. Let's see. There's a hole. There he is. Okay, now Bob.
Yo.
You see this? Okay, now you see how thick this is, right? It looks really thick, right?
Yeah.
Now watch. You see how it curves in and goes all the way? There's only like an inch of padding there.
That's crazy.
It looks like it would be.
See, in my day, it was all like, padding. Right? The seat had to come exactly from the level of the gas tank to the level of the taillight and just cut off, right? Just like inches and inches of foam rubber.
Yeah, that's the way it was on my CB750 and my Goldwing. They were both ridiculous, like ridiculous. Like I could ride for days on those things and not have any issues.
Yep.
My Harley, even my Harley is like, oh, it's like 4 inches of padding. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's gotten so different because they expect a bike like that you're going to be up on the pegs all the time, right? Like you would on a motocross bike or a dirt bike. It's gone to that dirt evolution. Everything's got to be dirt oriented. I like the trials bike. I mean, I've always liked trials bikes. I used to have small dirt bikes like that, and I used to do shit like that. And I love that. I had old BSAs, and I used to do that with the old BSAs.
YZ125? Oh.
No, very yearless looking bikes. Yeah, but I used to do that trials stuff, and that was fun.
What's that? Hold on, that's 7 Yeah. I'm telling you, I know you could probably find an old KLR, like a 1990s KLR or something, that somebody's getting rid of that has like, even if it had a blown engine, it wouldn't be that expensive to repair it. It could have a fried piston, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. All right.
Well, I'm not buying one anytime soon, but that gives me something to look at or something to explore for that.
Hey, you guys are gonna keep this open for a little bit. This chat, right?
No, this one's about to end.
What?
This one is about to end. There's another one open.
Okay. Because I gotta actually go pick up my jacket and go say bye to my mom, and I gotta ride out to my yard.
Yeah, the pink already has one.
What happened?
Next one.
No, I'm on the speaker, but what I can do is I'll leave it running while I'm on the bike, and I'll just I'll mute myself. Just don't expect me to answer anything.
That's cool, man. Hey, if you know about bikes and you're in California, if you know somebody who's really good with Kawasaki's, let me know. I need a cylinder head done, but I need it done right, and I can't find anybody who can really do it for real.
Yeah. Yeah, watch this. Like I have this mount here that I actually can put my cell phone, and I use it for so when I'm like looking on the maps and stuff, so I can actually. It's kind of cool. I can actually put it up here and basically record while I'm riding.
That's kind of cool.
Like there we go.
Hey Bob, I know this girl that can do your head right.
Dude, I mean the head on my Kawasaki, right?
Hey, I don't care, Bob. I don't care how old you are. Sometimes you just need your head done right. Oh. All right, I'm going to mute myself. I'll leave the camera running because I'm on my 4G, but I'll mute myself.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Bike Channels.
Well, hopefully we're not going to see any horrendous stuff. Sorry, I'm a little dark tonight.
So what they said, this chat's about to end?
I think we're all just waiting for a crash at this point.
Just gun channels luck that it would, it would end just before the crash.
Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on camera number 3 as we witness the agony of defeat.
Is it just me or does he seem to be topless? Oh no, this is his jacket. Okay, never mind. I got my bandwidth turned down. Give me a break.
This is actually quite thrilling.